Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. Today's topic is super exciting. As you saw in the title, what if Deku had a motherly protection quirk? So before we begin, make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and comment your thoughts down below. Now let's jump straight into this epic fanfiction. Chapter 1: The Protective Instinct Awakens. The alley behind Dagobah Municipal Beach Park smelled like rust and rotting seaweed. Izuku Midoriya sat with his back against a cracked concrete wall, knees pulled to his chest, watching the sunset paint the garbage-covered shoreline in shades of orange and pink. His notebook lay open beside him. Page 73, the one with Kaken's hero analysis, now smudged with tear tracks and muddy water. He didn't cry anymore. Not here, not where someone might see. His mother's voice echoed in his head, the way it always did when he sat alone with his thoughts. "I'm so sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry." She'd said it 1,000 times since the doctor confirmed what they'd both suspected. Since his father's rare phone call ended with static and empty promises. Since the word, quirkless, became tea. He carried on his spirit instead of his skin. Izuku pressed his palm against his chest. Empty. It always felt empty in there. Like something was supposed to grow but never did. Like a seed planted in poisoned soil. He watched a stray cat pick its way through broken bottles and plastic bags, its ribs visible through matted fur. When it noticed him watching, it froze, yellow eyes wide with fear. Izuku didn't move, didn't breathe. The cat held his gaze for 3 heartbeats, then bolted into the shadows. "Even the strays know I'm harmless." He laughed at himself, a wet, broken sound that didn't belong to anyone strong. The sun dipped lower, the air grew colder. Izuku knew he should go home. His mother would worry, would have dinner waiting, would pretend not to notice his red-rimmed eyes, but his legs refused to move. So he stayed, and the universe decided that was the moment to change everything. The explosion came from nowhere. A blast of heat and light tore through the evening calm, and Izuku's body reacted before his brain could process, throwing him sideways behind a rusted dumpster as debris rained down where he'd been sitting. His ears rang, his vision blurred. When he looked up, the sky was on fire. Not metaphorically, the sky was actually on fire, a swirling vortex of blue-white flames churning above the beach, lighting the trash heap like a battlefield. And standing in the middle of it, silhouetted against the inferno, was a figure. No, 2 figures. A man, tall, broad, with fire dancing from his palms, and a woman crumpled at his feet. Izuku's breath stopped. The woman had a child pressed against her chest. A little girl, maybe 4 or 5, her face buried in her mother's neck while the mother's arms wrapped around her like the only shelter left in the world. The fire user laughed, a cruel, bored sound, and raised his hand for another blast. "Please," the woman begged. Her voice cracked through the chaos. "Please, she's just a child. She hasn't hurt anyone. Take me, just let her go. Your quirk is too dangerous to leave alive," the man said. Flat, disinterested, like he was discussing the weather. "The girl too. Can't have more of your kind running around. More of your kind." Izuku's blood turned to ice. He knew that tone, knew it from school hallways and empty classrooms and the way Kaken's friends laughed when they pushed him into the fountain. The sound of someone deciding another person wasn't human enough to deserve mercy. The flames grew brighter. The woman curled tighter around her daughter. And Izuku, quirkless, worthless, powerless Izuku, moved. He didn't think. That was the thing about Izuku Midoriya. When someone needed help, his body moved before his fear could catch up. Years of watching All Might. Years of memorizing every rescue technique in his notebooks. Years of wanting so badly to be someone who could save. It all funneled into 3 desperate seconds. He grabbed a rusted pipe from the trash. He ran toward the fire. He swung. The pipe connected with the back of the man's head. A solid thwack that would have made Izuku cheer if his heart wasn't trying to explode through his ribs. The man stumbled forward, flames sputtering, and Izuku planted himself between the attacker and the family. "Run," he gasped. "Please, run." The man turned, and Izuku saw death looking back at him. "You little," the fire user's eyes narrowed. "You're nothing. I can sense quirks. You're empty. A quirkless rat daring to touch me. The flames roared to life. Izuku should have run, should have dodged, should have done anything except stand there like a deer in headlights while blue fire gathered into a fist-sized ball aimed directly at his chest. But his legs wouldn't move. His arms wouldn't move. All he could do was watch the light grow brighter, feel the heat blister his skin, and think, "I'm sorry, Mom. I tried. I really tried." Asterisk. The fire launched, and something inside Izuku screamed. Dash dash dash. It wasn't sound. It was feeling. A tidal wave of something ancient and fierce that ripped through his chest and exploded outward. A barrier of golden light erupted between him and the flames, shimmering like heat haze but solid as steel. The fire hit it and shattered asterisk, scattering into harmless sparks that died against the concrete. The man stared. Izuku stared. The barrier pulsed once, twice, then faded, leaving nothing but the lingering warmth of something. Something that felt like his mother's hands on his feverish forehead. Lee, her voice singing him to sleep after nightmares. Like every time she'd held him and promised everything would be okay. "What?" Izuku whispered. The man's face twisted. "A quirk. You have a quirk." But I sensed. He shook his head. "Doesn't matter. You're still dead." Flames erupted again. Larger this time. A vortex of blue-white death that filled the entire alley. The woman screamed. The child wailed. And Izuku felt something pull inside him, like a muscle he'd never used before straining against impossible weight. The barrier didn't just appear in front of him this time. It expanded. A dome of golden light shot outward, curving over the woman and child, over Izuku himself, sealing them inside a bubble of safety while the fire raged against its surface. The heat didn't reach them. The smoke didn't reach them. Inside the dome, the air stayed cool and clean, and the mother's sobs slowly quieted as she realized they weren't burning. She looked at Izuku, wide-eyed, disbelieving. You saved us." She breathed. "How did you? What are you?" Izuku didn't have an answer. He couldn't feel his legs. Couldn't feel his arms. Everything hurt. A deep, bone-level arc. Like he'd run a marathon while carrying a building. But the barrier held. The barrier held. Outside, the man screamed in frustration. His fire grew hotter, brighter, more desperate. The barrier flickered once, twice. And Izuku felt something crack inside him. Then a new voice cut through the chaos. Detroit smash. A hurricane of force slammed into the fire user from above, sending him flying across the beach and into a pile of rusted refrigerators. The flames died. The smoke cleared. And standing in the crater left by his landing, grin wide and cape flowing, was All Might. Izuku breathed. The symbol of peace turned toward the dome. His smile softened into something gentler, something Izuku had never seen in any news broadcast or merchandise photo. He approached slowly, hands raised, like he was approaching a wounded animal. "It's okay, young man," All Might said. "The villain is down. You can lower your shield now." "My shield." Asterisk. Izuku looked at the golden dome surrounding them. His dome, the thing he'd somehow created from nothing, from himself asterisk, without any training or practice or even understanding how. "I have a quirk." Asterisk. The thought hit him like a truck. "I have a quirk." Asterisk. The barrier dissolved. Izuku's legs gave out. Dash dash dash. He woke to fluorescent lights and the smell of antiseptic. Hospital. Definitely a hospital. The two soft pillows. The beeping machines. The thin blanket that never kept anyone warm enough. He'd been in enough of these after Kaken's accidents to recognize the setup immediately. But something was different. For one thing, the room was nice. Private. Clean. With actual flowers on the bedside table and a window showing a view of the city instead of a parking garage. For another thing, there was a police officer standing by the door. And a hero he vaguely recognized from news reports sitting in a chair beside his bed. And for the third thing, All Might was leaning against the wall. Not on TV, not on a poster. Actual All Might asterisk, in the flesh. Looking at Izuku with an expression that made his chest feel too full. "Young Midoriya," the number one hero said. "You're awake." Izuku opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Nothing came out. The other hero, a woman with steel gray hair and tired eyes, leaned forward. "I'm Detective Tsukauchi. I need to ask you some questions about what happened at the beach. Do you feel up to talking?" Quote, questions. Right, that made sense. A villain attack, a civilian involved, of course there'd be questions. But Izuku couldn't focus on her. His eyes kept drifting to All Might. You saved 3 lives tonight, All Might said quietly. A mother, her daughter, and your own. Do you understand that? Izuku shook his head. I don't know what happened. I didn't. I'm quirkless. I've always been quirkless. The doctor said. Quirks can manifest late, the detective said gently. It's rare, but it happens. Usually triggered by extreme emotional stress. She glanced at her notes. The mother reported you ran toward an active villain attack. Put yourself between her and a lethal fire blast without any hesitation. Is that accurate? Izuku's face burned. She had a little girl. I couldn't, she was begging him to let her go, and he didn't care, and he swallowed. I had to do something. The room went quiet. All Might pushed off the wall. His footsteps were heavy, deliberate, each one shaking the floor slightly despite his careful control. When he reached Izuku's bedside, he lowered himself into a chair that creaked alarmingly under his weight. Young Midoriya, he said. I watched your barrier stop a sustained fire attack from a villain with a confirmed kill count of 17. I watched it hold for nearly 2 miles. Newts while he threw everything he had at it. And I watched it fail only when you chose to let it go. He leaned closer. That's not a weak quirk. That's not a late bloomer. That's power asterisk, young man. Real, genuine power. Izuku's eyes burned. I have a quirk, he whispered. Testing the words. Feeling them settle into his chest like something warm and heavy. I actually have a quirk. You do, All Might confirmed. And I think, if you're willing, we should talk about what that means for your future. The future. For 10 years, Izuku's future had been a wall he couldn't climb. A door that wouldn't open. A dream that grew more painful every time he reached for it. He'd stopped telling people he wanted to be a hero. Stopped letting himself imagine what it would feel like to save someone. Stopped hoping. But now, I want to be a hero, he said. The words tumbled out before he could stop them. I know I don't know how my quirk works yet, and I know I'm way behind everyone else. And I know it's probably too late to catch up, but I've wanted it for so long, and if there's even a chance asterisk. All Might held up a hand. Izuku shut up. Young man, the hero said slowly. I've been doing this job for decades. I've seen thousands of quirks, trained hundreds of sidekicks, fought villains that would make your nightmares look tame. And in all that time, I've learned one thing above all others. He paused. Power without heart is worthless. But heart without power, that's just tragedy waiting to happen. He reached out and placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Tonight, I saw a quirkless boy run toward certain death because someone needed help. I saw him create a barrier without any training, without any understanding of his abilities, purely because his heart demanded he protect the innocent. That's not something you can teach, young Midoriya. That's something you're born with. Izuku couldn't breathe. So yes, All Might said, and his smile, the real one. Not the media grin, lit up the room like sunrise. I think you can be a hero. And I'd be honored to help you try. The detective, Tsukauchi, cleared her throat. Before we get ahead of ourselves, we need to understand his quirk. The mother and daughter are safe, by the way. Minor burns, already treated and released. They're asking about you. They are. They want to thank you. The little girl specifically. Tsukauchi's expression softened. She told the nurses you were her angel. Izuku's face went so red he probably matched his shoes. But beneath the embarrassment, beneath the shock, and confusion and overwhelming what just happened of the evening, something else stirred. Warmth. Not the physical warmth of the barrier, but something deeper. Something that felt like belonging. Like purpose. Like all those years of wanting, of hoping, of aching to be someone who could help. They hadn't been wasted. They'd been training. Training for tonight. The tests took 3 hours. Quirk registration forms, medical scans, interviews with Tsukauchi's quirk confirming his story matched the facts. All Might stayed for all of it, answering questions with a patience Izuku never expected from the world's greatest hero. By the time they finished, the sun was rising over Musutafu, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. Your quirk appears to be protection-based, the lead doctor said. Flipping through scans. We're calling it Guardian's Aegis for now, though you can choose your own name later. Initial analysis suggests it creates reactive barriers that activate in response to perceived threats against individuals you care about. Izuku frowned. Individuals I care about. The mother and daughter were strangers to you, yes. But your brain registered them as vulnerable, as needing protection. That emotional trigger, compassion, empathy, whatever you want to call it, seems to be the key. The doctor pointed at a brain scan. Your amygdala lit up like a Christmas tree the moment the villain attacked, followed immediately by unprecedented activity in regions associated with protective instincts. So the quirk responds to feelings. Specifically, feelings of protectiveness. The stronger your emotional connection to someone, the stronger the barrier. At least, that's our hypothesis based on initial data. The doctor paused. We'll need to run more tests, of course. But I'd advise caution in the meantime. Overuse could have consequences we don't understand yet. Izuku nodded, though he barely heard the warning. Protection based on emotional attachment. Asterisk. He thought about his mother. About the way his chest ached whenever she worked too hard, worried too much, cried when she thought he couldn't hear. About how he'd do anything to keep her safe. If his quirk scaled with emotional connection, he'd be able to protect her. Really protect her. Not just hug her after nightmares and pretend he wasn't scared too. Not just hid his bruises and lie about how he got them. Actual, real, quirk-based protection. For the first time in his life, Izuku Midoriya felt like crying for a reason that wasn't pain. They released him at noon. His mother was waiting in the lobby. Inko Midoriya took one look at her son, exhausted, overwhelmed, but alive, and burst into tears. She crossed the room in 3 seconds, flattened, wrapped him in a hug so tight he couldn't breathe. Izuku, she sobbed. Izuku, they called me and said there was an attack and you were in the hospital and I thought. I'm okay, Mom. His voice cracked. I'm okay. I have a quirk. I saved people. I'm okay. She pulled back, eyes wide. A quirk. I manifested it during the attack. The doctors said it's protection-based. They called it. He laughed suddenly, the sound bubbling up from somewhere he'd forgotten existed. They called it Guardian's Aegis. I made a barrier, Mom. A real barrier. And it stopped a villain's fire. Inko stared at him. Then she pulled him close again, and they stood there in the hospital lobby, mother and son, holding each other while the world rearranged itself around them. The walk home was strange. Everything looked the same. The same streets, the same buildings, the same convenience store where Kaken's mother sometimes bought him ice cream when they were little, but Izuku felt like he was seeing it for the first time. Colors seemed brighter, sounds seemed clearer, even the ache in his muscles felt like proof that he'd done something real. Izuku. His mother's voice was soft. What do you want to do now? About your dream. He'd told her, years ago, that he wanted to be a hero. She'd smiled and hugged him and never mentioned it again, not because she didn't believe in him, but because she couldn't bear to watch him hurt. The quirkless dream was a slow poison, and she'd tried so hard to protect him from it. But now, UA, he said. I want to try for UA. Inko's steps slowed. That's the top hero school in the country. The entrance exams are incredibly difficult, and you just got your quirk. You'd be competing against kids who've had years to train. I know. He turned to face her. I know I'm behind. I know it's probably impossible. But Mom, I have something now. I have a chance. Even a tiny chance. And I've spent 10 years watching everyone else get opportunities I couldn't reach. If I don't at least try asterisk, then you'll always wonder. He nodded. Inko studied his face for a long moment, looking for fear, maybe, or doubt, or the resignation that had lived in his eyes since the doctor first said, quirkless. She found none of those things. Instead, she found fire. Okay, she whispered. Okay, Izuku, we'll figure this out together. That night, Izuku sat on his bed with his oldest notebook open on his lap. Page after page of hero analysis stared back at him. Years of study, years of hope, years of dreaming about powers he'd never have. He'd filled 17 notebooks with observations, strategies, weaknesses, strengths. Every hero in Japan had been analyzed, categorized, understood. And now, for the first time, he needed to analyze himself. Quirk. Guardian's Aegis, tentative name. Asterisk. Type. Empathetic protection barrier. Asterisk. Activation trigger. Perceived threat to someone I care about. Asterisk. Asterisk. Strength scaling. Apparently based on emotional attachment. Asterisk. Limitations. Unknown. Physical strain. Range limitations. Duration. Asterisk. He stared at the words. I have a quirk. Asterisk. The thought still felt impossible. Like someone would knock on his door any second and say, sorry, mistake, you're still quirkless after all. But no one knocked. The room stayed quiet. The notebook stayed full. And somewhere in his chest, that empty space, the one that had ached for so long, finally started to fill. His phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Young Midoriya. This is Toshinori Yori, All Might's personal assistant. The number one hero asked me to give you his contact information. He said, and I quote, tell the boy I meant what I said. And if he wants to talk about UA, I know a few things about late blooming heroes. Please reply if you're interested. Asterisk. Izuku read the message 4 times. Then he laughed, a real laugh, bright and surprised and full of something he'd almost forgotten how to feel. Hope. Asterisk. He typed back, I'm interested. Thank you. Asterisk. Then he set the phone down, closed his notebook, and looked out the window at the city lights spread below him. Somewhere out there, villains plotted and heroes fought and ordinary people lived their ordinary lives. Somewhere out there, a mother and daughter were sleeping safely because he'd been in the right place at the right time. And somewhere inside him, a power waited, a power that grew stronger the more he cared. A power that would let him protect everyone who mattered. Guardian's Aegis. Asterisk. Izuku pressed Hi's hand to his chest and felt warmth bloom beneath his palm. For the first time in 10 years, the empty space didn't feel empty at all. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 Absolute Guard. 3 weeks changed everything. Izuku discovered this on a Tuesday morning, standing in the middle of a rented training gym while All Might, actual All Might, watched him from the sidelines with a.s. stopwatch and a notebook nearly as battered as Izuku's own collection. Young Midoriya, the hero called out, I want you to stop thinking about activating your quirk. I want you to stop trying to activate your quirk. I want you to close your eyes and listen to my voice. Izuku obeyed. The gym was empty except for them, a cavernous space with padded floors and reinforced walls, borrowed from a hero agency that owed All Might favors. Morning light filtered through high windows, painting golden rectangles on the mats. Think about your mother, All Might said. His voice dropped, losing the media bravado, becoming something gentler. Think about the way she smiles when you come home. The way she hums while cooking dinner. The way she hugged you at the hospital. Izuku's chest warmed. Now think about someone trying to hurt her. The warmth ignited. A barrier exploded around Izuku, not in front of him, not as a shield he raised, but around him, enveloping his entire body in shimmering gold. It pulsed like a heartbeat, reactive and alive, responding to a threat that existed only in his imagination. Open your eyes, All Might said. Izuku looked down at himself. The barrier clung to his skin like a second layer, flexible and warm. When he raised his hand, it moved with him, never zui his motion but never fading either. He could feel it, not as weight, but as presence. Something that belonged to him the way his lungs belonged to him. It's different, he whispered. At the beach, it was a dome. Now it's closer to your body, more efficient. All Might nodded approvingly. You're not consciously controlling it yet, but your instincts are already optimizing. The beach dome protected multiple people at range. This version protects only you, with less energy expenditure. Izuku stared at his glowing hands. I didn't even think about it. I just felt threatened, and it appeared. That's the nature of reactive quirks. They operate faster than conscious thought because they bypass the reasoning centers of your brain entirely. All Might set down his stopwatch. The question is, can you maintain it while distracted, while in pain, while focused on something else entirely? He moved before finishing the sentence. Izuku barely registered the massive hand sweeping toward his head before the barrier surged, expanding outward to meet the attack, creating 6 inches of golden light between All Might's palm and Izuku's temple. The impact sent vibrations through the shield, through Izuku's body, but no pain. No injury. All Might pulled back, grinning. Excellent. Your quirk reacted before you did. That's the mark of a true defensive ability, one that doesn't wait for permission. But you were testing me, Izuku said. You weren't actually trying to hurt me. Your quirk doesn't know that. It only knows a threat approached someone it's programmed to protect. All Might circled him slowly, analyzing. Which raises interesting questions about discernment. Can it distinguish between genuine danger and training exercises? Between accidents and attacks? Between someone who means harm and someone who's simply careless? The barrier flickered. Izuku felt confusion ripple through it, a strange sensation, like his own emotions but not his own, separate and questioning. The gold dimmed slightly, then brightened again as All Might continued circling. It's learning, Izuku breathed. It's watching you. Trying to figure out if you're a threat. Fascinating. All Might stopped moving. Most quirks don't show that level of adaptive intelligence. Yours seems to have a rudimentary awareness of its own, not sentient, but responsive. Like a guard dog that learns who belongs and who doesn't. He extended his hand slowly, palm up, fingers relaxed. Tell your quirk I'm safe. Tell it I'm here to help you, not hurt you. Izuku closed his eyes. He thought about All Might's kindness at the hospital, his patience during the tests, his willingness to train a boy he'd met only weeks ago. He thought about the way the hero looked at him, not with pity, but with belief. He's safe asterisk, Izuku told his quirk. He's family now. He's ours, asterisk. The barrier pulsed once, a wave of warmth that felt almost like acknowledgement, then faded completely. All Might's eyes widened. You communicated with it. I think so. I explained, and it understood. Izuku pressed a hand to his chest, feeling the warmth recede but not disappear. It's still there, waiting, but it knows you're not a threat. In 20 years of hero work, I've never seen a quirk quite like this. All Might's voice held something Izuku couldn't identify, wonder, maybe. Or hope. Young Midoriya, do you understand what this means? Your quirk isn't just a shield. It's a partner. It learns. It adapts. It trusts. Izuku's eyes burned. He blinked rapidly, refusing to cry in front of his idol, and asked the question that had been haunting him since the hospital. Can it be strong enough? For UA. For real villains. All Might's expression shifted. The wonder faded, replaced by something heavier. That, he said slowly, is what we need to test today. The reactive speed is excellent. The adaptability is remarkable. But strength, raw, physical stopping power, requires something else entirely. He walked to a duffel bag in He corner and pulled out a device Izuku recognized from Hero News reports, an impact gauge, used to measure the force of quirks during training exercises. I'm going to hit you, All Might said. Not with full strength. I'd destroy this building and half the city block if I did that. But with increasing force, to see where your barrier fails. Are you willing? Izuku's heart hammered, but he nodded. The first hit was gentle. All Might's palm connected with the barrier at maybe 5% of his power. A tap, really, the kind of force that wouldn't bruise a child. The barrier absorbed it without visible change, without any feedback to Izuku's body. Notice anything? All Might asked. It didn't feel like anything. I mean, I felt the impact through the shield, but it was muffled. Distant. Good. That means your quirk is handling energy dissipation effectively. Let's increase. 10%. The barrier flickered slightly at impact, then stabilized. Izuku felt a dull pressure, like someone pressing a hand against his chest through thick padding. 15%. The pressure sharpened into something uncomfortable. Not pain, not yet, but presence. A reminder that force was being applied, that his quirk was working, that nothing came without cost. 20%. Izuku's breath caught as the impact sent a jolt through his entire body. His teeth clicked together, his vision blurred for half a second. But the barrier held, golden and unwavering, and when he looked down at himself, he saw tiny cracks racing across its surface, hairline fracture. That sealed themselves almost instantly. It's healing, All Might observed. Self-repair capability. That's rare even among defensive quirks. Most barriers are static. Once they break, they're done until reformed. Yours is actively maintaining itself. How much more can it take? That's what we're about to find out. 25%. The impact hurt. Izuku stumbled backward, feet skidding on the mats, as the barrier screamed in protest. Cracks spiderwebbed across its entire surface faster than it could repair them. For one terrifying second, he saw through to his own skin, then the gold surged, filled the cracks. Held, but his knees buckled. Young Midoriya, All Might caught him before he hit the ground. Are you all right? I'm fine. The words came out wheezed, desperate. I'm fine. Keep going. I need to know. We need to know your limits, yes. But we also need to respect them. All Might lowered him to a seated position. That was 25% of my power at its most gentle application. For context, most professional heroes would be unconscious after a hit like that. You're still awake, still talking, still trying. Izuku's hands were shaking, not from fear, from effort. His quirk pulsed inside him like a second heartbeat, demanding resources he didn't know he had. He could feel it drawing on something. Stamina, maybe, or something deeper, to maintain its integrity. Every crack it healed cost him. Every second it held cost him. But it held. You felt that, didn't you? All Might's voice was quiet. The strain. Your quirk isn't free. Nothing worthwhile ever is. Every barrier you create, every attack you block, it's pulling from your body's reserves. And if you push too far, I'll collapse. Or worse, some quirks can kill their users through exhaustion. Your heart could stop. Your brain could shut down. The body has limits, young Midoriya, and your quirk doesn't care about them. It only cares about protecting whoever you've deemed worthy. Izuku looked at his hands. Still shaking, still wanting. Then I need to get stronger, he said. Stronger body, stronger limits, so my quirk has more to work with. So I can protect more people for longer. All Might stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed. Not the media laugh, but something genuine and warm and slightly broken. You remind me of someone, he said. Someone who also refused to accept limits. Someone who paid for that refusal in ways he never expected. He placed a massive hand on Izuku's shoulder. Train smart, young Midoriya. Train hard. But never forget, the goal isn't to sacrifice yourself. The goal is to be there tomorrow, and the next day, and the next, still standing, still protecting, still alive. The next 2 weeks blurred into a routine of agony and discovery. Mornings, physical training with a regimen All Might designed. Running, lifting, conditioning that left Izuku vomiting into trash cans and crying in the shower. Afternoons, quirk exercises, testing limits, mapping capabilities, learning the strange language of his power. Evenings, collapsing into bed while his mother brought him protein shakes. And ice packs and worried eyes that asked questions he couldn't answer yet. But between the pain, the discoveries came. Discovery 1. His quirk's reaction time was essentially instant. They test it with paintballs fired from hidden launchers, with surprise attacks from All Might, with simulated threats that appeared without warning. Every time, the barrier appeared before the threat connected. Every time, Izuku remained unharmed. Your quirk operates on pure reflex, All Might concluded. It bypasses your visual processing, your conscious decision-making, even your pain response. The moment something registers as a threat to someone you're protecting, the barrier activates, faster than your own nervous system can react. Izuku struggled for words. That's amazing. It's also terrifying, because it means your quirk decides what counts as a threat, not you. Discovery 2. His quirk could protect multiple people simultaneously, but the strain multiplied. They tested this with mannequins arranged around the gym. First 1, then 2, then 4, then 8. Izuku focused on protecting them all, imagining threats approaching each one, and felt his quirk stretch like taffy across the space. 1 mannequin, easy, barely any strain. 2 mannequins, noticeable fatigue. His breathing quickened. 4 mannequins, his vision blurred at the edges. Sweat poured down his face. 8 mannequins, the barriers flickered, weakened, failed, and Izuku hit the ground like a puppet with cut strings. Too many, he gasped, face pressed to the mats. I can't, there's too many. You're trying to protect them all equally, All Might observed, helping him sit up. But your quirk doesn't work that way. Remember what the doctors said. The strength scales with emotional attachment. You don't care about those mannequins. You're forcing your quirk to treat them as worthy of protection, and it's obeying, but it's fighting you the whole way. So I need to care about people to protect them well. Or you need to accept that strangers will get weaker barriers than loved ones. That's not a failure, young Midoriya. That's physics. You can't pour infinite energy into infinite shields. You have to prioritize. Izuku hated that answer, but he understood it. Discovery 3. The barriers could be shaped, but only with intense focus. This came accidentally. All Might had been demonstrating a fighting stance when Izuku's attention wandered, just for a second, to a water bottle on the floor. In that moment, a flicker of thought crossed his mind. What if the barrier was smaller? What if it only covered my chest? And the barrier changed. The full-body shield compressed into a golden plate over his sternum, leaving his arms and legs exposed. It was thinner there, more concentrated, and when All Might tapped it experimentally, the force absorbed felt stronger than before. I concentrated it, Izuku breathed. I made it smaller and it got stronger, because you're not wasting energy protecting areas that don't need it. All Might's eyes gleamed. Young Midoriya, do you realize what this means? You're not limited to one shape. You can design your defenses based on the situation. They spent the rest of that day experimenting. Domes for group protection, walls for directional defense, skin-tight layers for mobility, concentrated plates for maximum strength. Each shape required different mental focus, different emotional states, different intentions. Izuku discovered that his quirk responded not to words, but to feelings, the desire to shelter, to block, to guard, to endure. By evening, he could switch between 3 shapes without conscious thought. By the end of the week, he could maintain 2 shapes simultaneously, a dome around himself and a wall in front of All Might, for nearly 30 seconds before collapsing. You're progressing faster than I dared hope, All Might admitted. Most heroes spend years learning the basics of their quirks. You've mastered fundamentals in weeks. It doesn't feel like mastery, Izuku mumbled, face down on the mats. It feels like drowning. That's because you are still fighting your quirk instead of flowing with it. You're trying to control something that wants to be understood. All Might crouched beside him. Your quirk isn't a tool, young Midoriya. It's an extension of your heart. The more you trust it, the more it trusts you. The more you love, the stronger it becomes. Izuku turned his head to look at his mentor. I don't understand. You will. All Might stood, offering a hand. But first, dinner. Your mother called. She's worried you're not eating enough. That night, Izuku lay in bed staring at the ceiling. His body ached in places he didn't know could ache. His quirk pulsed gently in his chest, warm and satisfied, like a cat that had been fed. Outside his window, the city hummed with nightlife, cars and conversations and the distant wail of sirens. Someone out there needs help right now. The thought came unbidden, unwanted. Because if someone needed help, Izuku's quirk would want to respond. Would strain toward them like a plant toward sunlight. Would demand that he move, act, protect. But he couldn't protect everyone. He couldn't even protect 8 mannequins. Prioritize, he whispered to the darkness. I have to prioritize. His phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Hi Izuku. This is Eri, the little girl from the beach. Mom said I shouldn't bother you, but I wanted to say thank you again. You were really brave. I hope you're okay. Can we be friends? Izuku stared at the message. Then he smiled, a real smile, the kind that hurt his cheeks, and typed back, I'd love to be friends. The warmth in his chest bloomed brighter. And somewhere in the back of his mind, he felt his quirk learn something new. Not a shape or a technique, but a name. A face. A small girl with big eyes who thought he was brave. Eri. His quirk wrapped around the name like a treasure. She's ours now it seemed to say. We'll protect her too. The next morning, All Might arrived with news. UA has announced their entrance exam date, he said, holding up a flyer. 2 months from today, which means we have 8 weeks to get you ready. Izuku's stomach dropped. 8 weeks, but I just got my quirk. I don't know how to fight. I can't even protect more than 4 people. You can protect the people you care about. You can react faster than any villain can attack. Shape your barriers to match any situation. All Might knelt to meet his eyes. Young Midoriya, I've trained hundreds of heroes. Most of them come to UA with years of experience and finely honed quirks. And most of them fail the entrance exam because they lack one thing you have in abundance. What's that? Instinct. All Might tapped Izuku's chest, right where his quirk pulsed warmest. Your first reaction to danger is to protect. Not to fight, not to flee, not to freeze, to protect. That's not something you can teach. That's something you're born with. Izuku's eyes burned. But the exam requires combat. He protested. Fighting robots. Defeating enemies. My quirk is defensive. Your quirk is whatever you make it. All Might stood. Today, we start training something new. Not stronger barriers. Not faster reactions. Something more important. What? How to protect without a shield. They stood in the gym, facing each other. All Might held a training baton, padded, harmless, but intimidating in his massive hand. The entrance exam isn't just about surviving, he explained. It's about rescuing, about proving you can help people in danger. And sometimes, helping someone means drawing attention away from them, means becoming the target so they can escape. You want me to let you hit me. I want you to learn the difference between protecting yourself and protecting others. Because your quirk, for all its power, is fundamentally selfish. It protects who you care about. It reacts to threats you perceive. But what about people you don't see? What about threats you don't notice until it's too late? All Might raised the baton. A hero's greatest weapon isn't their quirk. It's their awareness, their ability to see danger before it strikes, to position themselves between harm and the helpless. Your quirk can block anything, but only if you know where to stand. He swung. Izuku dodged, barely, stumbling sideways as the baton whistled past his ear. Better, but you're still reacting to me. I want you reacting to the space behind you. The hypothetical civilian, the person who can't dodge. Another swing, another dodge. You're thinking too much. Your body knows where to move. Trust it. Swing, dodge, swing, dodge. Sweat poured down Izuku's face. His muscles screamed. But slowly, gradually, something shifted. He stopped watching All Might's baton and started watching All Might's eyes. The way they shifted before each swing. The tells that predicted the attack. You're learning. All Might grinned. Now let's add your quirk. The next swing came faster. Too fast to dodge. Izuku's barrier erupted instinctively, gold flashing between him and the baton. But this time, instead of blocking, the barrier redirected, angling the baton away from Izuku's body, sending it harmlessly past. What? You shaped it without thinking. Gave it an angle instead of a wall. All Might's eyes were bright with excitement. Your quirk is evolving, young Midoriya. It's learning to use attacks instead of just stopping them. Izuku looked at his hands. The gold flickered, pleased with itself. I didn't even realize I was doing it. That's the point. Your quirk is becoming part of you, not a tool you wield, but an instinct you are. And instincts don't need conscious thought. They just act. By the end of the week, Izuku could do things that made All Might whistle in appreciation. He could angle barriers to deflect attacks into walls. He could create cushions that caught falling objects without breaking them. He could extend shields around other people without losing protection for himself, as long as he cared about them enough. The strain was still there. The limits were still real. But every day, the limits stretched a little further. Every day, Izuku grew a little stronger. And every night, he texted Eri. She told him about her day, about the cat she'd fed behind her apartment, about the picture she'd drawn of him with a cape, about how her mom smiled more now because they weren't scared anymore. She called him her hero. She asked if he was eating enough. She said she believed in him. Each message fed something in Izuku's chest. Each message made his quirk hum with warmth. This asterisk, he realized, is what All Might meant. The more I love, the stronger I become. Asterisk. It wasn't just about Eri. It was about his mother, who left notes in his lunch every day. About All Might, who believed in him when no one else did. About the nameless people he passed on the street, the ones he didn't know but wanted to protect anyway. His quirk responded to all of them. Not equally, never equally, but enough. Enough that he could feel them, all the time. Lee. Key distant stars in a constellation of care. Each one a point of light. Each one a reason to keep going. 2 weeks before the entrance exam, All Might gave him a new challenge. Protect me, he said. For 1 full minute. With everything you have, Izuku blinked. Protect you. But you're the strongest hero in the world. I'm also human. I have limits you don't know about. And someday, I might need protecting. All Might's voice held something heavy, something ancient. When that day comes, I want to know you're ready. Izuku didn't ask what limits. Didn't ask why. He just nodded, and stood, and faced his mentor. And when All Might attacked, not gently this time, not training mode, but with real power behind each blow, Izuku's quirk screamed. The barrier that erupted between them wasn't gold. It was white, blazing, incandescent white, so bright it hurt to look at. It caught All Might's fist and held, not cracking, not flickering, not failing. Just holding, just protecting. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. All Might's eyes went wide. Young Midoriya. Izuku couldn't hear him, couldn't hear anything over the roar of his quirk, the pounding of his heart, the impossible warmth flooding every cell of his body. He was protecting All Might. He was protecting the symbol of peace. He was doing what he'd dreamed of since he was 4 years old. 4 seconds. 5, 6. The strain hit like a truck. Izuku's knees buckled. His vision tunneled. The white barrier flickered, dimmed, cracked, and he felt each crack like a wound in his own flesh. But he didn't stop. Couldn't stop. Wouldn't stop. Protect him, protect him, protect him. Young Midoriya, stop. All Might's voice broke through the haze. Izuku's concentration shattered. The barrier dissolved. He collapsed. And the last thing he saw before darkness took him was All Might's face. Not triumphant, not impressed, but terrified. Dash dash dash. He woke in a hospital bed. Again, but this time, his mother was there. And All Might, and a doctor with a grim expression and a tablet full of scans. Your quirk nearly killed you, the doctor said flatly. The strain on your cardiovascular system was extreme. Another few seconds and you would have suffered a heart attack. Izuku's mouth opened, closed, opened again. But I was just protecting. You were protecting someone you care about deeply. That made your quirk stronger. Stronger than your body could handle. The doctor sighed. Young man, your quirk doesn't have an off switch. It will push until you break, because it values protection over your survival. You need to learn to value your own survival more. All Might stepped forward. He's right, I should never have asked that of you. Not yet. Not when you're still learning your limits. His voice was rough. Young Midoriya, I'm sorry. Izuku shook his head. No, the word came out stronger than he expected. No, don't apologize. I learned something important. What? Izuku looked at his hands. They were shaking. They were weak. They were alive. I learned that I can protect you. That my quirk, at full strength, can stand against even the symbol of peace. T's not something to be afraid of. That's something to train for. He met All Might's eyes. I just need to get strong enough to survive my own power. The room went quiet. Then his mother started crying. Then All Might started laughing. That genuine, broken laugh that Izuku was starting to recognize as the real him. Young Midoriya, he said, you're going to be an incredible hero. Izuku smiled. And somewhere in his chest, his quirk pulsed with quiet pride. We protected him it seemed to say. We protected our family, next time, we'll survive to do it again, dash dash dash. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 The emotional trigger, dash dash dash. The rehabilitation took 3 days. 3 days of hospital food, concerned doctors, and his mother's trembling hands bringing him juice cups. Rye-hour-like liquid could somehow undo what his quirk had done to itself. 3 days of All Might visiting between patrols, face drawn with guilt he couldn't quite hide. 3 days of Izuku staring at the ceiling and thinking about white light. I protected him. The thought should have felt like victory. Instead, it felt like a warning. On the 4th day, a new doctor arrived. Younger than the others, with sharp eyes and a notebook already half filled with observations. She introduced herself as Dr. Kobayashi, a quirk specialist from Musutafu General's Research Division. Your case is unusual, she said without preamble. Most empathetic quirks have built-in limiters, subconscious brakes that prevent users from harming themselves. Yours appears to lack those entirely. Izuku sat up straighter. Is that bad? It's dangerous. Your quirk's strength scales with emotional attachment, which means the people you love most are the ones who can inadvertently push you to self-destruction. She flipped through her notes. During the incident with All Might, your heart rate exceeded 200 beats per minute. Your blood pressure spiked to levels that should have caused a stroke. And yet your quirk continued drawing resources, continued demanding *more, right up until the moment you lost consciousness. Izuku's hands tightened on the bedsheet. I didn't feel it, he admitted. I mean, I felt something, pressure, warmth, but not pain. Not danger, because your quirk was masking those signals. Protecting you from the awareness of your own limits so you could continue protecting others. Dr. Kobayashi's expression softened slightly. It's remarkably devoted to you, in its way. Fiercely loyal, but loyalty without wisdom is just another form of danger. She pulled out a consent form. I'd like to run some controlled tests. Map the exact relationship between your emotional state and your quirk's output. Find the thresholds where protection becomes self-harm. She paused. It won't be pleasant. We'll need to trigger genuine emotional responses. Fear, attachment, protective instinct, while monitoring your physical limits. But if we succeed, you'll understand your quirk better than anyone ever has. Izuku looked at the form. Then he looked at his mother, who was already crying. Then he signed. The tests took a week. Dr. Kobayashi was thorough, methodical, and utterly merciless in her pursuit of data. Day 1. Baseline measurements. Izuku sat in a sterile room while senses tracked his heart rate, brain activity, quirk output. He thought about neutral things, weather, math problems, the texture of the hospital gown, and watched monitors display flat lines and minimal readings. Your quirk is dormant when you're not emotionally engaged. Drive. Kobayashi observed. That's good. It means you're not constantly draining energy just by existing. Day 2. Mild attachment. They brought in his mother. Inko sat in a chair across the room, reading a magazine, while Izuku watched her through one-way glass. The moment he focused on her, really focused, letting himself feel how much he loved her, the monitors jumped. His quirk output tripled. His heart rate elevated. Fascinating. Drive. Kobayashi murmured. Merely looking at someone you love triggers a protective response. Your quirk is constantly evaluating threats to her, even when none exist. Can you turn that off? Izuku asked. No, but you can learn to manage it. Right now, your quirk is like a guard dog that barks at every passing car. We need to teach it which sounds are actually threats. Day 3. Simulated danger. They showed Izuku videos, generic disaster footage, villain attacks, accidents. His reactions were mild. His quirk responded, but weakly, the way it might to a stranger in need. Then they showed him videos with his mother digitally inserted into the danger. The monitors screamed. Izuku's barrier erupted without warning, gold, flaring so bright the observation room lights dimmed in comparison. His heart rate hit 180 in seconds. His blood pressure skyrocketed, and through it all, he didn't move, didn't speak, didn't even breathe. Just stared at the screen with eyes that had stopped seeing anything except the woman he loved in peril. Terminate the simulation. Drive. Kobayashi ordered. The screens went dark. Izuku's barrier held for 3 more seconds, then collapsed. He slumped in his chair, gasping, sweat pouring down his face. That, the doctor said quietly, is a 200% increase in output. Compared to the stranger danger videos. The same threat, the same situation, but because it was your mother *, your quirk treated it as catastrophically worse. Izuku couldn't speak, could barely think, but he understood. His quirk didn't just scale with attachment. It multiplied, exponentially. The closer someone was to his heart, the more his power treated any threat to them as an extinction-level event. Day 4. Multiple attachments. They brought in photos. His mother, yes, but also All Might, also Eri, the little girl from the beach, whose face now lived somewhere deep in Izuku's chest. Also classmates he'd barely spoken to, teachers he'd forgotten, strangers he'd passed on the street. Each image triggered a response. Each response had a magnitude. The data formed a map, a constellation of care with Izuku at the center. His mother burned brightest, a sun of protective instinct. All Might and Eri blazed as secondary stars. Then fainter lights, dimmer connections, peep. He wished he could protect but didn't love. You have an unusual capacity for attachment. Drive. Kobayashi noted. Most people's emotional maps are smaller. more concentrated. Yours keeps expanding, reaching toward everyone you meet. Is that bad? Not bad, but it means your potential vulnerabilities are vast. Every person you care about is a lever someone could use against you. She paused. Villains will notice this. They'll exploit it. Are you prepared for that? Izuku thought about the question. He thought about all those points of light in his chest, his mother, his mentor, a little girl who called him hero. He thought about what it would feel like to watch them suffer because of him. To know his love had become a weapon in someone else's hands. No, he admitted, but I'll learn. Day 5. The breaking point. Dr. Kobayashi saved this test for last, and Izuku understood why when he saw the setup. A medical bed, restraints, a team of specialists with emergency equipment standing by. We need to find your absolute limit, she explained. The point where your quirk's demand exceeds your body's supply. We'll monitor every second, and we'll stop well before permanent damage occurs. But you need to know this number. You need to feel it coming. Izuku nodded. He lay on the bed. The restraints weren't necessary. He wouldn't fight, but they were standard protocol for tests like this. Safety first. Trigger, drive, Kobayashi said. They brought up the image. His mother, in danger. The same simulation they'd used before, but this time they didn't stop it. This time, they let it play. Izuku's quirk ignited. White gold light flooded the room. The monitors screamed. His heart raced, his blood pressure spiked, his body burned through resources like a star consuming itself. And through it all, he watched the screen, watched his mother in peril, watched the threat approach her again and again and again. Protect her, protect her, protect her. The alarms changed pitch. His oxygen saturation is dropping. Pulse 220 and climbing. Brain activity shows distress signals. He's entering shock. Terminate the simulation. The screens died. Izuku's barrier flickered, dimmed, held for one impossible second longer, then shattered like glass. He gasped, chest heaving, vision swimming. His heart hammered irregularly. His limbs wouldn't move. 43 seconds. Drive. Kobayashi said. Her voice was calm, but her hands shook as she reviewed the data. At full emotional engagement, your quirk can sustain maximum output for 40 THR. Seconds before your body begins to fail. After that, I die. Izuku's voice was barely a whisper. If I love someone too much, protecting them will kill me. Not if you learn to manage it. Not if you train your body to handle more. Not if you build awareness, the ability to feel your limits approaching and pull back before they're reached. She knelt beside the bed. Izuku, listen to me. Your quirk isn't a death sentence. It's a challenge. It's asking you to become strong enough to survive your own heart. He stared at the ceiling. 43 seconds. That was all the time he had, at full power, before his love became lethal. 43 seconds to save the people who mattered most. I'll make them count asterisk, he promised himself. Every single one. Asterisk. The entrance exam was 3 weeks away. Izuku left the hospital with a binder full of data, a new respect for his own mortality, and a determination that burned hotter than any barrier he'd ever created. All Might met him outside. How bad? The hero asked quietly. 43 seconds. Izuku handed him the summary. That's my limit at full emotional output. After that, my body starts shutting down. All Might read in silence. When he finished, his face was pale beneath the smile. Young Midoriya, I know, it's dangerous, it's stupid, it's a weakness villains will exploit. Izuku met his eyes. But it's also my strength. Because those 43 seconds. When I'm protecting someone I love, nothing can get through. Nothing, not even you. All Might stared at him. Then, slowly, he smiled. Not the media grin, but something real and sad and proud. No, he agreed. Not even me. Training resumed with new urgency. Every morning, physical conditioning. Running, lifting, building the endurance his quirk would drain. Every afternoon, quirk exercises, pushing limits, finding edges. Every evening, studying, analyzing, preparing for the exam. But something had changed. Before the hospital, Izuku had trained with hope, with dreams, with the innocent belief that hard work would be enough. Now he trained with knowledge. Knowledge of exactly how his power worked. Of the precise relationship between love and strength. of the timer ticking in his chest every time he thought about the people he'd died to protect. You're different, All Might observed one afternoon. More focused, less dreamy. I know what I'm capable of now. What it costs. Izuku wiped sweat from his forehead. I can't afford to waste time pretending I'm invincible. I'm not. I'm fragile. But I am also fast. Faster than any villain. Because my quirk reacts before I do. And I'm strong. Stronger than anyone expects. Because love makes me stronger than logic should allow. All Might nodded slowly. And the 43 seconds. I'll make them count. Izuku's voice was steel. And then I'll train until 43 becomes 44. 44 becomes 45. Until my love doesn't kill me. It just makes me more. Quote, .. 2 weeks before the exam, Izuku met Eri again. She was waiting outside his apartment with her mother, clutching a drawing in small hands. When she saw him, her face lit up like sunrise. Izuku. She ran to him. He caught her automatically, lifting her easily. His body had grown stronger these past months, though he barely noticed anymore, and shush. He wrapped her arms around his neck with desperate trust. I made you a picture, she whispered. For good luck at your test. He looked at the drawing. Crayon figures, Eri, small and smiling. Her mother, taller, also smiling. And in front of them, larger than anything else, a boy with green hair and a gold shield wrapped around them all like wings. That's you, Eri said. You're our angel. Izuku's chest exploded with warmth. Not pain, not the burning strain of overuse, but something else. Something deeper. His quirk surged, wrapped around Eri's name, added her to that constellation of care with a brightness that rivaled even his mother. She's ours asterisk, it seemed to sing. We'll protect her forever, asterisk. I love it, Izuku managed. His voice cracked. Eri, I love it so much. Her mother approached, eyes wet. Izuku, I can't thank you enough for what you did. We're moving next week, to a city with better protection for people with rare quirks. But Eri insisted on saying goodbye. On giving you this. Moving, asterisk. The word hit like a blow. Izuku looked at Eri. At her trusting eyes, her hopeful smile, her small hand still clutching his shirt, and felt something crack inside him. Not his quirk. Something softer. Something that hadn't broken in years. You're leaving. Just to another city. Not far. Her mother squeezed his arm. But Eri wanted you to know. She'll never forget you. Neither will I. Eri tugged his shirt. Will you visit? When you're a hero. Will you come save us if we need you? Izuku knelt to her level. Eri, he said, and his voice held everything. All the love, all the fear. All the desperate need to protect that lived in his chest. I will always come. No matter where you are. No matter what danger finds you. I will find you, and I will keep you safe. I promise. She beamed. And somewhere in Izuku's chest, his quirk added another 43 seconds to its countdown. That night, he couldn't sleep. He lay in bed staring at Eri's drawing, tracing the gold shield with his finger. His quirk pulsed gently, contentedly, basking in the warmth of a new attachment. Is this what it feels like? He wondered. To have a heart so full it might burst. Asterisk. His phone buzzed. All Might, tomorrow, we test your emotional scaling in combat. Real combat. Bring everything you have. Asterisk. Izuku typed back. I will. Asterisk. Then he set the phone aside and looked at the ceiling. 43 seconds. That's how long he could protect at full power. That's how long he could shield the people he loved before his body gave out. But tonight, staring at Eri's drawing, he realized something. 43 seconds wasn't a limit. It was a challenge. And Izuku Midoriya had never backed down from a challenge in his life. The next morning's training was different. All Might waited in the gym with an expression Izuku had never seen before. Something between determination and dread. Young Midoriya, he said, today we're going to test something dangerous. Your emotional scaling in a live combat scenario. Which means I need you to genuinely believe I'm a threat to someone you love. Izuku's blood went cold. What? Not permanently. Not really. But for the duration of this exercise, you need to feel like I'm about to hurt your mother. Or Eri. Or anyone else in your constellation. All Might's voice was gentle, but his eyes were hard. Your quirk responds to perception, not reality. If you think asterisk I'm a threat, Your barriers will treat me as one. That's cruel. Yes, it is. And villains will be crueler. All Might stepped forward. I need to know how you fight when your loved ones are in danger. I need to know if you can still think. Still move. Still choose instead of just reacting. Izuku's hands shook, but he nodded. Who? He asked. Who do you want me to imagine? All Might considered. Eri. She's new in your heart. Fresh attachment, strong but untested. And she's vulnerable in ways your mother isn't. A child. Innocent. Easy to fear for. Izuku's chest tightened. Eri. Asterisk. Her face flashed through his mind. Her smile. Her drawing. Her voice saying you're our angel. I understand, he whispered. Then let's begin. All Might moved. Not slowly, not gently, but with genuine speed, genuine power, the kind that had made him the symbol of peace for decades. He crossed the gym in less than a second, hand reaching towards something Izuku couldn't see, and in that moment, Izuku's world ignited. The barrier that erupted wasn't gold, wasn't white, it was colorless, pure, perfect light so bright it erased everything else. It caught All Might's hand an inch from an imaginary area and held. Not cracking, not flickering, just holding, immovable, eternal. Don't touch her. Izuku didn't recognize his own voice. It came from somewhere deeper than his throat, somewhere in the primal core of him, the part that had evolved over millions of years to protect the young at any cost. All Might pulled back, circled, attacked from another angle. The barrier flowed, reshaping instantly, meeting each strike, never failing. Izuku moved with it, around it, through it, his body responding to threats he couldn't see but his quirk could feel. You're not thinking, All Might observed, striking again. You're not even seeing. Your quirk is fighting for you. Protect her, protect her, protect her. The words echoed in Izuku's skull, drowning everything else. His heart hammered. His blood burned. His vision narrowed to a single point. The space between All Might and the child who existed only in his imagination. 20 seconds. 30. 40. The colorless barrier flickered. Number. Asterisk. Izuku felt the strain now. The familiar ache, the warning signs drive. Kobayashi had taught him to recognize. His body was failing. His quirk was demanding more than he had to give. But Eri was still in danger. 42 seconds. 43. I promised asterisk, Izuku thought. I promised I'd always come. Asterisk. 44 seconds. The barrier didn't break. It shifted. Instead of a wall, it became a cage, wrapping around All Might, sealing him in place, immobilizing him completely. The symbol of peace struggled against it, and for one impossible moment, the barrier held. Then Izuku's vision went black. He woke to All Might's face hovering above him. Young Midoriya. The hero's voice was rough. You pushed past your limit. By choice. Do you understand how dangerous that was? Izuku blinked. Eri. Safe. She was never in danger. You know that. All Might's hands were shaking. But your quirk didn't care. It found a new way to protect. Not just blocking, but containing, and it kept going even after your body gave out. 44 seconds. Izuku had survived 44 seconds. You broke your own limit, All Might whispered. Not through training, through love, through refusing to accept that you couldn't protect her. Izuku tried to smile. I told her I'd always come. You'll kill yourself trying. Maybe. Izuku closed his eyes. But not today. The exam was 1 week away. Izuku spent that week not training harder, but training smarter. Learning to recognize the signs of his body failing. Learning to moderate his output. To give 80% when 100% wasn't necessary. Learning that protecting didn't always mean blocking. Sometimes it meant dodging. Distracting, surviving. His quirk learned too. It learned to listen when he whispered not yet. It learned to hold back when he signaled save strength. It learned that love wasn't about dying for someone. It was about living for them, about being there tomorrow and the next day and the next. By the night before the exam, Izuku stood on his apartment balcony looking at the stars. His mother was inside, packing his lunch for tomorrow. All Might was out patrolling, but he texted good luck. Eri was in her new city, probably sleeping, probably dreaming of angels with green hair and gold shields. His quirk pulsed gently in his chest. Content. Ready. Trusting. Tomorrow, Izuku whispered to the night, I become a hero. Or I fail trying. The stars didn't answer, but somewhere in the darkness, a voice, his own, his quirks, whispered back, "We'll protect 'em all, together." Asterisk. Dash dash dash. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 UA's assessment. Dash dash dash. The morning of the UA entrance exam arrived grey and heavy, clouds pressing against the sky like the weight in Izuku's chest. He'd barely slept, not from nerves, though those were certainly present, but from something else. Something that had kept him awake since 3 a.m., staring at the ceiling, feeling his quirk pulse with restless energy. It knew today was important. It knew today would determine everything. "We'll protect 'em all." Asterisk. It had whispered in the darkness. "But first, we have to prove we can." Asterisk. His mother's voice floated from the kitchen. "Izuku, breakfast." He found her standing over the stove, making more food than 2 people could possibly eat. Eggs, rice, fish, miso soup, fruit, a feast that spoke of love and worry in equal measure. When she turned to look at him, her eyes were bright with unshed tears. "Eat," she commanded. "All of it. You'll need energy." Izuku sat. He ate, not because he was hungry. His stomach churned too much for that, but because refusing would hurt her. And hurting his mother was the last thing he wanted. "Did you pack everything?" she asked for the 3rd time. "Your pencils, your ID, the snacks." "Mom." He caught her hand as she reached for the kettle again. "Mom, it's okay. I'm ready." She stopped. For a long moment, she just looked at him, really looked, the way mothers do when they're memorizing their children. Then she pulled him into a hug so tight it squeezed the air from his lungs. "My brave boy," she whispered. "My brave, brave boy." Izuku hugged her back, and for one perfect moment, the fear didn't matter. The exam didn't matter. The 43 seconds didn't matter. All that mattered was this: his mother's arms around him, her love wrapping him like the first shield he'd ever known. Dash dash dash. The train to UA was crowded. Izuku stood pressed against the door, clutching his bag, watching the city blur past. Other students filled the carriage, some in hero course uniforms, some in casual clothes. All radiating the same nervous energy he felt. They checked their phones, adjusted their ties, stared out windows with expressions of determined dread. A boy beside him was muttering under his breath. "Practical exam at 9, written at 11, results in 2 weeks, please let me pass, please let me pass, please." Izuku recognized the ritual. He'd done it himself 1,000 times before exams. But today, he couldn't bring himself to join in. Today, he was too busy feeling. His quirk had expanded since the hospital. Not in power, that was still growing, but in awareness. It reached toward every person on this train, evaluating them, categorizing them. Strangers, mostly. People he didn't know, didn't love, couldn't protect. But some of them felt familiar. Not in memory. Izuku had never seen these faces before. But in something deeper, something his quirk recognized as like us. Other protectors, other hearts built to shield. One caught his eye, a girl with brown hair and pink cheeks, clutching the overhead strap with white-knuckled determination. She was staring at her reflection in the window, lips moving silently, and Izuku's quirk hummed asterisk when he looked at her. Friend asterisk. It seemed to suggest potential family asterisk. He looked away quickly, face burning. "You can't just decide people are family asterisk," he scolded his quirk. "That's not how it works asterisk." But the warmth lingered, and when the girl glanced his way, he found himself smiling without meaning to. She blinked, surprised, then smiled back, small and uncertain, before the train announced their arrival at UA Station. Dash dash dash. The gate was everything Izuku had imagined and more. Towering, imposing, carved with the university's crest, it looked less like a school entrance and more like the doorway to another world. Students streamed through it in waves, their voices hushed with awe. Above them, the main building loomed, all glass and steel and impossible architecture. Izuku stood frozen for 3 full seconds. "I'm here asterisk," he thought. "I'm actually here asterisk." His quirk pulsed excitedly, reaching toward the building like a plant toward sunlight. It could feel something inside. Power, yes, but also purpose. The same purpose that had driven Izuku since he was 4 years old. "Heroes asterisk," his quirk whispered. "So many heroes asterisk. First time The voice came from beside him. Izuku turned to find a boy his age with glasses so sharp they could probably cut paper. He stood ramrod straight, every inch of him radiating discipline and intensity. Yes, Izuku managed. First time. Then I wish you luck. The boy bowed precisely. May your efforts today be rewarded. Before Izuku could respond, the boy strode through the gate with military precision, leaving a trail of intimidated students in his wake. Definitely a hero type asterisk, Izuku thought. Probably related to someone famous. Asterisk. His quirk hummed agreement. The written exam passed in a blur. Izuku had prepared for this. Months of study, of practice tests, of late nights with All Might quizzing him on hero lore and ethics. But none of that mattered when the proctor called time and his pencil finally stopped moving. He'd answered everything. Whether he'd answered correctly asterisk was another question entirely. 1 hour break, the proctor announced. Then report to ground beta for the practical examination. Ground beta, the combat zone. Izuku's stomach flipped. He found a quiet corner in the cafeteria, away from the crowds of nervous students, and pulled out the snack his mother had packed. Onigiri, carefully wrapped, with a note tucked inside. You can do this. I believe in you. Love, Mom. Asterisk. He ate slowly, deliberately, letting the familiar taste ground him. His quirk was restless. It could feel the other examinees gathering. Hundreds of them, each with their own quirks, their own dreams, their own desperate need to prove themselves. It reached toward them, categorizing, evaluating, searching for threats and friends alike. Too many asterisk, it seemed to whisper. Can't protect everyone. Asterisk. I know, Izuku murmured around a mouthful of rice. That's not the goal today. The goal today was points. Rescue points. Specifically, though the official exam description only mentioned villain points. All Might had explained the truth during their final training session. UA didn't just want fighters. They wanted heroes. And heroes saved people. Midoriya. He looked up. The girl from the train stood there, tray in hand, looking uncertain. Up close, she was even more present. Her quirk energy buzzed against Izuku's senses like static electricity. You're the one who smiled at me on the train, she said. I'm Uraraka. Okako Uraraka. She shifted her tray. Can I sit here? Everywhere else is packed. Izuku nodded. Maybe too fast. Yes. I mean, please, sit. I'm Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. She sat, and for a moment they ate in comfortable silence. Then, you look nervous, she observed. Are you worried about the practical? A little. A lot. You. Terrified. She laughed, and the sound was so genuine, so human asterisk, that Izuku felt some of his tension ease. My quirk isn't really combat focused. I mean, I can make things float, but that's not exactly going to stop a robot. Izuku's quirk perked up. Not a threat asterisk, it decided. Friend. Protect. Asterisk. He pushed the thought away. What's your quirk? Quote. Zero gravity. She demonstrated, floating a piece of rice off her tray. Anything I touch with all 5 fingers loses its weight. But too much makes me sick. Motion sickness. Like being on a boat forever. She caught the rice in her mouth with practiced ease. What about you? What about me? Asterisk. Izuku hesitated. His quirk was complicated, personal, tied to emotions in ways most people's weren't. But something about Uraraka's open face made him want to be honest. It's protection-based, he said slowly. I create barriers. They get stronger when I care about someone. Uraraka's eyes widened. That's amazing. So you can shield people from attacks. Keep them safe. When it works, yeah. He didn't mention the 43 seconds. Didn't mention the hospital visits or the near-death experiences. It's still new. I only manifested a few months ago. Wait, she stared. You just got your quirk. And you're already taking the UA entrance exam. I've been training. A lot. Wow. She shook her head, impressed. That's really something, Midoriya. Most people would wait a year, get more practice. But you just went for it. Izuku's face warmed. I've wanted to be a hero my whole life. Even before I had a quirk. So when I finally got one, you couldn't wait. She smiled, and it was like sunlight. I get that. I really do. For a moment, they just looked at each other. Then the intercom crackled. All examinees report to ground beta. Practical examination begins in 20 minutes. Asterisk. Uraraka stood, offering her hand. Good luck, Midoriya. Maybe we'll end up in the same class. He took her hand, shook it, felt his quirk purr with approval. Yeah, he said. Maybe we will. Ground Beta was a city. Not a mock-up or a training ground. An actual city asterisk, with streets and buildings and vehicles and everything. Izuku stood at the entrance with hundreds of other students, staring at the urban landscape stretching before them. It's for disaster simulations, someone murmured. They rebuild it every year. A voice boomed from overhead. Examinees. Asterisk. Everyone looked up. Present Mike hovered on a platform above them, microphone in hand. Grin wide enough to split his face. Welcome to the UA practical examination. In a moment, you'll enter the simulated city and face 3 types of foe villains. 1-pointers, 2-pointers, and 3-pointers. Each destroyed grants you points based on difficulty. The crowd murmured nervously. But, Present Mike's voice cut through. That's not all. Cause this exam isn't just about fighting. It's about heroism. So keep your eyes open. You never know what might earn you extra points. Izuku's heart hammered. Rescue points. Just like All Might said. Asterisk. Any questions? Present Mike scanned the crowd. Good, because we're starting in 3. The gates began to open. 2. Izuku's quirk surged, reaching forward, feeling asterisk the city ahead. So many people, so many threats, so much to protect. 1. He ran. The city exploded into chaos. Robots of all sizes crashed through buildings, tore up streets, filled the air with smoke and noise. Examinees scattered in every direction, some charging toward the biggest targets, others hanging back to assess. Izuku did neither. He felt his quirk expanded like a net, casting across the battlefield, searching for something specific. Not robots, those were targets, not threats, not other examinees. They were competitors, not civilians. But somewhere in this chaos, there had to be. There, asterisk, a flicker of fear, human fear, not robotic, coming from an alley 2 blocks away. Izuku ran. His body moved on instinct now, weaving through debris, dodging combat zones, ignoring the robots that clanked past. His quirk guided him, pulled him, screamed at him to hurry. He rounded a corner and found her. A girl, another examinee, by her uniform, pinned beneath a collapsed wall. A 2-pointer robot was approaching, sensors locked on her struggling form. She saw it coming, saw death in its mechanical eyes. Screamed. Izuku's barrier erupted. Gold flared between the robot and the girl, catching its crushing blow and holding. The robot's arm crumpled against the shield, sparks flying, metal screeching. It tried again, failed again, turned to find another angle. Izuku was already there. Protect her asterisk. His quirk sang. Protect, protect, protect. He planted himself between the robot and the girl, barriers forming and reforming as the machine threw everything at him. Punches, lasers, attempts to circle around. Each one met gold. Each one failed. But the strain was building. Izuku felt it in his chest. The familiar ache, the warning signs. He'd been at full output for maybe 15 seconds. 25 more and he'd start to fail. Need to end this fast. Asterisk. He looked at the robot. Studied its movements. Remembered every analysis he'd ever done on mechanical opponents. Weak point. Joint at the neck. Poor rotation. Can't defend from behind. Asterisk. Izuku moved. Not away from the robot. Around it, staying just behind his barrier, using the shield as both protection and distraction. The robot followed him with its sensors, but its body was too slow, too predictable. 1 step, 2, 3, he was behind it, his barrier shaped, a wedge, sharp-edged, concentrating all his remaining power into a single point. He drove it into the robot's neck joint like a spear. The robot sparked, twitched, died. Asterisk. Izuku stumbled back, gasping, as the machine crashed to the ground. 18 seconds. He'd used 18 seconds. The girl stared at him from beneath the rubble. You saved me. Are you hurt? The words came out wheezed. Can you move? I think my leg's broken. I can't. Broken leg. Trapped. Needs help. Asterisk. Izuku's quirk surged again, but he held it back. Not yet. Not until he knew more. He assessed the rubble. Concrete slabs, Twisted rebar. Too heavy to lift normally. But maybe, can you make yourself lighter? He asked. Your quirk, can you use it on yourself? The girl blinked. Yes, I think so, but I'm not very good at it. Now, she touched her own chest with all 5 fingers. Her weight vanished. Izuku grabbed her arm and pulled. She slid out from under the rubble like a ghost, leaving the NC slabs resting where they'd fallen. He dragged her clear, set her down behind a relatively intact wall, and finally let himself breathe. 32 seconds. Stay here, he gasped. I'll find help. The girl's eyes were huge. But the exam? You're losing time. Doesn't matter. He was already moving, scanning for other examinees, other victims. You're safe. That's what matters. The next hour was a blur. Izuku found 7 more people in trouble. Trapped beneath rubble, cornered by robots, injured and alone. Each time, he protected them. Each time, he moved on. Each time, his quirk burned brighter and his body ached deeper. By the time the alarm sounded, exam complete. All examinees returned to trance. He could barely stand. He'd used his quirk 47 times. Total seconds of active protection, probably over 200. Total seconds at full output, maybe 90. 90 seconds asterisk, he thought as he limped toward the gate. I survived 90 seconds at full power. Asterisk. His body screamed protest at every step. His vision swam, but beneath the pain, beneath the exhaustion, something else stirred. We helped them asterisk, his quirk whispered. We saved them, all of them, asterisk. Yes asterisk, Izuku thought back. We did, asterisk. The examination hall was chaos. Examinees compared scores, rehashed battles, bragged about robot kills. Izuku found a wall and leaned against it, trying to remember how to breathe normally. Midoriya, Uraraka appeared beside him, face flushed with excitement. That was insane. Did you see that 3-pointer near the bank? It was huge. I tried to float it but I got too dizzy and she stopped, finally noticing his condition. Are you okay? You look terrible. I'm fine. He wasn't. Just tired. Tired. You look like you fought All Might and lost. She frowned. How many villain points did you get? Izuku realized he had no idea. He hadn't counted robot kills. Hadn't tracked anything except the people who needed help. For all he knew, his score was 0. I don't know, he admitted. I wasn't really paying attention. Uraraka stared at him. Then, slowly, she smiled. You were helping people, weren't you? The ones who got hurt. The ones the robots were attacking. Her voice was soft with understanding. That's why you look like this. Because you spent the whole exam saving instead of fighting. Izuku shrugged, embarrassed. It's what my quirk does. I can't really turn it off. That's not a weakness, Midoriya. She touched his arm gently. That's who you are. 2 weeks later, the letter arrived. Izuku held it in trembling hands, staring at the UA seal like it might explode. His mother hovered behind him, barely breathing. Even All Might had shown up, disguised as his skinny form, Toshi Noriyori, claiming he happened to be in the neighborhood. Open it, Inko whispered. Izuku, please open it. He opened it. A holographic projection burst from the paper. Present Mike's face, grinning wider than humanly possible. Midoriya Izuku. Asterisk the voice boomed. Congratulations. You have been accepted into the UA Hero course. Asterisk. Inko screamed. Izuku's legs gave out. But wait, Present Mike continued. There's more. Your exam results are unusual. Let's break them down. Asterisk. Numbers appeared in the air. Villain points, 0. Izuku's heart stopped. That's right, 0 villain points. You didn't destroy a single robot. Present Mike's grin somehow widened. But asterisk rescue points asterisk 78. Asterisk. The number hung in the air, glowing. The highest rescue point total in UA history. Beating the previous record by 32 points. Asterisk. Inko was crying. All Might, Toshinori, was smiling with something like wonder. The judges noted, this candidate ignored combat entirely to focus on protecting injured examinees. His actions directly saved 7 people from serious harm or death. His quirk, while still developing, shows extraordinary potential for defensive heroics. Most importantly, his instincts are those of a true hero. He protects first, asks questions later. We are proud to offer him a place in Class 1A. Asterisk. The projection faded. Izuku sat on the floor, letter clutched to his chest, tears streaming down his face. I did it, he whispered. I actually did it. His mother collapsed beside him, arms wrapping around him, sobbing into his hair. Twos. Hinori knelt and placed a hand on his shoulder, gentle, proud, believing. Young Midoriya, he said softly, welcome to UA. And somewhere in Izuku's chest, his quirk pulsed with quiet joy. We're going to be heroes asterisk. It seemed to say, we're going to protect 'em all. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 The burden of responsibility. Dash dash dash. The first day of UA arrived with the weight of 10,000 dreams pressing against Izuku's chest. He stood outside the towering gates, clutching his new uniform like it might dissolve if he let go. Other students streamed past, confident, laughing, already belonging, while he remained frozen on the sidewalk, unable to take the final step. This is real asterisk, he told himself. This is actually happening. Asterisk. His quirk pulsed nervously, reaching toward the school like a plant seeking sunlight. It could feel them inside. Hundreds of students, dozens of teachers, all that concentrated power and purpose. The sensation was overwhelming, intoxicating, terrifying. Young Midoriya. He turned. Toshinori stood behind him in his skinny form, sunken eyes warm with understanding. Nervous, terrified. Izuku's voice cracked. What if I don't belong here? What if everyone's better than me? What if you fail? Toshinori finished gently. Then you fail, and you learn, and you try again. He placed a bony hand on Izuku's shoulder. But you do belong here. The judges didn't give you those rescue points by accident. They saw what I've seen for months. A boy who protects first and asks questions later. That's not something you can fake. Izuku took a breath, then another. Okay, he whispered. Okay. He walked through the gates. Dash dash dash. Class 1A was chaos. Izuku stood in the doorway, staring at the scene before him. Students in various states of introduction. Some friendly, some standoffish, one asleep at his desk despite the early hour. The room buzzed with the energy of 24 powerful quirks crammed into one space. His own quirk screamed asterisk in response. Too many people, too many unknowns, too many potential threats to evaluate all at once. The protective instinct surged, reaching toward everyone, trying to categorize them. Failing because there were simply too many. You okay there? Izuku blinked. The girl from the exam, Uraraka, stood before him, concern in her brown eyes. You look like you're going to pass out, she observed. Green is not a good color on you right now. I'm fine. He wasn't. Just overwhelmed. She nodded, understanding. Yeah, it's a lot. But hey, we made it, right? We're actually here. She grinned. Come on, there's a seat next to me. She led him through the chaos, past a boy who seemed to be made of grape-shaped attachments, past a girl with earphone jacks dangling from her lobes, past a blonde who looked at Izuku with something like recognition and something else like challenge. They reached two empty desks near the window, and Izuku collapsed into his chair with relief. Better? Uraraka asked. Getting there. He closed his eyes, focusing on breathing, on calming his quirk, on reminding it that these weren't threats. They were classmates. Potential friends. People to protect, not fear. The door slammed open. Everyone looked up. A man in a sleeping bag lay in the doorway, half visible, holding a juice box. He regarded the class with bleary eyes and said, if you're here to socialize, leave. If you're here to learn, sit down and shut up. Izuku's quirk screamed again, not because the man was a threat, but because he was unknown. A variable, a person whose intentions couldn't be read, whose danger level couldn't be assessed. The protective instinct thrashed against this uncertainty, demanding answers it couldn't have. Breathe asterisk, Izuku told it. Just breathe. He's a teacher. He's safe. Asterisk. The man, Shota Aizawa, the attendance register later revealed, extracted himself from the sleeping bag with visible reluctance. His eyes, when they scanned the room, were tired but sharp. The kind of sharp that missed nothing. A quirk apprehension test, he announced. You've done these in middle school. Baseball throw, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, the usual. But at UA, we do things differently. He held up a device. Those with quirks that would give them unfair advantages in standard tests will have their scores adjusted accordingly. The class murmured. The highest total score gets to avoid expulsion on the first day. Silence. Just kidding. Aizawa's expression didn't change. But the lowest score will be expelled. Welcome to Hero Academia. The tests were brutal. Izuku watched his classmates unleash their quirks in ways that defied belief. Explosions that sent balls into orbit. Engines that ate up track distances in seconds. Creations that bent reality itself. Each performance drove home the same truth. He was surrounded by prodigies. By people who'd had their quirks their whole lives. By competition that made his late start seem laughable. But when his turn came, he didn't freeze. He couldn't, because every time he stepped up to perform, his quirk reached toward his classmates. Felt their expectations, their hopes, their belief that he belonged here, that he could do this. Don't let 'em down asterisk, it seemed to whisper. Protect their faith in you. Asterisk. The softball throw. Izuku gripped the ball, feeling its weight. Beside him, Aizawa watched with those tired, sharp eyes. You can use your quirk however you want, the teacher said. Just stay within the circle. Izuku closed his eyes. He thought about his quirk. About how it protected. About how it shaped itself to match his intentions. About how, in the exam, he'd used it to save people, not to throw balls, but maybe. What if I shield the ball? What if I wrap it in a barrier and launch it? Asterisk. He opened his eyes. The barrier formed around the ball, a thin gold layer, barely visible. Hugging its surface like a second skin. Izuku wound up and threw with everything he had. The ball soared, not impossibly far, not like Bakugo's explosion-enhanced throw, but farther than his raw strength could manage. The barrier carried it, extended its flight, gave it just enough extra distance to matter. The device read, 67 meters. Not impressive by UA standards. But for someone who'd only had a quirk for months, it was something. Aizawa's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Recognition, maybe, or curiosity. Next, he said, By the end of the tests, Izuku was exhausted. Not from the physical effort, though that was considerable, but from the constant strain of his quirk. Every moment in this new environment, surrounded by unknown variables, his protective instinct had been working overtime. Evaluating, categorizing, preparing for threats that never came. He sat on the field, gasping, while Aizawa reviewed the scores. Midoriya, the teacher's voice cut through his haze. Your physical scores are below average. Your quirk usage is inefficient. But your awareness. He paused. You noticed things during these tests that others missed. The student who nearly twisted her ankle on the track. The boy who pushed himself too hard on the grip strength test. The girl who got dizzy from quirk overuse. Izuku blinked. I did. You reacted to each one. Subtly, almost unconsciously. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Your quirk is empathetic, isn't it? It responds to people in distress. Yes, sir, and it never stops. Even now, sitting here exhausted. You're still scanning, still monitoring, still caring. Something shifted in Aizawa's expression. Respect, maybe, or recognition. That's rare, and it's going to kill you if you don't learn to control it. Izuku's heart clenched. Sir, heroes who care too much don't last long. They burn out, break down, die young. Aizawa turned away. Get some rest. Tomorrow, the real training begins. The first week was a blur of classes, exercises, and constant quirk activation. Izuku learned fast. He'd always been good at learning, but his classmates learned faster. They'd had years of practice, years of understanding their quirk's nuances. He was still figuring out basics while they were already developing advanced techniques. But what he lacked in experience, he made up for in presence. It started small, a comment from Kirishima. Dude, you always know when someone's struggling. How do you do that? Our observation from Asui. You looked at me before I even felt sick, Kiro. Like you knew I was going to need help before I did. A question from Ida. Midoriya, are you monitoring everyone in this class simultaneously? That seems excessive. Izuku didn't know how to answer. Because yes, he was monitoring them. All of them. Constantly. His quirk had expanded to include every single person in Class 1A, categorizing them as family, people to protect, people to watch over. People whose safety mattered as much as his own. And there were 20 of them. 20 points of light in his chest. 20 people whose danger he could feel, whose distress he could sense, whose existence demanded his protection. The strain was building. The breaking point came on day 8. A training exercise. Combat simulation, heroes versus villains. That paired Izuku with Uraraka against Bakugo and Ida. Simple enough. Standard stuff. But from the moment the exercise began, Izuku's quirk screamed. Uraraka was in danger. Bakugo's explosions were too powerful. Too unpredictable. Too close. Every time he attacked, Izuku's barriers flared between them, protecting her automatically. Every time she dodged, he repositioned to cover her. Every time she looked scared, his power surged. By the 3-minute mark, he was breathing hard. By the 5-minute mark, his vision was blurring. By the 7-minute mark, Midoriya. Uraraka's voice. Distant. Urgent. He blinked. The world swam back into focus. He was on his knees, hands pressed to the ground, while gold light flickered weakly around them. Uraraka knelt beside him, face pale with fear. You passed out, she said. For like 5 seconds. Your shields kept working but you stopped. Izuku looked around. Bakugo and Ida stood at a distance, confusion on their faces. The exercise had clearly ended. Probably because he'd collapsed. I'm fine, he started. You're not fine. Aizawa's voice cut through. He stood at the edge of the training area, expression unreadable. Midoriya, report to the nurse's office. Now. But, that's an order. Recovery girl tutted over his scans. Quirk exhaustion, she announced. Severe. Your body's been running on empty for days, young man. She fixed him with a stern look. How many people are you trying to protect? Izuku hesitated. My whole class. 20 people. 20. She closed her eyes. And you think you can maintain shields for 20 people constantly. Without rest. Without limits. I'm not maintaining shields constantly. I'm just aware of them. My quirk monitors them automatically. It only activates barriers when there's danger. That's worse. Recovery girl's voice was sharp. Constant awareness means constant low-level quirk activation. You've been running a background process for days without realizing it. No wonder you collapsed. Izuku's stomach dropped. Constant activation. Asterisk. He thought about the past week. The way his quirk had felt present all the time, even when he wasn't using it consciously. The way it reached toward his classmates even during lectures, even during lunch, even while he slept. The way it never, ever stopped. How do I turn it off? He whispered. You don't. Recovery girl sighed. That's not how empathetic quirks work. They're always on, always connected, always feeling. Your only option is to build tolerance. To strengthen your mind and body so you can handle the constant input without breaking. She handed him a lollipop. Rest. Today and tomorrow. No training, no classes, no thinking about your classmates. Let your quirk idle down naturally. Izuku took the lollipop with shaking hands. Let it idle down asterisk, he thought. How? When they're all still out there. When any of them could be in danger right now. Asterisk. His quirk pulsed weakly, confirming what he already knew. It would never stop caring. Never stop monitoring. Never stop protecting. And that need to protect might be the death of him. The next 2 days were torture. Izuku lay in his dorm room. UA. Provided housing for hero course students. And tried to not think about his classmates. Tried to not feel them through his quirk. Tried to not react right time someone's emotional state flickered with distress. But he couldn't. Because his quirk was him. There was no separation. No off switch. No way to stop caring. Every laugh from down the hall made him smile. Every sigh of frustration made him want to help. Every spike of fear, from training accidents, from bad news, from nightmares, made his barriers flicker with useless, distance-defying gold. They're fine asterisk, he told himself constantly. They're at UA. They're with teachers. They're safe. Asterisk. But his quirk didn't believe it. His quirk had learned, over months of training, that safety was an illusion. That danger could strike anytime, anywhere. That the only way to truly protect someone was to be ready. And being ready meant being aware. Always. On the third day, someone knocked on his door. Izuku opened it to find half of Class 1A standing in the hallway. Uraraka led the group, arms full of snacks. Behind her stood Ida, Kirishima, Asui, and several others, even Bakugo. Though he lurked at the back with his usual scowl. "You've been hiding for 2 days, Uraraka announced. "We're fixing that." Izuku blinked. Recovery girl said. Recovery girl said rest. She didn't say isolation. Ida adjusted his glasses. "As your class representative, I've determined that social contact is essential for mental recovery. Therefore, we're having a study session. Together, a study session, with snacks," Kirishima grinned, "and movies, and absolutely no quirk usage allowed." Izuku's eyes burned. They'd come for him, all of them, not because they needed protection, but because they cared. Because he was part of something now, something bigger than his constant vigilance. His quirk pulsed warmly, reaching toward each face. "Family asterisk," it whispered. "Our family, asterisk." "Okay," Izuku said, and his voice cracked with emotion. "Okay, .. The study session was chaos. Movies played in the background while students argued about hero lore, compared notes on quirk theory, and demolished the snacks Uraraka had brought. Izuku sat in the middle of it all, surrounded by noise and laughter and life asterisk, and felt something in his chest slowly unwind. His quirk still monitored, still watched, still cared, but for the first time in days, it didn't strain. Because these people weren't just points of light in his constellation anymore. They were here, present, real, sharing space and time and existence in a way that quieted the desperate need to protect. "They're okay asterisk," his quirk seemed to realize. "They're safe. We're all safe together, asterisk." By evening, most of the class had drifted back to their own rooms. Only Uraraka remained, helping Izuku clean up the scattered snack wrappers. "Feeling better?" she asked quietly. "Yeah." He smiled at her. "Much better." "Good." She paused, wrapper in hand. "Midoriya, can I ask you something?" "Anything." "Your quirk, it protects people you care about, right?" "That's how it works." He nodded. "Then you need to know something." She met his eyes. "We care about you too. All of us. So maybe you don't have to protect us alone. Maybe you can let us help protect you sometimes." Izuku's breath caught. "Protect me?" Asterisk. The concept was foreign. He'd spent so long being the shield, the guardian, the one who stood between danger and those he loved. The idea of someone standing in front of him felt wrong. Unnatural. But looking at Uraraka's earnest face, feeling his quirk's warm approval. "Okay," he whispered. "I'll try." She beamed. And somewhere in Izuku's chest, the bird N of responsibility grew just a little lighter. The next morning, Aizawa pulled him aside after homeroom. "Recovery girl cleared you for full participation," the teacher said. "But I want you to understand something, Midoriya. Your quirk is extraordinary. It's also a death sentence if you don't learn to manage it." Izuku nodded. "I know. Do you? Because knowing and understanding are different things." Aizawa's tired eyes held his. "You'll face situations where multiple people are in danger simultaneously. Your instinct will be to protect them all. And your body will break trying." "I know." Izuku's voice was steady. "But I also know I'm not alone anymore. I have classmates, friends, people who'll help carry the weight." Aizawa studied him for a long moment. Then, almost imperceptibly, he nodded. "Good answer," he said. "Don't forget it. .. That afternoon's training was different. Izuku stood in the combat zone with his classmates, feeling their presence in his chest, and made a conscious choice. "I can't protect everyone alone asterisk," he told his quirk. "But I don't have to. We're a team now. We protect each other, asterisk." His quirk pulsed, uncertain, questioning. "Trust them asterisk," Izuku thought. "Trust our family, asterisk." The golden light in his chest dimmed slightly. Not faded, never that, but relaxed. The constant tension that had lived there since his quirk manifested finally eased. For the first time, Izuku faced a training exercise without feeling like every injury to his classmates would be his failure. For the first time, he let himself trust. The exercise began. Robots advanced, students scattered, And when Kirishima took a hit that would have broken bones, Izuku's barrier flared automatically, but so did Kirishima's own hardening quirk. They protected him together, 2 shields instead of 1, and the impact that reached his body was barely a tap. Kirishima looked at Izuku, startled. Dude, your quirk worked with yours. Izuku was grinning, breathless with discovery. It combined with yours, made us both stronger. Across the training ground, Aizawa watched with hidden approval. He's learning asterisk, the teacher thought. Finally earning that protection isn't about carrying everything alone. It's about building something together. Asterisk, dash dash dash. That night, Izuku updated his notebook. Quirk evolution observation. When multiple protective quirks activate simultaneously, mine seems to synchronize with them. Combined barriers are stronger than individual ones. Implication. My quirk isn't just defensive, it's cooperative. It wants to work with others. It's stronger when I'm not alone. Asterisk. He stared at the words. Stronger when I'm not alone. Asterisk. All those months of training, of pushing himself past limits, of nearly dying to protect the people he loved, and the answer had been there all along. Not in isolation, not in sacrifice, in partnership, in trust, in letting others stand beside him instead of behind him. His phone buzzed. Uraraka, you were amazing today. That thing with Kirishima. So cool. Dizzy. Kirishima. Dude, we comboed. That was manly. Asterisk. Even Bakugo, grudgingly, your shield didn't suck today. Don't get used to it. Asterisk. Izuku laughed, a real laugh, bright and surprised, and typed responses to each. Then he set the phone aside and looked out the window at the stars. 20 points of light burned in his chest now. 20 people he'd protect with everything he had. 20 reasons to be stronger, smarter, better. But also 20 shields that would protect him in return. We're a team asterisk, he thought. We're family, asterisk. And together, we're unstoppable. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 Shield at USJ. Dash dash dash. The morning of the USJ training exercise started like any other. Izuku woke. To the grey light of predawn filtering through his dorm window, his quirk already humming with its usual background awareness. 20 points of warmth in his chest. His classmates, scattered across the building, most still sleeping. He felt each one like a distant heartbeat. Uraraka. Peaceful dreams, gentle breathing. Ida. Already awake, probably doing morning stretches. Bakugo. Restless, aggressive even in sleep. His presence a constant spike of defensive readiness. Kirishima. Warm and steady, like a banked fire. 20 different energies. 20 different needs. 20 different reasons to be ready. Izuku swung his legs out of bed and began his morning routine. Push-ups, stretching, a quick review of his notebooks while he ate the protein shake his mother had insisted on packing. By the time the others stumbled down to breakfast, he'd been awake for 2 hours. Midoriya, do you ever sleep? Kaminari yawned, collapsing into a chair. It's creepy how alert you are this early. Early bird gets the worm, Izuku said automatically, then flushed at how stupid it sounded. Kaminari just laughed. Whatever, man. Save some energy for the field trip. Field trip. Asterisk. Izuku's cue. Work prickled with something between excitement and warning. Today's exercise was at an off-campus facility. The unforeseen simulation joint, a disaster training center designed to test rescue operations in controlled environments. It should be safe. It was safe. UA wouldn't send him anywhere dangerous. But his quirk didn't care about logic. It cared about unknown variables. Dash dash dash. The BU's ride to USJ was loud with anticipation. Class 1A packed the seats, voices overlapping as they speculated about what the training would involve. Ashido bounced with excitement. Kirishima flexed dramatically. Even Todoroki, usually so quiet, so distant, seemed mildly interested, his heterochromatic eyes fixed on the passing scenery. Izuku sat beside Uraraka, trying to calm his buzzing quirk. You okay? She asked quietly. You've got that look again. What look? I'm monitoring everyone's vital signs and preparing for disaster, look. She nudged his shoulder. We're going to a training facility, Midoriya. Not a war zone. I know. He smiled, embarrassed. It's just, my quirk doesn't really understand the difference. New place, new variables, new potential threats. It goes into overdrive trying to assess everything. Uraraka's expression softened. That sounds exhausting. It is, but I'm learning to manage it. He took a breath, deliberately relaxing his shoulders. Aizawa-sensei gave me some techniques. Grounding exercises. Ways to remind my quirk that not every unknown is dangerous. Does it work? Sometimes. He glanced at her. Having people I trust nearby helps. My quirk recognizes allies. It calms down when I'm not alone. Uraraka smiled. Warm and genuine. Then I'll stick close. Make sure your quirk behaves itself. Izuku's chest bloomed with warmth. Friend asterisk. His quirk purred. Safe. Family. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The USJ loomed before them like a monument to catastrophe. A massive domed structure, its exterior sleek and modern, hiding who knew what disasters within. As the class filed off the bus, 13 stood waiting, the space hero's suit gleaming in the morning light, their voice warm with welcome. Welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint, they announced. Today, you'll face simulated disasters designed to test your rescue skills. Floods, fires, landslides. Each zone presents unique challenges that will push your quirks and your judgment to their limits. The class murmured with excitement. 13 held up a hand. But first, safety protocols. Your instructors will be monitoring at all times. If you find yourself in genuine danger, signal immediately and rescue teams will. The lights went out. Izuku's quirk screamed. Not the background hum of awareness, a full, blaring alarm that flooded his senses with warning. He was on his feet before he understood why, barriers flickering around him as his eyes adjusted to the sudden darkness. What's happening? Ashido's voice, high with confusion. Power failure, Kaminari guessed. Then the lights returned, but not the cheerful fluorescence of moments ago. Red, emergency lights, casting the facility in bloody shadows. And in the center of the plaza, a swirling black portal opened. Figures stepped through, dozens of them, hundreds, villains, by their appearance, ragged clothing, cruel expressions, quirks already manifesting. They spread across the plaza like an infection, surrounding the students, cutting off escape. Izuku's world narrowed to a single point, threat assessment. His quirk exploded outward, mapping every villain, every student, every variable in less than a second. 20 classmates, at least 50 enemies, unknown quirks, unknown intentions, unknown danger levels, and at the center of the portal, a massive figure stepped through. Hands covered his body, literally covered, dozens of disembodied hands clinging to his skin, his face, his eyes. He moved with the casual confidence of someone who'd done this before. 13, the hand-covered figure said, voice light almost to the point of boredom. And, students, how delightful. Tomura Shigaraki sends his regards. 13 moved instantly, positioning themselves between the villains and the class. Everyone, evacuate. Now, the warp villain, the one who'd created the portal, laughed. Evacuate, but we haven't introduced ourselves properly. Darkness surged. Izuku felt it coming. The warp, the separation, the intent to scatter them across the facility. His quirk screamed warnings, but warnings weren't enough. He needed to move, needed to protect. EVERYONE, together. He yelled, don't let them. Too late. The darkness swallowed them. Dash dash dash. Izuku hit the ground hard, rolled, came up with barriers already formed. He was alone. The zone around him was water, a massive pool. Artificial waves churning against artificial shores. The flood zone. He'd been dumped in the flood zone, and somewhere in this water, villains waited. But worse, somewhere in this water, classmates waited. His quirk pulsed frantically, reaching out, searching. He felt them, scattered across the facility like seeds thrown to wind. Kirishima in what felt like a earthquake zone. Ashido somewhere hot, probably the fire zone. Uraraka. She was in the water too. Close. Danger close. Asterisk. Izuku ran. His feet splashed through shallow water, then deeper. Then swimming as the flood zone's artificial ocean swallowed him. His quirk pulled him forward, guiding him toward her presence, toward the spike of fear that meant she was in trouble. He found her surrounded. 3 villains, water-type quirks, by their appearance, circling like sharks. Uraraka floated desperately, trying to use zero gravity to escape, but her face was already pale with motion sickness. She couldn't maintain it much longer. Uraraka. She looked up, eyes wide. Midoriya. The villains turned. Another student, one said, grinning. This'll be fun. Izuku's quirk erupted. Not a shield this time. A dome asterisk, golden and absolute, wrapping around both him and Uraraka as the villains attacked. Water blades slashed against it, harmless. Pressure waves crashed and shattered. The villains threw everything they had, and the dome held. Midoriya, Uraraka gasped. Your nose. Blood, warm and wet, dripping from his nostrils. The strain of maintaining a dome against multiple attacks, while already exhausted from the constant background awareness of his scattered classmates. But he couldn't stop, wouldn't stop. Stay behind me, he said, and his voice was steel. I'll get us out of this. Dash dash dash. The villains kept coming. 3 became 5. 5 became 7. Word spread through the flood zone. A student with an unbreakable shield, a challenge worth accepting. They threw everything at the Golden Dome. Fire, water, physical attacks, quirks designed to bypass defenses. None succeeded, but each attack cost Izuku something. His vision blurred at the edges. His limbs grew heavy. The blood from his nose dripped faster, staining his costume, mixing with the artificial seawater lapping at his feet. Midoriya, you're hurt. Uraraka's voice was desperate. You need to drop the shield. Let me help. Can't. The word came out slurred. If I drop it, they'll get you. Then let them try. She grabbed his shoulders, forcing him to meet her eyes. I'm not helpless, remember. I have a quirk too. I can fight, I can help, but I can't do that if you kill yourself protecting me. Izuku stared at her. His quirk pulsed, confused, resistant. Protect asterisk. It insisted. Protect her. Protect family. Asterisk. But Uraraka's face held something he hadn't seen before. Not fear. Not desperation. Determination. I trust you, she said. Now trust me. The words hit him like a physical blow. Trust me. Asterisk. He thought about Aizawa's lessons. About Kirishima's combo shield. About all those moments when his classmates had proven they could stand on their own. Protection isn't about carrying everything alone asterisk, he realized. It's about building something together. Asterisk. The dome flickered. Then it changed. Instead of wrapping around them both, it expanded, not outward, but upward. A pillar of gold light shot toward the ceiling, catching the attention of every villain in the zone. And as they watched, stunned, Izuku spoke. Uraraka. Now. She moved. Zero gravity activated, touching him, herself, the water around them. Everything within reach lost its weight. They launched upward like corks, sailing over the villains' heads. Out of the flood zone entirely. They landed hard on the central plaza, gasping. Did we? Uraraka wheezed. Did we just? We escaped. Izuku's voice was shaking. We escaped. His quirk pulsed with something new. Not satisfaction. Not exactly. More like understanding. It had learned something today. Learned that protecting didn't always mean standing still. Sometimes it meant moving. Sometimes it meant trusting. Sometimes it meant letting someone else carry the weight. Dash dash dash. But the fight wasn't over. Izuku felt them. His classmates, scattered across the facility, each in their own battle. Kirishima holding his own against multiple enemies. Todoroki freezing an entire zone solid. Bakugo exploding through everything in his path. And one presence, flickering dangerously. Kota, the little boy they'd met at the entrance. Not a student, staff, family, someone who'd been caught in the attack. He was alone, scared, and something massive asterisk was approaching him. No. Izuku was on his feet before he finished the thought. No, no, no. Midoriya. Uraraka grabbed his arm. What's wrong? Kota, the little boy. He's in trouble. There's a villain. He was already running. Stay here. Get help. Quote. Like hell I will. She ran with him. Dash dash dash. They found Kota cornered. The villain was enormous. A bird-like creature with multiple limbs and dead eyes, towering over the trembling child. It moved with the slow inevitability of a natural disaster, reaching for him with claws that could crush stone. Kota screamed. Izuku's world went white. Not gold. White. Pure. Incandescent. Burning white. The barrier that erupted between the child and the monster was the strongest he'd ever created, and he felt every molecule of it cost him. 20 seconds. 21. 22. The villain's claws scraped against the shield, unable to penetrate. It screamed in frustration, attacking faster, harder, desperate. Each blow sent shockwaves through Izuku's body. Each blow cost him something vital. 25 seconds. 26. Midoriya, your face asterisk. Blood everywhere now. Nose, ears, the corners of his eyes. His body was failing, his quirk demanding more than he had to give. And still the villain attacked, and still Kota screamed, and still. I can't stop. I can't stop. Asterisk. 28 seconds. 29. Uraraka grabbed him, not his arm, his face. Forced him to look at her. Listen to me. You can't do this alone. Let me help. Let us help. She gestured wildly, and Izuku saw them, his classmates, emerging from the chaos, one by one. Kirishima, battered but standing. Todoroki, ice still crackling around him. Bakugo, explosions dying to embers. Ashido, Kaminari, Jiro, all of them asterisk, drawn by the light, by the fight, by the need to protect one of their own. Midoriya, Kirishima yelled, we're here, drop the shield. But Kota, we'll protect him. Together, Izuku looked at their faces. Saw the same determination that had driven him since his quirk manifested. The same need to shield, to guard, to keep safe. They weren't just his classmates anymore. They were his family, and family protected each other. The white barrier dissolved, the villain lunged, and 20 quirks activated as one. The battle that followed was chaos. Beautiful, terrible chaos. Kirishima hardened and charged, taking blows that would have flattened buildings. Todoroki flash froze the villain's legs, buying seconds. Bakugo blasted its face, screaming insults that would have made a lesser enemy cower. Ashido melted through its armor. Kaminari shocked its nervous system. Jiro targeted its ears with sonic attacks. And through it all, Izuku's quirk sang. Not protecting alone anymore, protecting with. His barriers wove between his classmates, enhancing the defenses, covering their blind spots, catching attacks they couldn't see. The gold light flowed like water, like breath, like something alive and connected. This asterisk, his quirk seemed to realize. This is what we were meant for. Not isolation, not sacrifice, unity. Asterisk. The villain fell, not because any single student defeated it, but because all of them did. 20 quirks, 20 hearts, 20 reasons to fight. Working together, protecting together, winning together. As the massive creature crashed to the ground, silence fell over the USJ. Then Kota's small voice. You saved me. He was looking at Izuku. At all of them. Tears streamed down his face. You all saved me. The aftermath was a blur of police, ambulances, and exhausted students. Izuku sat on the edge of the plaza, watching his classmates receive treatment for their injuries. He'd refused medical attention until everyone else was seen. A desi. Sign that made recovery girls sigh with something between frustration and pride. Young man, she said, finally reaching him, your quirk usage today was unprecedented. And incredibly dangerous. I know. His voice was hoarse. But everyone's alive. Everyone's safe. That's what matters. Recovery girl examined him with gentle hands. You pushed past your limit again. Multiple times. If your classmates hadn't arrived when they did, I'd be dead. Izuku nodded. I know that too. And I also know that they did arrive. That I wasn't alone. That protecting doesn't have to mean dying. He met her eyes. I'm starting to understand that. Really understand it. Recovery girl studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she smiled. Good, she said. Because you're going to be an incredible hero, Izuku Midoriya. And incredible heroes don't die before they've saved everyone they can. That night, in the dorms, no one slept. They gathered in the common room. All 20 of them. Too wired, too traumatized. Too alive to rest. Someone produced snacks. Someone else started a movie that no one watched. Mostly, they just sat together, processing what had happened. Izuku sat in the corner, notebook open, writing furiously. USJ attack analysis. My quirk's range expanded during crisis. Could feel all classmates simultaneously across entire facility. Asterisk. Oceanal scaling reached new heights when protecting Kota. Possibly because of his vulnerability. Child. Scared. Alone. Asterisk. Cooperation with others' quirks produced unexpected synergy. Barriers enhanced by nearby defensive abilities. Asterisk. Limit pushed past 43 seconds multiple times. New estimated max. 51 seconds at full output. Asterisk. Most important discovery. I'm stronger when I'm not alone. Asterisk. He stared at that last line. I'm stronger when I'm not alone. Asterisk. Midoriya. He looked up. Bakugo stood over him, expression unreadable. You almost died today. Not a question. Yeah, I did. Bakugo's jaw tightened. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then, so quietly only Izuku could hear. Don't do that again. Izuku blinked. Kaken, you're still my rival, Deku. You don't get to die before I beat you. Bakugo turned away. So stay alive. Got it. He walked off before Izuku could respond. But the warmth in Izuku's chest, that wasn't his quirk. That was something else. Something that felt like acceptance. Later, much later, when the others had finally drifted to their rooms, Izuku sat alone on the balcony. The stars were out, the city hummed below, and in his chest, 20 points of light burned steady and warm. We survived asterisk, he thought. We all survived, asterisk. His quirk pulsed gently. Together asterisk, it seemed to whisper. Always together, asterisk. Izuku smiled. Tomorrow would bring questions, investigations, consequences for the villains who'd attacked them. But tonight, he let himself feel it. The joy of being alive. The gratitude of being surrounded by people who'd fight beside him. The certainty that whatever came next, he wouldn't face it alone. Thank you, he whispered to the night. To his classmates. To the quirk that had changed everything. The stars didn't answer, but the warmth in his chest, that was answer enough. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 The Cost of Care. The morning after USJ, Izuku couldn't move. He lay in his dorm room bed, staring at the ceiling, while his body screamed in languages he didn't understand. Every muscle felt shredded, every joint felt fused, even his hair hurt. Ick he hadn't known was possible until this exact moment. His quirk pulsed weakly in his chest, not the warm, content hum of normal operation, but something exhausted. Diminished, like a battery drained past empty. We protected them asterisk. It seemed to whisper. We protected everyone. Asterisk. Yeah asterisk. Izuku thought back. But what did it cost us? Asterisk. A knock at his door. Midoriya. Uraraka's voice, soft with concern. You missed breakfast. And homeroom. Aizawa-sensei sent me to check on you. Izuku tried to respond. What came out was something between a groan and a death rattle. The door opened. Araka took one look at him and her face went pale. Oh no, you look worse than yesterday. Feel worse, he managed. Much worse. She crossed the room in seconds, pressing a hand to his forehead. You're burning up. I'm getting recovery girl. Can't move. Then don't. I'll be right back. She ran. Izuku lay there, listening to his own breathing. Shallow, labored, wrong. He tried to lift his arm, just to prove he could, and the resulting pain made black spots dance across his vision. This is new asterisk, he thought vaguely. This is bad. Asterisk. His quirk pulsed again, weaker still. Sorry asterisk, it seemed to say. Tried so hard. Used too much. Asterisk. It's okay asterisk, Izuku told it. We saved them. That's what matters. Asterisk. But even as he thought it, a small voice in the back of his mind whispered, at what cost? Asterisk. Recovery girl's examination took hours. Scans, blood tests, quirk evaluations, questions that Izuku could barely answer through the fog of exhaustion and pain. By the time she finished, her expression was grimmer than he'd ever seen it. Young man, she said slowly, do you remember what I told you about quirk exhaustion? Vaguely. His voice was a whisper. Something about limits. Your limits aren't suggestions. They're physiological boundaries. When you push past them, your body pays the price. She held up his scans. Your quirk draws from your physical reserves. Stamina, yes. But also cellular energy, neural activity, even your life force if pushed far enough. Yesterday, you pushed far enough. Izuku's heart clenched. How far? Look at your arms. He looked. Bruises. Dozens of them. Spreading across his skin like a map of pain. But beneath the bruises, something else, thin lines, almost like scars, tracing patterns he didn't recognize. Those are damage trails, Recovery Girl explained. Places where your quirk's energy flow burned through your capillaries. Small now, superficial, but if you keep pushing past your limits, they'll get worse. They'll get permanent. Nerve damage, muscle degradation, eventually, organ failure. She set the scans aside. Izuku, your quirk will kill you if you let it. It doesn't have an off switch. It doesn't understand self-preservation. It only understands protect. Izuku stared at his bruised arms. At the faint lines that hadn't been there yesterday. This is the cost asterisk, he realized. This is what caring costs. Asterisk. Can I train to handle more? He asked. Build up my reserves so my quirk has more to draw from. Recovery Girl's expression softened slightly. Yes, that's exactly what you need to do. But it won't be quick. And it won't be easy. Your body needs time to heal, time to adapt, time to grow. If you push too hard too fast, I'll break, permanently. He nodded slowly. I understand. Do you? Because understanding and accepting are different things. She leaned closer. Your instinct will always be to protect at any cost. That instinct is what makes you a hero. But it's also what will kill you if you don't learn to temper it with wisdom. Izuku met her eyes. What do I do? Rest, heal, let others carry the weight for a while. She stood. And when you're ready to train again, train smart, not hard. Smart. Your quirk needs a partner who understands its limits, not a master who ignores them. She left. Izuku lay alone with his bruises and his thoughts and the faint, exhausted pulse of his quirk. We have to be smarter asterisk, he told it. We can't keep doing this. Asterisk. His quirk pulsed weakly, but they needed us asterisk. It seemed to protest. Our family needed us. Asterisk. I know. Izuku closed his eyes. I know, but if we die protecting them, who protects them next time? Asterisk. The quirk had no answer. The next 2 weeks were the hardest of Izuku's life. Not because of the pain, though that was considerable. Not because of the restrictions, though being benched while his classmates trained felt like its own kind of torture. But because of what he learned. Recovery Girl had been right about the damage. The bruises faded. The lines on his arms remained. Faint silver traces, like scars from a battle he couldn't remember fighting. Every time he looked at them, he remembered the cost. But worse than the physical reminders was the awareness. His quirk had changed. Before USJ, it had been a constant hum in his chest, warm, present, there. Now it felt quieter, more careful, as if it too had learned something about limits. We can't do that again asterisk. It seemed to whisper whenever Izuku thought about pushing too hard. We almost didn't come back. Asterisk. I know, he whispered back, alone in his room. I know. The first day back in training was a disaster. A simple exercise. Rescue drills, nothing combat intensive. And Izuku's quirk failed halfway through. The barrier he'd tried to form flickered, sputtered, and died like a candle in wind. He stood there, exposed, while his classmates stared. Midoriya. Kirishima's voice was confused. Your shield fizzled. Izuku's face burned with shame. I'm sorry. I don't know why. Young Midoriya. Aizawa's voice cut through. My office. Now. Aizawa's office was cluttered with sleeping bags and coffee cups. Sit, the teacher said, gesturing to a chair. Izuku sat. Your quirk failed today. Yes, sir. Recovery Girl warned me this might happen. Aizawa's tired eyes studied him. Quirks that push past their limits often develop what we call stutter step, temporary failures as they recalibrate. It's your quirk's way of protecting you asterisk from yourself. Izuku blinked. Protecting me. Quote. Your quirk realizes it almost killed you. Now it's being cautious, holding back, making sure you don't push that hard again without Zugoda reserves. Aizawa leaned back. The problem is, you don't have enough reserves yet. And your quirk knows it. So, what do I do? Rest, heal, let your body catch up to your quirk's demands. Aizawa paused, and learn to accept help. You're not alone in this, Midoriya. Your classmates are more than capable of carrying some of the weight. Izuku's chest tightened. I know, I'm trying. Try harder. Aizawa's voice wasn't cruel, just honest. Because next time your quirk fails, It might be when someone really needs you. And, I'm trying, won't save them. That night, Izuku sat in the common room with his notebook, staring at blank pages. His classmates drifted in and out, homework, snacks, casual conversation. Each one stopped to check on him. Each one asked if he was okay. Each one received a smile and a, "I'm fine," that fooled no one. Finally, Uraraka sat down across from him. "You're not fine," she said. It wasn't a question. No, he closed his notebook. "I'm not. Want to talk about it?" He hesitated. Then, slowly, he told her about the damage, about the scars, about the stutter step failures and what they meant, about Aizawa's warning and recovery girl's prognosis and the terrifying realization that his own quirk might kill him someday. Uraraka listened without interrupting. When he finished, she reached across the table and took his hand. "Midoriya," she said quietly, "you saved my life at USJ. You saved Kota's life. You helped save all of us." Her eyes were bright. "That matters. It matters more than words can say. But if my quirk fails next time, then we'll be there." She squeezed his hand. "All of us. We're not just your classmates anymore. We're your friends. Your family. And family doesn't let family fight alone." Izuku's eyes burned. "I don't know how to stop," he whispered. "My quirk, it just cares. Constantly. About everyone. I can't turn it off." "Then don't turn it off. Just let us help you carry it." She smiled. "That's what we're here for, right? To protect each other." He thought about USJ. About the moment when 20 quirks had combined to save Kota. About the way his barriers had woven with theirs, stronger together than apart. Protection isn't about carrying everything alone asterisk, he realized again. It's about building something together. Asterisk. "Yeah," he said, and his voice was steadier now. "Yeah, it is. The next weeks brought slow improvement. Physical therapy with recovery girl. Careful quirk exercises designed to rebuild strength without triggering stutter step failures. Long conversations with his classmates about limits and trust and the difference between protecting and overprotecting. His body healed. His quirk stabilized. The silver scars on his arms faded to faint traces, reminders, not warnings. But something else changed too. His awareness of his classmates deepened. Before USJ, he'd felt them as points of light in his chest, warm, present, but distant. Now he felt them as extensions. As partners. As people whose quirks intertwined with his in ways he was only beginning to understand. When Kirishima hardened, Izuku's quirk pulsed with recognition. When Todoroki used ice, Izuku's barriers flickered in sympathetic response. When Bakugo exploded, well, that one was more complicated. But even there, something had shifted. A connection, a trust that hadn't existed before. "You're syncing with them," Aizawa observed during training. "Your quirk is learning to coordinate automatically. That's rare. Most heroes spend years developing team synergy. You're doing it in weeks." "It's not me," Izuku said honestly. "It's my quirk. It wants to work with them. It's happier when we're together." Aizawa's expression flickered. Something almost like approval. "Then stay together. Train together. Fight together. Your quirk's greatest strength isn't its power. It's its ability to connect." The first real test came 3 weeks after USJ. A training exercise. Team combat. 2 against 2. Paired Izuku with Kirishima against Todoroki and Bakugo. On paper, they should have lost. Todoroki's ice was overwhelming. Bakugo's explosions were devastating. Kirishima was tough, but he couldn't match their firepower. And Izuku's barriers, while strong, were still recovering from stutter step. But from the moment the exercise began, something clicked. Kirishima charged. Izuku's barriers formed around him automatically. Not just protecting, but enhancing. The gold light merged with Kirishima's hardening, creating a composite defense that turned Todoroki's ice to powder on impact. Bakugo attacked from above. Izuku's shield angled asterisk, deflecting the explosion toward Todoroki's next ice wave. Steam erupted, obscuring vision. "Midoriya," Kirishima's voice. "Behind you." Izuku turned. Bakugo was there, palm glowing, point-blank range. Too close to dodge. Too fast to block. But Izuku didn't need to block. His barrier wrapped, not around himself, but around Bakugo's hand. contained the explosion before it could detonate, held it, compressed it, absorbed it. Bakugo's eyes went wide. What the? I trusted you, Izuku said quietly. Now trust me. He released the barrier. The contained explosion shot upward, harmless, painting the ceiling with light and sound. Bakugo stared at him for one long, unreadable moment. Then he grinned, a sharp, fierce expression that Izuku hadn't seen since they were children. Not bad, Deku. Not bad at all. They lost the exercise. Todoroki's ice eventually overwhelmed them, and Bakugo's adaptability proved too much for Izuku's still recovering barriers. But when the dust settled, Aizawa's expression was something close to impressed. Midoriya, Kirishima, report to the analysis room. We need to discuss what just happened. In the analysis room, they watched footage of the exercise. Aizawa pointed at the moment Izuku had contained Bakugo's explosion. This. Explain it. Izuku hesitated. I don't know how to explain it. My quirk just knew what to do. It felt Kirishima's hardening and wanted to combine with it. It felt Bakugo's explosion and wanted to contain it instead of blocking it. It was like your quirk was responding to theirs, Kirishima finished. Like it knew them. Aizawa nodded slowly. That's exactly what happened. Your quirk has developed what we call sympathetic resonance with your classmates. It recognizes their quirks, anticipates their needs, and adapts to complement them. Izuku's mind raced. So when Kirishima hardens, my barrier reinforces his hardening, makes it stronger, and when Bakugo attacks, I can contain or redirect instead of just blocking. Aizawa's eyes were sharp. This is unprecedented. Most heroes spend years developing this level of team synergy. Your quirk is doing it instinctively. He paused. The question is, can you extend it to more people, to strangers? Izuku thought about it. His quirk pulsed, considering, evaluating, maybe asterisk. It seemed to whisper. If we trust them, if they trust us, asterisk. I don't know, he admitted. But I want to try. That night, Izuku updated his notebook. Quirk evolution. Sympathetic resonance discovered. Asterisk. My barriers now instinctively enhance compatible quirks, hardening, maybe others. Asterisk. Can contain, redirect explosive or energy-based attacks instead of just blocking. Asterisk. Works best with people I've fought beside, Kirishima, Uraraka, Bakugo, Todoroki. Asterisk. Potential to extend to entire class. To strangers, unknown. Asterisk. He stared at the words. Sympathetic resonance. Asterisk. His quirk was learning to love his classmates. Not just protect them, but work with them. Complement them. Become part of something larger than itself. This is what Aizawa meant asterisk. He realized, this is what protection really looks like. Not a wall between danger and the people I love. A network. A family. A team. Asterisk. His quirk pulsed warmly. Family asterisk. It agreed. Our family. Asterisk. The silver scars on his arms had faded to near invisibility now. But Izuku still saw them sometimes, in certain lights. Still remembered what they cost. Never again asterisk. He promised himself. I'll never push that far alone again. Asterisk. But even as he thought it, he knew the truth. If his family needed him, really needed him, the way Kota had needed him at USJ, he'd push past every limit. Break every boundary. Spend every second of those 43 seconds and then find a way to stretch them to 44. Not because he was foolish. Because he loved them. And love, he was learning. Didn't follow rules. Didn't respect limits. Didn't care about costs. Love just protected. The difference now, the crucial difference, was that he didn't have to protect alone. His quirk pulsed in agreement. Together asterisk. It whispered. Always together. Asterisk. Izuku smiled at the stars. Always asterisk. He promised back. Always. Asterisk. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 Tactical Evolution. The training ground was silent except for the wind. Izuku stood in the center of a simulated city block, surrounded by rubble and wreckage, his classmates watching from observation decks above. This was a solo exercise, his first since the stutter step incidents, and everyone wanted to see what he could do. Aizawa's voice crackled through the earpiece. Begin. Izuku closed his eyes. His quirk expanded outward, mapping the environment. Rubble piles, collapsed buildings, mock civilians scattered throughout the zone. Dozens of points of interest, dozens of potential threats, dozens of needs. But this time, he didn't just feel them. This time, he shaped. The first barrier formed behind him, a curved wall, shielding his back while he assessed. The second formed to his left, angling to deflect potential attacks from that direction. The third, fourth, fifth, a constellation of gold light, each positioned with precision, each serving a specific purpose. Whoa, Kirishima breathed from the observation deck. He's making multiple shields at once. Not just making them, Todoroki observed quietly. He's placing them, strategically, like he's already predicting where threats might come from. Below, Izuku moved through the zone. His barriers flowed with him, not following, but anticipating. When he approached a mock civilian trapped under rubble, a dome formed automatically, sheltering them both while he assessed the situation. When a training robot lunged from an alley, a wedge barrier caught it, redirecting its momentum into a wall. His reaction time is insane, Kaminari said. The robot didn't even get close. It's not reaction time. Aizawa's voice cut through their commentary. It's pre-action. His quirk is reading the environment, predicting threats before they materialize, and positioning defenses accordingly. Below, Izuku had reached the central plaza. 20 mock civilians, 10 training robots, 1 minute on the clock. He took a breath, then his quirk erupted. Barriers formed everywhere. Domes around civilians, walls between robots and their targets, angled shields to funnel the robots into kill zones. Gold light filled the plaza, complex and beautiful and perfect. The robots never stood a chance. They charged, were redirected, crashed into each other, were contained and neutralized without a single civilian touched. When the clock hit 0, Izuku stood alone in the silence. His chest heaved, sweat poured down his face, but his barriers held, flickering gently, until he consciously released them. The observation deck erupted in applause. Aizawa's debrief was thorough. Your tactical awareness has improved dramatically, he said, reviewing footage of the exercise. You're no longer just reacting to threats, you're anticipating them, positioning defenses before they're needed, creating systems of protection instead of individual shields. Izuku nodded, still catching his breath. I've been practicing. My quirk and we've been working on understanding space, on predicting where danger might come from based on the environment, and the multiple barrier control. That was new. He smiled, exhausted but pleased. I didn't know I could do that until I tried. Aizawa's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Approval, maybe, or recognition. Your quirk is evolving faster than any I've documented, he said. Most defensive quirks remain static. Users learn to make their shields bigger or stronger, but the nature of the power doesn't change. Yours is developing entirely new capabilities. Izuku thought about it. Maybe because it's not really my quirk. I mean, it is, obviously. But it's also connected to my emotions, to my classmates, to everything I care about. It grows when I grow, learns when I learn. An empathetic quirk with adaptive intelligence. Aizawa almost smiled. You're going to be a nightmare for villain analysts. That night, Izuku filled 12 pages of his notebook with observations. Tactical barrier applications, pre-positioning, shields created before threats emerge, placed based on environmental analysis. Layering. Multiple barriers with different properties, hard outer shell, soft inner cushion, for complex protection needs. Shaping, walls, domes, wedges, angles, funnels. Each shape serves specific tactical purpose. Redirection. Using angled barriers to guide enemies into traps or away from civilians. Containment. Creating box-like shields to trap villains temporarily. Combination. Multiple barrier types simultaneously, each serving different functions. He stared at the list. Months ago, he'd barely been able to maintain a single dome. Now he was designing complex defensive networks in real time, his quirk responding to threats before he consciously perceived them. We're getting stronger he told his quirk. Smarter, protecting better it agreed. Together, The next week brought new challenges. Aizawa, apparently convinced that Izuku's tactical evolution needed testing, designed increasingly complex exercises. Urban environments, rural environments, disaster zones, hostage situations. Each scenario pushed Izuku's barriers in new directions, forced him to adapt, to innovate, to grow. By Wednesday, he could maintain 12 simultaneous barriers for 30 seconds. By Friday, he could shape them into letters, a pointless trick, but it proved his control was becoming absolute. By Sunday, he attempted something new. The exercise was a simulated villain attack on a crowded festival. Dozens of mock civilians, multiple villain robots, chaos everywhere. Izuku stood at the edge of the zone, assessing, calculating, planning. Then he did something unexpected. Instead of running in, instead of placing barriers reactively, he built a wall here, channeling villains away from the crowd. A dome there, protecting a cluster of civilians. A wedge here, funneling villains into a bottleneck. A containment box there, trapping the strongest enemy. Layer after layer, barrier after barrier, he constructed an entire defensive network before engaging a single threat. By the time he stepped into the zone, the battle was already half won. The villains couldn't reach civilians, couldn't coordinate, couldn't fight. They were trapped in channels of his design, separated and contained, easy pickings for the mock heroes who arrived moments later. When the exercise ended, Aizawa was silent for a long moment. Midoriya, he finally said, do you realize what you just did? I built barriers. You reconfigured the battlefield. Before the fight even started, you turned a chaotic environment into a controlled one through pure defensive positioning. Aizawa shook his head slowly. That's not just tactical evolution. That's strategic thinking at a level most heroes never achieve. Uku's face burned with pride and embarrassment. I just wanted to protect everyone. It seemed easier to shape the environment than to react to everything individually. Easier. Aizawa's voice was flat. You just performed a feat of quirk control that would take most heroes years to master, and you call it easier. From the observation deck, Kirishima's voice floated down. Dudes built different. The training didn't stop. If anything, Aizawa pushed harder now that Izuku had demonstrated his potential. New scenarios, new challenges, new limitations designed to test the edges of his abilities. Fog, obscuring vision. Izuku's quirk adapted, using spatial awareness instead of sight. Noise, drowning out audio cues. His quirk learned to read vibrations through barriers. Darkness, complete and absolute. His quirk created light, soft gold illumination, allowing him to see through his own shields. Each adaptation surprised even Izuku. His quirk wasn't just following instructions, it was innovating, finding solutions he hadn't considered, suggesting approaches he hadn't imagined. We're partners asterisk, he realized during one particularly grueling exercise. Real partners, not just me and my power, us, together, thinking and growing and protecting as one. Asterisk. His quirk pulsed warmly. Always asterisk, it agreed. Always together. Asterisk. The first time he used barriers offensively, it was an accident. A training exercise against Bakugo. One-on-one, no rules, just combat. Bakugo came at him with everything, explosions lighting the training ground like fireworks. Izuku dodged, shielded, redirected, held his own but couldn't gain ground. Then Bakugo feinted. Izuku saw it coming. The slight shift in his stance, the tell he'd learned to read years ago, but his body couldn't react fast enough. Bakugo's explosion was going to hit. Hard. Point blank. His quirk screamed. Not a barrier, a spear. Gold light lanced outward, meeting Bakugo's attack mid-flight and piercing it. The explosion detonated early, harmlessly, and the spear continued toward Bakugo. Stopped an inch from his throat. Silence. Bakugo stared at the golden point hovering before his face. Izuku stared at it too, horrified by what he'd almost done. I didn't. He couldn't form words. Kaken, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Bakugo's expression was unreadable. Then, slowly, he grinned. Your shield just tried to kill me. Deku. His voice held something strange, not anger. Excitement. Your defensive quirk just attacked. Izuku's hands were shaking. It wasn't supposed to. I didn't know it could. But it did. Bakugo's eyes were sharp. Which means it's not just a shield anymore. It's a weapon. And weapons are useful. The spear dissolved. Izuku stumbled back, heart pounding. I'm sorry, he repeated. I never wanted to hurt you. You didn't. Bakugo turned away. But next time, maybe don't apologize for winning. That night, Izuku couldn't sleep. He sat on his balcony, staring at his hands, replaying the moment over and over. The spear, the intent behind it, not his intent, but his quirks. The way it had chosen to attack instead of defend. We could have hurt him asterisk. He told his quirk. We almost hurt Kaken, asterisk. His quirk pulsed, not defensive, but confused. It didn't understand why protecting itself was wrong. It didn't understand the difference between defense and offense. When someone attacks us asterisk, it seemed to say, we stop them. However we can, asterisk. But not like that. Izuku's voice was fierce. Not by hurting, not by, we're protectors asterisk, not attackers. We save people, we don't kill. The quirk was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, it pulsed again. Quieter this time, almost, chastened. Sorry asterisk, it seemed to whisper. Didn't understand. Learning now, asterisk. Izuku closed his eyes. Okay, he breathed. Okay, we'll learn together. The next training session, he tested boundaries. Could his quirk attack if he consciously directed it? Yes, weakly, reluctantly, as if protesting the very concept. A golden tendril that tapped an opponent instead of striking. A barrier edge that pushed instead of cut. Could it defend through attack? Yes, more naturally, more willingly. Redirecting enemy strikes into each other. Using contained explosions against their sources. Turning villains' own power against them. The line between defense and offense is artificial, Aizawa observed. In real combat, the best defense is often a well-timed offense. Your quirk seems to understand that instinctively, even if you're uncomfortable with it. Izuku nodded slowly. It wants to protect, however it can. If attacking is the best way to protect someone, then it attacks. Aizawa's eyes were steady. That's not wrong, Midoriya. That's effective. Heroes don't win by letting villains hurt people. They win by stopping villains. However they can. But I don't want to become someone who hurts. Then don't. Aizawa's voice was sharp. The difference between a hero and a villain isn't what they do, it's why they do it. Your quirk attacks to protect, to save, to keep safe. That's not villainy, that's necessity. Izuku thought about it, thought about the spear, stopped an inch from Bakugo's throat. Thought about the intent behind it, not malice, not cruelty, just desperate protection. Thought about what would have happened if he hadn't stopped it in time. We need better control asterisk, he realized. We need to know exactly where that line is. And never cross it, asterisk. His quirk pulsed agreement. Together asterisk, it whispered. We'll find the way together. Asterisk. The weeks that followed were intense. Izuku trained obsessively, mapping every possible application of his quirk. Defensive, offensive, redirection, containment, enhancement. Each category explored, tested, catalogued in his ever-growing notebooks. He discovered that his barriers could absorb kinetic energy and release it later, useful for saving up attacks. Reflect certain types of energy, lasers, sound waves, some fire. Create vacuum seals, containing airborne threats. Generate localized gravity fields, by manipulating space within the barrier. Store objects temporarily, a pocket dimension effect that made Uraraka squeal with delight. Each discovery opened new possibilities. Each possibility demanded new control, new limits, new understanding. By the end of the month, Izuku had filled 3 new notebooks and developed techniques that made even Aizawa raise an eyebrow. The sports festival is in 2 weeks, the teacher said during one debrief. You'll need to demonstrate everything you've learned. Publicly, with the whole country watching. Izuku's stomach dropped. The sports festival. First-year students compete against each other. Pro heroes scout for internships. Your performance could determine your entire career trajectory. Aizawa's expression was unreadable. Your quirk has evolved faster than anyone anticipated. But evolution doesn't matter if you can't apply it under pressure. Izuku nodded slowly. 2 weeks asterisk, he thought. 2 weeks to prepare for the biggest challenge of my life. Asterisk. His quirk pulsed, not with fear, but with anticipation. Show them asterisk, it seemed to whisper. Show everyone what protecting looks like. Asterisk. The night before the sports festival, Izuku couldn't sleep. He sat on his balcony, watching the stars, feeling the warm pulse of his classmates in his chest. 20 points of light, 20 people who'd be competing tomorrow, 20 friends who might become rivals. What if I have to fight them? He wondered. What if protecting means stopping them? Asterisk. His quirk pulsed uneasily. Family asterisk. It insisted. Can't fight family. Asterisk. Sometimes we have to. Izuku's voice was quiet. In the festival, we'll be opponents. We'll have to give everything to win. That's how it works. But we protect family, not fight them. Asterisk. Protecting doesn't always mean helping them win. Sometimes protecting means challenging them, pushing them, making them stronger. He thought about Bakugo, about how their rivalry had shaped them both. Sometimes the best way to protect someone is to be the obstacle they have to overcome. The quirk was silent, processing. Then, slowly, it pulsed again. Understanding dawning. Hard love asterisk, it seemed to say. Protection through challenge. Asterisk. Yeah. Izuku smiled at the stars. Hard love. Dash dash dash. The morning of the sports festival dawned bright and terrifying. Izuku stood in the locker room with his classmates, pulling on his costume, feeling the weight of thousands of eyes that hadn't even seen him yet. The stadium hummed with anticipation. The world waited. You okay? Uraraka appeared beside him, already in her gear. Terrified. He laughed shakily. You, same. She grinned, but also excited. This is our chance to show everyone what we can do. Show everyone what protecting looks like asterisk, Izuku thought. His quirk pulsed in agreement. Yeah, he said. Let's show them. They walked out together. 20 students, 20 quirks, 20 hearts beating as one. The stadium roared. The lights blazed. And Izuku Midoriya, the boy who'd once been told he could never be a hero, stepped into the arena with his head high and his barriers ready. This is it asterisk, he thought. This is where we prove ourselves. Asterisk. His quirk pulsed with quiet confidence. Together asterisk, it whispered. Always together. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 Bakugo's conflict. Dash dash dash. The first round of the sports festival was chaos. An obstacle race, 3 kilometers of UA's most brutal terrain, designed to test speed, agility, and quirk adaptability. 4 classes, hundreds of students, 1 finish line. Izuku stood at the starting line, heart pounding, as Present Mike's voice boomed across the stadium. Ready, set, go. The crowd surged forward. Izuku didn't move. His quirk expanded outward, mapping the chaos ahead. Students tripping, shoving, using quirks to gain advantage. The first obstacle, a forest of robotic arms, already claiming victims. Too many variables, too many unknowns. Wait asterisk, his quirk advised. Watch, learn, asterisk. He waited. 3 seconds. 5, 10. The crowd thinned. Patterns emerged. Weak points in the obstacle became visible. Paths forward revealed themselves. Now, asterisk. Izuku ran. His barriers formed around him. Not domes, but streamlined shapes, reducing wind resistance, deflecting obstacles. He wove through the robotic arms like water through stones, never touched, never slowed. The crowd ahead struggled. He flowed past them, conserving energy, reading their movements. By the time he reached the second obstacle, a bottomless pit with swinging ropes, he'd embed from dead last to the middle of the pack. Below him, the pit yawned dark and endless. Izuku jumped. His barrier caught asterisk the rope before he did, a golden grip that steadied his swing, adjusted his trajectory. Landed him perfectly on the next platform. He moved through the obstacle like he'd trained on it for years, his quirk anticipating every shift, every sway, every need. Behind him, explosions roared. Bakugo. Izuku didn't need to look. He felt Kaken's presence, that familiar spike of aggressive energy, burning through obstacles with pure firepower. Closing fast. Too fast. He's going to catch up asterisk. His quirk warned. He's going to. Bakugo landed beside him on the platform. For a moment, they stood frozen. Childhood friends turned rivals, eye to eye. The crowd roared. Cameras zoomed. The whole world watched. Then Bakugo grinned. Sharp, fierce, hungry. Not bad, Deku. His voice was low, meant only for Izuku. But you're still in my way. He launched forward, explosions propelling him toward the next obstacle. Izuku followed, not because he wanted to compete, though he did, not because he wanted to win, though that too, but because his quirk screamed at him to stay close, to monitor, to protect, even from Kaken himself. The final obstacle was a minefield. Literally, hundreds of pressure-triggered mines scattered across the last stretch to the finish line. Students picked their way through carefully, testing each step, moving at a crawl. Bakugo didn't crawl, he flew, explosions propelling him over the mines, barely touching down. Covering ground faster than anyone. Behind him, Todoroki froze a path of ice. Behind him, Ida engine boosted through. Behind them the rest of the field struggled. Izuku stood at the edge of the minefield, assessing. Can't fly like Kaken, can't freeze like Todoroki, can't speed like Ida, but his quirk pulsed. But we can shield. He stepped onto the minefield. The first pressure plate triggered. A mine launched toward him. His barrier caught it, not blocking, but containing, holding the explosion in a golden sphere until it dissipated harmlessly. Second step. Another mine. Another containment. Third, fourth, fifth. Izuku walked through the minefield like it was a garden path. Each explosion caught and neutralized before it could touch him. The crowd gasped. The commentators stammered. And Bakugo, halfway to the finish, glanced back and saw. His expression shifted. Not anger, not exactly. Something more complicated. Something Izuku had never seen on Kaken's face before. Recalculation *. His quirk analyzed. He's reevaluating. *. Izuku didn't have time to wonder what it meant. The finish line approached. Bakugo crossed first. Of course he did. He'd had too much lead. But Izuku crossed fourth, close behind Todoroki and Ida, close enough to matter. Close enough to be seen. The second round was a cavalry battle. Teams of 2 to 4, stealing headbands worth points. Izuku found himself grouped with Uraraka, Tokiyami, and, surprisingly, Bakugo. I didn't ask for this, Bakugo snarled when the teams were announced. I don't work with extras. Too bad. Uraraka shot back. We're your team now. Deal with it. Bakugo's eye twitched. Izuku felt the conflict radiating from him, the same conflict he'd sensed in the minefield. Kaken was struggling, with being on a team, with following instead of leading, with accepting help from people he'd always considered beneath him. He doesn't know how to trust *. Izuku realized. He's never had to. *. Kaken. His voice was quiet, meant only for Bakugo. I know this is hard for you. But we're stronger together. My barriers can protect us while you attack. Uraraka can make us lighter. Tokiyami can strike from range. We could actually win this. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. You think I need your help to win? I think you need a team. We all do. Izuku met his gaze steadily. The question is whether you can accept that. For a long moment, Bakugo said nothing. Then, slowly, his expression shifted. Not softening. Bakugo didn't soften, but calculating. Weighing options. Making choices. Fine. The word was ground out like broken glass. But if any of you slow me down, I'm blowing you all up. Uraraka grinned. Wouldn't expect anything less. The cavalry battle was chaos. Teams clashed across the arena, stealing headbands, defending their own. Izuku's team moved like a single organism. Uraraka reducing their weight, Tokiyami's dark shadow striking out. Bakugo exploding toward enemies, and Izuku's barriers weaving between them all, protecting each member while they attacked. It worked beautifully. They rose through the rankings. Third, second, first, and then Todoroki's team targeted them. The ice came without warning, a glacier of cold sweeping across the arena, freezing everything in its path. Izuku's barriers flared, protecting his team, but the ice kept coming, relentless and overwhelming. Bakugo, Uraraka yelled. We need a fence. I'm trying. Explosions blasted ice, but more formed instantly. This bastard's quirk is too strong. Izuku assessed, calculated, understood. Todoroki wasn't using his fire. Only his ice. Only half his power. Like he was holding back, fighting with one hand tied behind his back. Why? What was he afraid of? Doesn't matter asterisk. His quirk insisted. Find weakness. Protect team. Asterisk. Izuku looked at the ice. At the way it formed. Patterns, structures, predictability. Todoroki was powerful, but he was also rigid. Stuck in one approach. I have an idea, Izuku said. Kaken, can you create a diversion? Draw his attention. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. What are you planning? Something stupid. Probably. For a moment, Bakugo just stared at him. Then, impossibly, he laughed. A short, sharp sound that held no humor but plenty of recognition. You really are an idiot, Deku. Explosions built in his palms. Fine. Diversion coming. He launched. The plan worked. Bakugo's assault drew Todoroki's focus, giving Izuku the opening he needed. He dropped from the team formation, trusting Uraraka and Tokiyami to hold, and ran toward Todoroki's position. Barriers formed around him, deflecting ice, creating pathways through the frozen chaos. He moved like light through crystal, unpredictable and fast, closing the distance while Todoroki was distracted. When he reached the ice user, he didn't attack. He shielded a dome around them both, cutting off the rest of the arena, creating a private space where only they existed. Todoroki spun, ice forming, but Izuku held up empty hands. I'm not here to fight. Todoroki's eyes widened fractionally. Then what? Your fire. Izuku's voice was gentle. Why won't you use it? Something flickered in Todoroki's heterochromatic gaze. Pain, anger, fear. You don't know anything about me. You're right, I don't. Izuku lowered his hands. But I know what it's like to have power you're afraid to use. To feel like your quirk isn't really yours. To wonder if using it makes you someone you don't want to be. Todoroki stared at him. At USJ, my quirk almost killed me, Izuku continued. It pushed too hard, protected too much, and left me with scars I'll carry forever. I was terrified of it for weeks. Didn't trust it, didn't want it, but you got past that. With help, Izuku smiled. My friends, my teachers, people who believed in me even when I didn't believe in myself. He met Todoroki's eyes. You don't have to face this alone, Todoroki. Whatever's holding you back, you can get through it, but only if you let people help. The dome flickered as the cavalry battle continued around them. Todoroki said nothing for a long moment. Then, quietly, my father, he wants me to be his masterpiece. To use his fire to prove his quirk marriage wasn't a mistake. His voice was hollow. I've refused for years, refused to give him what he wants. But without fire, I'm only half of what I could be. Izuku listened, didn't interrupt, didn't judge. Your fire isn't his, he finally said. It's yours. What you do with it, that's your choice. Not his. Todoroki's eyes glistened. The dome dissolved as time ran out. And when they emerged, Todoroki's left side was burning. The final match was Todoroki versus Midoriya. Izuku stood across the arena from his classmate, watching flames dance where ice had ruled moments before. The crowd was electric. The commentators were losing their minds. And Todoroki, for the first time since Izuku had known him, looked free. Thank you, Todoroki said quietly. For what you said. For helping me see. Izuku smiled. You would have done the same for me. I would have tried. Todoroki's flames grew brighter. But I won't go easy on you. You deserve my full power. I'd expect nothing less. The match began. It was the hardest fight of Izuku's life. Todoroki's ice came in waves. Larger, faster, more creative than before. His fire followed, unpredictable and devastating. Izuku's barriers held, but barely. Each block cost him. Each dodge drained him. The 43 seconds ticked down in the back of his mind. Can't win through defense alone asterisk, his quirk warned. Needs something else, asterisk. But what? He couldn't attack like Todoroki. Couldn't overwhelm with power. Couldn't match speed or range or anything. What he could do was protect. Not himself, Todoroki. The realization hit like lightning. Todoroki was pushing too hard. Using too much power too fast. His body couldn't sustain this. Izuku could see it in the way his movements grew slightly wild, slightly desperate. He was burning out, literally burning out. He needs someone to protect him from himself. Asterisk. Izuku stopped dodging. He stood still in the center of the arena, lowered his barriers, and waited. Todoroki's eyes surged toward him, a killing blow, if it connected. Izuku didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't shield. The ice stopped an inch from his face. What are you doing? Todoroki's voice was ragged. Why aren't you fighting? Because you're hurting yourself. Izuku's voice was calm. Look at your hands. Todoroki looked. Frostbite on his right, burns on his left. His body couldn't handle the extremes he was forcing through it. You're going to damage yourself permanently if you keep going like this, Izuku said. Is winning worth that? Todoroki's flames flickered. I want to prove I'm not him, he whispered. That I'm not my father's tool. You're proving it right now. Izuku stepped closer, through the frozen wall that should have killed him. By choosing your own path. By fighting your own way. By being yourself, not rejecting half of who you are, but integrating it. Making it yours. Todoroki's eyes were wet. How do you know? How do you know what's right? Izuku thought about his own journey. About the scars on his arms. About the 43 seconds. About all the times his quirk had pushed too hard, protected too much, nearly killed him. I don't, he admitted. I just know that facing it alone is harder than facing it together. He extended his hand. Todoroki stared at it. Then, slowly, he took it. The match ended in a draw, both too exhausted to continue. Both helped off the field by Recovery Girl. The crowd didn't know how to react. The commentators stumbled through explanations. But in the medical room, something precious formed. A friendship, built on understanding, built on protection. Bakugo found him that night. Izuku sat on the stadium roof, staring at the stars, replaying the day's events. His body ached. His quirk pulsed weakly, but his heart was full. You made it to the finals. Bakugo's voice came from behind him. Izuku didn't turn. Barely. Todoroki and I tied. And then you talked to him. Like some kind of therapist. Bakugo's voice was strange. Not mocking, not angry. Something else. You keep doing that. Talking to people. Making them think. Making them change. Izuku finally looked at him. Is that a problem? Bakugo was silent for a long moment. Then he sat down. Actually sat, beside Izuku on the roof. I've been watching you, he said quietly. Since we were kids. You were always there. Following. Watching. Writing in those stupid notebooks. I thought you were pathetic. Quirkless and dreaming. I remember. And then you got a quirk. Bakugo's jaw tightened. A protection quirk. Something that only works when you care about people. And suddenly you're saving everyone, helping everyone, making everyone better. He turned to look at Izuku directly. Including me. Izuku's heart stuttered. Kaken, shut up. I'm not done. Bakugo took a breath. At USJ, you shielded me. During training, you adapted to my explosions. Today, in the cavalry battle, you trusted me. Me. After everything I did to you. After all those years of... He stopped. Swallowed. You just... protected me. Like it was nothing. Like I deserved it. You do deserve it. Izuku's voice was fierce. You've always deserved it, Kaken. You just didn't know how to let anyone show you. Bakugo stared at him. For a moment, just a moment, his eyes looked suspiciously bright. Then he looked away, at the stars. I don't understand you, he said. I don't understand how you can care so much. How you can protect people who've hurt you. How you can trust after everything. It's not about understanding. Izuku smiled. It's about choosing. Every day, I choose to care. Every day, I choose to protect. Not because it's easy, because it's right. Bakugo was silent. Then, quietly. I don't know how to do that. Choose. Care. Trust. You're here, aren't you? Izuku nudged his shoulder. Talking to me. On a roof. At night. That's a choice. Bakugo almost smiled. Don't get used to it, Deku. Wouldn't dream of it. They sat together in silence, watching the stars. Two boys who'd grown up together, grown apart, and were now finding their way back. Not as friends, not yet. But as something that might become friendship, given time. Izuku's quirk pulsed warmly. Family asterisk, it whispered. Even him. Asterisk. Yeah asterisk, Izuku thought. Even him. Asterisk. The next morning, Bakugo was back to normal, yelling. Exploding. Calling everyone extras. But something had shifted. A crack in the armor. A glimpse of the person beneath. And when Izuku caught his eye across the classroom, Bakugo nodded. Just once. Barely perceptible. But Izuku saw it. Progress asterisk. His quirk hummed. Protection working. Asterisk. Protection asterisk. Izuku agreed. In all its forms. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 Symbol of safety. Dash dash dash. The weeks after the sports festival blurred into a new kind of normal. Izuku attended classes, trained with his classmates, and slowly recovered from the physical toll of the tournament. His body healed. His quirk stabilized. The silver scars on his arms faded to faint traces that only showed in certain lights. But something else had changed. People looked at him differently now. It started small, a nod from a stranger on the street. A whispered, "That's the barrier kid," from passing students. A mention in a hero news blog that called him, UA's rising shield. Then the interviews started. Midoriya, how does it feel to be called a defensive prodigy? Midoriya, what's your training regimen? Midoriya, do you think you could have beaten Todoroki if the match continued? He answered as best he could, uncomfortable with the attention, deflecting praise to his teachers and classmates. But the questions kept coming. The spotlight kept growing, and with it came something unexpected: trust. Strangers approached him in public, not for autographs or photos, but for reassurance. Parents asked if their children would be safe at UA. Elderly couples wanted to know if crime was really decreasing. A little girl tugged his sleeve and asked, "Can you protect me too?" Each interaction left Izuku breathless. They see me as safe asterisk, he realized. They see my quirk and think, that person will keep us from harm. Asterisk. His quirk pulsed warmly at the thought. Protecting asterisk, it hummed. Even without barriers, even without fighting, just being. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The first major test came 2 weeks after the festival. A villain attack in the city. Nothing on the scale of USJ, but dangerous enough to draw a hero response. Izuku happened to be nearby, buying supplies for a training exercise, when the chaos erupted. He heard the explosion before he felt it. His quirk screamed, not at the explosion itself, but at the people around him. Dozens of civilians, suddenly terrified, suddenly in danger. Their fear flooded his senses like cold water, and his barriers erupted without conscious thought. A dome over the crowd, a wall between them and the blast, a corridor of safety leading away from the danger. By the time pro heroes arrived, Izuku had evacuated 47 people and contained the villain in a barrier box. He stood in the center of the chaos, breathing hard, while cameras captured everything. The headlines the next day were overwhelming. UA. Student single-handedly saves dozens. Asterisk. The symbol of safety. Meet Japan's next great hero. Asterisk. Midoriya Izuku. The shield we've been waiting for. Asterisk. He stared at the articles in his dorm room, face burning with embarrassment and something else, something that felt like responsibility. Symbol of safety. Asterisk. The words echoed in his mind. Is that who I am now? Is that who I'm supposed to be? Asterisk. His quirk pulsed, not with answer, but with question. Dash dash dash. Aizawa called him in that afternoon. The media attention is going to intensify, the teacher said without preamble. Your actions yesterday were caught on multiple cameras. The public is already romanticizing you as a new kind of hero, one who saves without fighting. Izuku's stomach clenched. I didn't mean to. I know, that's the problem. Aizawa's tired eyes were sharp. You didn't mean to become a symbol. But you are one now. Whether you like it or not. What do I do? You learn to carry it. Aizawa leaned back. Symbols aren't about power. They're about presence. All Might isn't the symbol of peace because he's strong. He's the symbol of peace because people feel safe asterisk when he's around. Because his existence reassures them. Izuku thought about the civilians he'd protected yesterday. About the way they'd looked at him, not with fear, but with relief. About the little girl who'd asked if he could protect her. That's what my quirk does, he said slowly. It makes people feel safe. Even when I'm not actively using it, just being near me, they feel it. Your quirk projects reassurance. It's a subtle effect, but real. People with empathetic quirks often have that quality. They influence emotional states subconsciously. Aizawa's expression was unreadable. In your case, the influence is specifically protective. Your presence calms people, makes them believe they're safe. Izuku's mind raced. I'm a walking security blanket asterisk, he thought. A human comfort object, asterisk. But even as the thought formed, he knew it wasn't quite right. What he offered wasn't comfort. It was certainty. The unshakable belief that, as long as he was there, nothing truly bad could happen. Symbol of safety asterisk, he thought again. Maybe that's exactly what I am. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The next weeks brought more incidents. Not major villain attacks. Those were rare, but smaller crises. A traffic accident where Izuku's barriers protected trapped victims until rescue arrived. A building fire where his shields created escape routes. A hostage situation where his presence alone calmed the captives enough for negotiators to work. Each incident was captured on phone cameras. Each incident spread across social media. Each incident added to the growing legend of the symbol of safety. Pro-heroes started reaching out. Fat Gum called to discuss defensive strategies. Mount Lady wanted tips on protecting crowds during rampages. Even Endeavor, Todoroki's father, the number 2 hero, requested a meeting, though Izuku declined with polite terror. Your reputation is growing faster than anyone anticipated, All Might observed during one of their private training sessions. The hero was in his skinny form now, too weakened to maintain his muscle state for long. People are starting to see you as more than a student, as something else. Izuku hesitated. Is that bad? Not bad. Just complicated. All Might's sunken eyes were thoughtful. I've been the symbol of peace for decades. I know what that weight feels like. The constant pressure to be something for everyone. The knowledge that your failure isn't just personal, it's public. Izuku's chest tightened. I don't know if I'm ready for that. Few are. Most never become ready. They just learn to carry it anyway. All Might placed a bony hand on his shoulder. But you have something I didn't, young Midoriya. You have a quirk that wants to protect. That needs to protect. That draws strength from the very people who look to you for safety. Izuku thought about it. About the way his barriers grew stronger when he cared more. About the way his presence calmed crowds. About the connection between his power and his heart. Maybe that's the point, he said slowly. Maybe I'm not supposed to be a symbol despite caring so much. Maybe I'm a symbol because of it. All Might smiled. That genuine, broken smile that Izuku had come to treasure. Exactly. Dash dash dash. The first real challenge to his new role came from an unexpected source. Bakugo. They were training together. A simple exercise, nothing intense, when Bakugo suddenly stopped. You know everyone's watching you now, right? His voice was flat. Not just the public, the villains too. Izuku nodded. I know, and you know what that means. You're a target. A big target. Every villain with something to prove is going to want to take down the symbol of safety. I know that too. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Then why aren't you scared? Izuku thought about the question. He was scared. Terrified, actually. The weight of public expectation pressed on him constantly, waking and sleeping. But beneath the fear, something else lived. I am scared, he admitted. But I'm also certain. Certain that protecting people is what I'm meant to do. Certain that my quirk will be there when I need it. Certain that I'm not alone. Not alone. My classmates. My teachers. You. Izuku met Bakugo's eyes. Even if I become a target, I'm not a target alone. I have people who'll protect me too. Bakugo stared at him for a long moment. Then he snorted. Don't get used to it, Deku. But he didn't deny it. Dash dash dash. The incident that cemented Izuku's reputation happened on a Tuesday. An ordinary Tuesday, sunny and warm, with no hint of the chaos to come. Izuku was walking home from a study session when his quirk screamed. Not the normal warning, a full, blaring alarm that made him stagger. He looked up, searching for the source, and found it immediately. A building, 20 stories, smoke pouring from upper floors. And at the top, visible through windows, people. Children, dozens of them. His body moved before his brain caught up. By the time he reached the building, firefighters were already there. But their ladders only reached so high. The fire had spread too fast, too far. Children were trapped on the upper floors, screaming, crying, dying. Izuku didn't think. He acted. His ki, RK erupted like nothing he'd ever done before. Barriers formed on every floor, creating shields between children and flames. Corridors of gold light appeared, guiding trapped victims toward stairs. Domes surrounded those who couldn't move, protecting them until rescue arrived. And at the very top, where the fire was hottest, where a group of preschoolers huddled together in terror. A bridge. Izuku created a bridge of solid gold light from their window to the adjacent building, where firefighters waited. He held it with everything he had, feeling the strain tear through his body, feeling the 43 seconds tick down in his chest. 20 seconds. 30. 40. Hold asterisk. He commanded his quirk. Hold asterisk. The children crossed, one by one, small feet on golden light, guided by Firefig. H'tas who couldn't believe what they were seeing. The last child, a little girl, no older than Eri, paused in the middle and looked back at him. You're the safety hero, she said. My mommy told me about you. Izuku smiled through the pain. Keep going, he gasped. You're almost safe. She crossed. The bridge dissolved. Izuku collapsed. He woke in a hospital bed. Again, surrounded by worried faces. His mother, All Might, Aizawa, and dozens of cards and flowers from people he'd never met. How long? He croaked. 3 days. His mother's voice was wrecked. You were unconscious for 3 days, Izuku. The doctors said. They said your heart nearly stopped. He looked at his arms. New scars, darker this time, spreading from his wrists to his elbows like vines of silver light. The cost asterisk, he thought. Always the cost, asterisk. You saved 47 children, Aizawa said quietly. And 23 adults. 70 people total. In 4 minutes. Izuku's eyes widened. 4 minutes. Your quirk operated at full output for nearly 4 minutes. Far beyond your documented limit. Aizawa's expression was unreadable. You should be dead. I should be. Izuku looked at his scarred arms. But I'm not. Your quirk found a way. Recovery Girl's voice came from the doorway. It drew from reserves you didn't know you had. From them. She gestured at the cards and flowers. While you were unconscious, people sent messages. Thousands of them. Children you saved. Parents of children you saved. Strangers who heard your story. Her eyes were bright. The attitude, their belief asterisk in you, somehow reached your quirk. Strengthened it, helped it keep going. Izuku stared at her. The strength of my protection scales with emotional attachment. Asterisk, not just his own emotions. Theirs too. They believed in me, he whispered. And that made me stronger. Your quirk is empathetic, Recovery Girl said. Not just to your feelings, to everyone's. When people trust you, when they feel safe because of you, that feeds your power. Makes it grow. Izuku looked at his scarred arms again. At the marks of his protection. At the cost of his caring. Worth it asterisk, he thought. Every second, every scar, worth it, asterisk. His quirk pulsed weakly. Exhausted, but content. Protected asterisk, it whispered. Kept them safe, asterisk. Together asterisk. Izuku thought back. We kept them safe together. Asterisk. The media coverage after the fire was unprecedented. The symbol of safety saves 70. Asterisk. UA. Student performs miracle rescue. Asterisk. Midoriya Izuku. The hero we need. Asterisk. But this time, the attention felt different. Not intrusive, affirming. Because mixed with the headlines were letters. Thousands of letters. From people he'd never meet, telling him what his protection meant to them. A mother whose children he'd saved wrote, "You gave me back my world." Asterisk. A grandfather who'd watched from across the street wrote, "I haven't felt this safe since I was young." Asterisk. A little girl, the one from the bridge, sent a drawing, a stick figure with green hair and gold wings, surrounded by smaller figures holding her hand. "You're my angel," asterisk she wrote. "When I grow up, I want to be like you." Asterisk. Izuku cried when he read that one. The public ceremony was held 2 weeks later. The mayor wanted to honor him. The police commissioner wanted to thank him. Parents of the children he'd saved wanted to see him, to touch him, to prove he was real. Izuku stood on a stage in front of thousands of people, trembling. His quirk pulsed with overwhelming input, so many emotions, so much gratitude, so much trust. It threatened to drown him, to overwhelm his senses, to break him. Then a small hand slipped into his. The little girl from the bridge. She stood beside him, holding his hand like it was the most natural thing in the world. "It's okay," she whispered. "I'm here." Izuku looked at her. at her trusting eyes, her steady presence, her absolute certainty that he would keep her safe. His quirk settled. The overwhelming input faded to manageable warmth. The fear dissolved into purpose. And for the first time since waking in the hospital, Izuku felt right. He smiled at the crowd, at the thousands of people who believed in him, at the little girl who held his hand. "Thank you," he said, and his voice carried across the square. "Thank you for trusting me. Thank you for letting me protect you. Thank you for making me your symbol of safety." The crowd erupted, and Izuku Midoriya, the boy who'd once been told he could never be a hero, stood in the center of their love and understood. This was what he was born for. That night, he updated his notebook one last time. Symbol of safety. Public trust strengthens my quirk. Emotional attachment works both ways. Their belief in me feeds my power. Asterisk. The scars are permanent now. Evidence of the cost, but also evidence of what I've protected. Asterisk. I'm not alone. I have my classmates, my teachers, my family, and now, thousands of people who believe in me. Asterisk. This is who I am. This is who I'll always be. Not the strongest hero, not the fastest, but the one people turn to when they're scared. Asterisk. The one who makes them feel safe. Asterisk. He closed the notebook and looked out the window. The city sparkled below him. Millions of lives, millions of stories, millions of reasons to protect. His quirk pulsed warmly, reaching toward each one, not with strain but with promise. We'll be there. Asterisk. It seemed to say. Whenever they need us, we'll be there. Asterisk. Izuku smiled. I know, he whispered. That's what symbols do. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 Villain exploitation. The first sign that something was wrong came on a Thursday afternoon. Izuku sat in class, taking notes on hero lore, when his quirk lurched. Not the familiar warning pulse. Something deeper. Something that felt like a string being pulled taut inside his chest. He looked up, confused. Nothing seemed different. Aizawa droned about use of force regulations. Kaminari doodled in the corner. Uraraka passed him a note about lunch plans. But the pulling continued. Someone asterisk. His quirk insisted. Someone needs us. Far away. Faint. Asterisk. Izuku's hand tightened on his pencil. Who? He thought back. Where? Asterisk. The quirk couldn't answer, only pointed, insistently, towards something it couldn't name. The pulling intensified over the next week. It woke him at night, distracted him during training, made him jump at shadows and stare at horizons. His classmates noticed. Dude, you've been weird all week, Kirishima said during lunch. What's going on? Izuku hesitated. I don't know. My quirk keeps reaching for something. Someone. Like there's a person in danger, but I can't find them. Quote, a person in danger. Should we tell Aizawa? I tried, he said to monitor it, that some quirks develop premonition abilities under stress. Izuku rubbed his chest. But this doesn't feel like premonition. It feels like connection, like someone I care about is hurting, and I can't reach them. Uraraka's eyes widened. Someone you care about. Who? That's the problem. I don't know. The answer came 3 days later. Izuku was walking back to the dorms when his phone buzzed. An unknown number. A video attachment. He opened it. The footage was dark. Filmed in shadows. By someone who didn't want to be seen. But the voice was clear. Hello. Symbol of safety. Izuku's blood went cold. The camera panned to reveal a figure. A woman, bound and gagged, terror in her eyes. We have someone who belongs to you, the voice continued. Or rather, someone who belongs to the people you protect. Watch. The video showed more. A room, other captives, and in the corner, barely visible, a child, small, dark hair, trembling, Eri, asterisk. Izuku's world stopped. His quirk screamed. The message that followed was simple. Come alone, or they die. No location given. That would come later, they said. Just the demand. The symbol of safety, isolated and vulnerable, delivered to people who wanted to destroy everything he stood for. Izuku sat in his room, staring at his phone, while his quirk raged inside him. Eri. They have Eri. Asterisk. The little girl from the beach. The one who'd drawn him with wings. The one he'd promised to protect forever. I will always come asterisk. He'd told her, no matter where you are. Asterisk. His hands were shaking. Midoriya. A knock at his door. Uraraka's voice. You okay? You missed dinner. He couldn't answer. The door opened. Uraraka took one look at his face and crossed the room in seconds. What happened? Wordlessly, he showed her the video. She watched in silence. When it ended, her face was pale. Oh no, they want me alone. His voice was wrecked. If I don't go, they'll kill her. If I go, they'll. Then we go together. Uraraka grabbed his hands. All of us. We're not letting you face this alone. You can't. They said. Villains lie. Her grip tightened. They'll kill her whether you go alone or not. The only chance is to go in strong. With backup. With family. Izuku looked at her fierce determination, at the warmth in his chest. 20 points of light, all burning brighter now, all feeling his distress through their connection. Family asterisk. His quirk whispered. Our family, asterisk. But if they hurt her then we'll stop them before they can. Aizawa's voice came from the doorway. He stood there, tired eyes sharp, phone in hand. I've already contacted the police. We're mobilizing. Izuku stared. Sensei, you're not a lone hero, Midoriya. You're part of something bigger. Aizawa stepped into the room. Those villains chose you because you're a symbol. Because they think taking you down will break the idea of safety you represent. His voice hardened. They're wrong. Symbols don't break. Not when they're backed by everyone who believes in them. The next hours were chaos. Planning, coordination, attempts to trace the video, locate the hideout, save Eri before it was too late. Izuku sat at the center of it all, feeling his quirk pull toward her like a physical force. She's scared asterisk, it kept whispering. So scared. Alone. Needs us. Asterisk. I know asterisk, he thought back. I know. We're coming. Asterisk. But the pulling grew stronger. More desperate. And with it came something else. A pressure asterisk, building in his chest, demanding release. Soon asterisk, his quirk promised. Soon we'll protect her. Soon we'll. Midoriya. Aizawa's voice cut through. We have a location. The warehouse sat on the edge of the city, abandoned and dark. Izuku approached it alone, as demanded, while his classmates circled in the shadows, waiting for his signal. Every step felt like walking toward his own execution. His quirk screamed constantly now. Eri. Asterisk. He reached the door. It opened. Inside, the scene from the video came to life. Eri, bound in the corner, eyes huge with terror. Other captives scattered around her. And in the center, a figure waiting. You came. The villain's voice was pleased. The symbol of safety, walking into danger for one small girl. How predictable. Izuku's barriers formed automatically. Not around himself, but around Eri. A golden dome, protecting her instantly. The villain laughed. You think that will stop us? We know how your quirk works, little hero. We know it draws strength from caring. We know it has limits. He gestured. Show him. The warehouse filled with figures. Dozens of them, villains of every description, surrounding Izuku, cutting off escape. But worse, in the shadows, more captives. More people in danger. More pressure asterisk on his quirk. Every person you care about in this room makes you weaker, the villain said. Every life you're trying to save drains your reserves faster. By the time you've protected them all, you'll have nothing left for yourself. Izuku's heart hammered. The villain was right. He could feel it. The strain building, his quirk dividing its attention between Eri and the other captives, each one demanding protection, each one costing him. We can't save everyone asterisk, his quirk realized. Not alone, asterisk. But we're not alone asterisk, Izuku thought back. Look, asterisk. Through the warehouse windows, shadows moved. His classmates, circling, waiting, ready, now, Izuku whispered. The windows exploded. Class 1A descended like vengeance. Kirishima burst through first, hardened and roaring. Todoroki's ice followed, freezing villains in place. Bakugo's explosions lit the darkness. Uraraka floated debris into attackers. Tokiyami's dark shadow swept through the ranks. And in the chaos, Izuku moved. Not toward the villains, toward Eri. His barriers flowed ahead of him, clearing a path, deflecting attacks meant for the captives. He reached her in seconds, dropped to his knees, and wrapped her in gold light. I'm here, he gasped. I'm here, Eri. I promised I'd come. She stared at him with huge, disbelieving eyes. You came, she whispered. You actually came. Always. He gathered her into his arms, shield still surrounding them. I will always come. Dash dash dash. The battle raged around them, but Izuku barely noticed. His focus was entirely on Eri, on keeping her safe, on calming her terror, on being there the way he'd promised. His quirk pulsed with single-minded intensity, pouring everything into her protection. But the villains had planned for this. Midoriya, Kirishima's voice, urgent. They're focusing on you. They know you're distracted. Izuku looked up. Dozens of villains had broken from the main fight, converging on his position. His classmates fought desperately to hold them back, but there were too many. They were going to reach him. Reach Eri. Protect her asterisk. His quirk insisted. Protect her at any cost. Asterisk. But the cost. He looked at his arms. At the scars. At the evidence of what any cost meant. If I push too hard, I'll die. And then who protects her? Asterisk. The thought hit him like lightning. Protection isn't about dying for someone. It's about living for them. Asterisk. He looked at his classmates. At the desperate fight. At the way they were already protecting him, without his barriers, without his help. Trust them asterisk, he realized. I have to trust them. Asterisk. Eri. His voice was steady. I need you to do something for me. She looked up, eyes wet. Those are my friends out there. My family. They came to save you too. He pointed. See that boy with the red hair? That's Kirishima. He's the bravest person I know. And that girl with the brown hair. Uraraka. She's the one who insisted we come together. Eri looked at them. They're fighting for you, Izuku continued. Just like I am. And they need to know you're safe. They need to see it. He stood, lifting her gently. Can you show them? Can you let them see that you're okay? Eri hesitated. Then, slowly, she nodded. Izuku lowered his barriers. Not all of them, but enough. Enough for her to be visible. Enough for his classmates to see. And when they did, something shifted. Kirishima's hardening glowed brighter. Uraraka moved faster. Todoroki's eyes surged stronger. Even Bakugo's explosions seemed more focused, more purposeful. They'd seen her. They knew what they were fighting for. And they fought harder. Dash dash dash. The tide turned. Villains fell. Captives were freed. The warehouse became a trap for its creators instead of its victims. By the time police arrived, the battle was over. Izuku stood in the center of it all, holding Eri, surrounded by his classmates. You okay? Uraraka asked, touching his arm. I am now. He looked at Eri. We both are. Eri tugged his sleeve. Izuku. Yeah, your friends are really cool. He laughed, a real laugh, bright with relief. Yeah, they really are. Dash dash dash. The debrief lasted hours. Police statements, medical checks, questions about how the villains had found Eri, how they'd known about Izuku's connection to her. The answers were unsettling. They'd been watching him for months, tracking his relationships, mapping his emotional attachments. They knew exactly how to hurt you, Detective Tsukauchi said quietly. They targeted someone vulnerable precisely because your connection to her would compromise your judgment. Izuku's hands tightened. Is she safe now? Eri, we've arranged protective custody. She'll be guarded around the clock. Tsukauchi paused. But Midoriya, this won't be the last time. Your reputation as the symbol of safety makes you a target. Villains will keep exploiting your compassion. Keep threatening the people you love. Izuku nodded slowly. I know. And I'll keep protecting them. All of them. He met the detective's eyes. But I won't do it alone. I have people who'll help. People who'll stand with me. People who'll protect me asterisk when I need it. Tsukauchi studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. Your mother raised a good man, he said. Don't forget that. Dash dash dash. That night, Izuku sat with Eri in her new safe house. She was calmer now, still shaken, but safe. Protected, surrounded by people who'd die before letting anyone hurt her again. Izuku. Her small voice was sleepy. Yeah, can I stay with you? Not here, with you. Your school, your friends. She looked up at him with hopeful eyes. I want to be where you are. Where it's safe. Izuku's heart clenched. She wants to come home with us asterisk, he realized. She wants to be part of our family. Asterisk. His quirk pulsed with overwhelming warmth. Yes asterisk. It seemed to say. Yes, please. She's ours. She's always been ours. Asterisk. I'll talk to my teachers, he promised. I'll find a way. Eri smiled. The first real smile he'd seen from her since the rescue. Okay, she whispered. I trust you. The next morning, Izuku presented his case to Aizawa. Eri needs a permanent home. Somewhere safe, where she can heal. Somewhere with people who understand what she's been through. He took a breath. I want her to come to UA. Aizawa's expression didn't change. That's not how things work, Midoriya. I know, but it's how they should work. Izuku met his eyes. She's been through so much. She needs stability, safety, family, and my class, we can give her that. All of us, together. Aizawa was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. I'll make some calls. 3 weeks later, Eri moved into the UA dorms. The class threw a welcome party. Decorations, cake, presents from everyone. She sat in the middle of it all, surrounded by noisy teenagers who kept checking to make sure she was okay, and her face slowly transformed. From fear to confusion, from confusion to wonder, from wonder to joy. Izuku watched from the corner, tears streaming down his face. She's happy, Uraraka whispered beside him. Really happy. Yeah. His voice cracked. She is. His quirk pulsed with warmth that had nothing to do with barriers or protection. Just love. Pure, simple, overwhelming love for the small girl who'd become part of their family. Protected asterisk, it whispered. Kept safe. Together, asterisk. Together asterisk. Izuku agreed. Always together, asterisk. That night, after the party ended, Izuku sat on the dorm roof. Eri was asleep in a room they'd decorated just for her, surrounded by stuffed animals from her new family. His classmates were scattered through the building, exhausted but content. And in his chest, 21 points of light burned bright. 21. Eri had joined his constellation. His quirk pulsed with quiet joy. Family complete asterisk, it seemed to say. For now, asterisk. Izuku smiled at the stars. For now, he agreed. But there's always room for more. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 expanding the radius. The morning after Eri's welcome party, Izuku woke to find his quirk different. Not weaker, broader, like a net that had somehow stretched overnight, reaching further than it ever had before. He lay in bed, eyes closed, and felt things he'd never felt. Eri, 2 floors down, sleeping peacefully. Her dreams were calm now, no nightmares, no fear. Just the quiet rest of a child who finally felt safe. His classmates, scattered through the building. Kirishima already awake, doing push-ups. Uraraka still asleep, her presence soft and warm. Bakugo, always Bakugo, radiating aggressive energy even in unconsciousness. But beyond them, beyond the dorms, beyond the campus, beyond anything he'd ever sensed before, more. Faint presences, like distant stars. People he didn't know, people he'd never met, people who, somehow, his quirk now recognized. What happened? He thought, confused. His quirk pulsed, not with answer, but with expansion. As if adding Eri to his constellation had unlocked something. As if protecting one more person had taught it to reach further. More asterisk, it seemed to whisper. So many more, all needing protection. All. The sensation faded. Izuku sat up, breathing hard. Okay, he whispered. That's new. Aizawa's office, an hour later. You're sensing people outside your immediate circle now. The teacher's tired eyes sharpened with interest. How far? I'm not sure. Farther than before. Like there's a radius around me, and it's grown. Izuku struggled to explain. Before, I could only feel people I had strong connections to. My mom, my classmates, Eri. Now I can feel strangers, but faintly, like echoes. Aizawa was silent for a long moment. Your quirk evolves through emotional attachment, he finally said. Adding Eri to your constellation, someone so vulnerable, so dependent on your protection, may have triggered a growth spurt. Your quirk is learning to extend its awareness to potential attachments. People who could become part of your circle. Izuku's eyes widened. So I'm sensing everyone who might need my protection. Everyone within range, yes. And that range appears to be expanding. Aizawa leaned back. The question is, how far can it go? And what happens when it reaches its limit? The next weeks brought answers. Izuku's radius grew steadily. A block, a mile, the entire UA campus. By the end of the first week, he could feel every student, every teacher, every staff member within the school grounds. Not as individuals, not yet, but as presences, points of light in a growing constellation, each one a potential person to protect. It's overwhelming sometimes, he admitted to Uraraka during training. So many people, so many needs. My quirk wants to protect all of them, but I can't even breathe. She touched his arm. You're not supposed to protect everyone, Midoriya. You're supposed to protect who you can, when you can. That's enough. He wanted to believe her, but his quirk kept reaching, kept expanding, kept demanding. The first real test came 2 weeks later. A train derailment in the city. Not villain caused, just an accident, but devastating nonetheless. Izuku was on a shopping trip with Uraraka when his quirk screamed. Hundreds of presences, hundreds of points of light, all suddenly terrified. What's wrong? Uraraka saw his face go pale. Train, derailment, miles away. He was already moving. So many people. They're hurt, they're scared. They need. Midoriya, wait, you can't. But he was already running. The scene was chaos. Twisted metal, screaming, smoke and fire and the awful sound of people in pain. First responders hadn't arrived yet. The derailment was too recent, too sudden. For now, only civilians remained. Trapped, bleeding, dying. Izuku stood at the edge of the wreckage, overwhelmed. His quirk flooded him with input. Hundreds of points of light, each one screaming for protection. Each one demanding his attention. Each one costing him just by existing in his awareness. Can't save them all *. His quirk realized. Too many. Too spread out. *. Then we save who we can *. Izuku thought back. And trust others to save the rest. *. He moved. Not toward the nearest victims. Toward the worst. The ones whose lights flickered weakest. The ones who'd die first without help. His barriers formed as he ran. Not domes, not walls, but paths. Golden corridors through the wreckage. Guiding rescuers who hadn't arrived yet. Stabilizing supports for collapsing structures. Cushions for people who needed to fall safely. He reached a mother and child pinned beneath a twisted beam. His barrier lifted it. Not throwing, just holding, while he pulled them free. Go, he gasped. That way, the path is safe, keep going. They ran. He moved on. The next hours blurred into nightmare. Victim after victim. Rescue after rescue. His quirk stretched thinner with each save, its radius pulsing as it tried to maintain awareness of everyone while focusing on individuals. But something strange happened. As he saved people, their lights in his awareness changed. From desperate flickers to steady glows. From strangers to something more. People he'd protected. People who now trusted him. People whose belief in him fed back into his quirk, strengthening it even as he weakened himself. They're joining us *. His quirk realized. Becoming part of our circle. *. Not family *. Izuku thought. Exhausted. Not like my classmates. But connected *. The quirk agreed. Protected. Grateful. Their trust makes us stronger. *. By the time professional rescuers arrived, Izuku had saved 43 people. He collapsed beside the last one, an elderly man with a crushed leg, now safely stabilized, and let the darkness take him. He woke in another hospital bed. His mother was there, All Might, Aizawa, and a crowd of people he didn't recognize, gathered outside his room, holding signs and flowers and thanks. How many? He croaked. 43 direct saves, Aizawa said quietly. Plus hundreds indirectly, through the paths you created and the structures you stabilized. The death toll would have been catastrophic without you. Izuku looked at his arms. New scars, darker still, spreading from elbows to shoulders now, a map of his protection etched into his skin. The cost *, he thought. Always the cost, *. But beneath the scars, his quirk pulsed warmly. Not exhausted this time, satisfied. Content in a way he'd never felt before. So many *, it whispered. Protected so many. They're safe now. They're connected. Izuku breathed. They're all connected now. All Might leaned forward. What do you mean? My quirk, it's not just about the people I love anymore. It's about everyone I protect. Everyone who trusts me. They become part of something. A network, a constellation. He struggled to explain. Their belief in me makes me stronger. Their safety makes my quirk happy. Aizawa and All Might exchanged glances. Your quirk's radius, Aizawa said slowly. It's not just expanding geographically. It's expanding relationally. Every person you save becomes a new point in your awareness. A new source of strength. And when enough people trust me, your range grows. Your power grows. Your capacity grows. Aizawa's voice held something like wonder. Midoriya, do you realize what this means? You're not just becoming a symbol. You're becoming a nexus. A center point for everyone who believes in safety. Izuku stared at him. A nexus. Asterisk. The word echoed in his mind. All those points of light. All those people trusting me. All that belief. Flowing back into my quirk, making it stronger, making it reach further. I can protect more, he whispered. So many more. But at what cost? His mother's voice was soft, tearful. Look at your arms, Izuku. Look at what protecting costs you. He looked. The scars were permanent now. Evidence of every life he'd saved. Every limit he'd pushed past. Every time his quirk had demanded more than his body could give. But beneath the scars, his heart beat steady. And in his chest, hundreds of points of light burned bright. I don't know what it costs anymore, he admitted. I just know that when people need me, when their lights flicker and fade, I have to answer. I can't not answer, his mother cried. All Might placed a hand on his shoulder. That, the retired hero said quietly, is what makes you a true symbol of safety. Not the power, the need to use it. The recovery took a week. Izuku spent it in the hospital, receiving NG visitors and letters and gifts from people he'd saved. Each interaction added another light to his constellation. Each light made his quirk pulse with quiet joy. By the time he was released, he could feel the entire city. Not every individual. That would be too much, too overwhelming. But the shape of it, the weight of all those lives, all those needs, all those potential points of connection. His quirk held them gently, like a parent holding a sleeping child. So many asterisk, it whispered. So many to protect, asterisk. I know asterisk, Izuku thought back. But we're not alone anymore. We have help, asterisk. He looked at the city spread before him. At the millions of lives depending on heroes like him. At the constellation burning in his chest. We'll protect them all asterisk, he promised. Somehow, someday, we'll protect them all, asterisk. His quirk pulsed in agreement. Together asterisk, it whispered. Always together, asterisk. Back at UA, his classmates noticed the change immediately. Dude, you're glowing, Kirishima said. Like, literally, there's a gold tint to your skin now. Izuku looked at his hands. Kirishima was right. A faint golden sheen had settled into his skin, barely visible but definitely there. It's my quirk, he realized. It's becoming part of me, permanently. Is that bad? Uraraka asked. I don't think so. He flexed his fingers, watching the gold shift. I think it means we're finally becoming what we're supposed to be. What's that? Izuku smiled. A symbol. That night, Eri climbed into his lap while he sat on the common room couch. Izuku. Her small voice was sleepy. Yeah, your arms look different. She traced the scars with tiny fingers. Do they hurt? Not anymore. He hugged her gently. They're just reminders. Reminders of what? Of everyone I've protected. Everyone who trusts me. Everyone who's part of our family now. Eri was quiet for a moment. Am I in your arms? She asked. In the scars. Izuku's eyes burned. Yeah, he whispered. You're in there, right at the center. She smiled, satisfied, and fell asleep against his chest. His quirk pulsed warmly, wrapping around her like a blanket. Protected asterisk, it whispered. Safe, home, asterisk, The next morning, Izuku woke to an alert. A villain attack. Multiple locations across the city. Civilians in danger everywhere. His quirk surged. Hundreds of points of light flickered in his awareness. People scared. People hurt. People needing him. He felt each one like a tug on his heart. But this time, he didn't panic. This time, he expanded. His quirk reached out, not just sensing but connecting, weaving between those points of light, creating a network of awareness that spanned the entire attack zone. He could feel heroes responding, civilians evacuating, threats approaching, and in that network, he found something unexpected. Other protectors. Kirishima, hardening to shield the family. Uraraka, floating debris away from trapped victims. Todoroki, creating ice barriers against flames. Even Bakugo, explosions carefully controlled to clear paths without harming. They were all there, all fighting, all protecting, and through his expanded awareness, Izuku could help them. Barriers formed across the city, not his alone, but with his classmates. Enhancing Kirishima's hardening, guiding Uraraka's floating, reinforcing Todoroki's ice, amplifying every protective action his friends took. What the? Kirishima's voice echoed through their connection. Midoriya, is that you? I'm here, Izuku thought back, and somehow they heard. All of you, I'm here, keep fighting, I've got your backs. The battle turned. Villains who'd planned coordinated attacks found themselves facing coordinated defense. Every strike was blocked, every victim was saved, every attempt to harm was met with gold light and unwavering protection. By the time the dust settled, not a single civilian had died. Izuku stood in the center of the city, surrounded by his classmates. Breathing hard but triumphant. We did it, he gasped. You did it. Todoroki's voice was quiet with awe. Your quirk connected all of us. Made us stronger together. We did it, Izuku insisted. I can't protect alone, but we, together, we're unstoppable. His classmates looked at each other. Then, slowly, they smiled. That night, the news called it the miracle of Musutafu. 20 students from UA, working in perfect coordination, saving hundreds of lives. Analysts debated how it was possible. Experts marveled at the synergy. And at the center of every report, one name kept appearing. Midoriya Izuku, the symbol of safety. But Izuku didn't watch the news. He sat on the dorm roof with his classmates, sharing snacks and stories and the quiet joy of survival. Eri was asleep downstairs, surrounded by stuffed animals. The city sparkled below them, full of lives they'd saved. So, Kirishima said, breaking the comfortable silence, what now? You're basically famous. The whole country knows your name. Izuku thought about it. What now? His quirk pulsed in his chest. Warm, steady, expanded. Hundreds of points of light connected to him now. Hundreds of people who trusted him. Hundreds of reasons to keep protecting. Now, he said slowly, we keep going. Keep training. Keep getting stronger. He looked at his classmates, his family. Because the more people who trust us, the more we have to protect. And the more we have to protect, the stronger we have to become. Uraraka nudged his shoulder. So it's a cycle. Trust makes us stronger. Strength lets us protect more. Protection earns more trust. Exactly. Bakugo snorted. Sounds exhausting. It is. Izuku smiled. But it's also everything. They sat together in silence, watching the stars. And somewhere in Izuku's chest, his quirk pulsed with quiet contentment. So many asterisk, it whispered. So many to protect. So many who trust us. Asterisk. I know asterisk, Izuku thought back. But we're not alone. We'll never be alone again. Asterisk. The stars didn't answer, but the warmth in his chest, that was answer enough. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 Emotional breaking point. The dreams started 3 nights after the miracle of Musutafu. Izuku lay in his dorm room, trapped in sleep, while his quirk screamed at him. Images flashed behind his eyes. Faces he didn't recognize. People he'd never met, all reaching for him with desperate hands. Help us asterisk, they whispered. Protect us, you promised, asterisk. He woke gasping, heart hammering, golden light flickering around his body. Just a dream, just a nightmare. But when he closed his eyes, the faces returned. The dreams grew worse each night. Not just strangers now, family. His mother, trapped in fire, reaching for him. All Might, crumbling to dust, begging for help. Eri, small and terrified, disappearing into darkness. Izuku woke screaming. His classmates found him that night. Uraraka first, then Kirishima. Then half the class drawn by the noise. They crowded into his room, faces pale with concern. Midoriya. Uraraka's voice was shaking. What happened? I can't. He couldn't form words. His quirk raged inside him, demanding action, demanding protection, demanding he save people who weren't even in danger. Aizawa arrived minutes later, still in his sleeping bag. Everyone out, he ordered. Now. They left reluctantly. Aizawa sat on the edge of Izuku's bed, tired eyes studying him. Tell me. And Izuku did. The dreams, the faces, the desperate need to protect that wouldn't stop. Even in sleep. The way his quirk pushed at him constantly now, demanding he expand further, protect more, be more. Aizawa listened without interrupting. When Izuku finished, the teacher was quiet for a long moment. Your quirk's radius has expanded faster than your mind can handle, he finally said. You're feeling the weight of everyone in your constellation, everyone who trusts you, everyone who needs you, and your subconscious doesn't know how to process it. Izuku's hands shook. How do I make it stop? You don't. Aizawa's voice was gentle, gentler than Izuku had ever heard it. You learn to carry it. But that takes time. And in the meantime, I can't sleep. Can't focus. Can't. His voice broke. Sensei, there are so many of them. Hundreds now. Maybe thousands. And my quirk keeps feeling them all the time. Their fear. Their need. Their trust. It's too much. Aizawa was silent. Then, slowly, he reached out and placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. You're not alone in this, he said quietly. You have people who'll help carry the weight. But you have to let them. You have to trust them. Izuku looked at him, at the tired eyes that held no judgment, at the hand that offered comfort without expectation. I'll try, he whispered. Try harder. The next day, Izuku told his classmates everything. Hei gathered in the common room, all 20 of them, plus Eri curled in Uraraka's lap, and listened as he explained. The expanding radius, the constant awareness, the nightmares, the crushing weight of so much trust, so much need, so much fear. When he finished, silence stretched between them. Then Kirishima spoke. Dude, that's terrifying. Yeah, Izuku agreed. It is, but also, Kirishima grinned. It means you care. Like, really care. About everyone. That's not weakness. That's who you are. Kirishima's right, Uraraka added. Your quirk makes you feel everyone's fear because you're supposed to protect them. That's your nature, but you don't have to carry it alone. She looked around the room. We're here, all of us. We'll help. How? Izuku's voice cracked. How? Can you help with something I can't even control? By being here. Todoroki's quiet voice cut through. By reminding you that you're not responsible for everything. By protecting you when you forget to protect yourself. Bakugo snorted. Don't get sappy. Half and half. But his voice lacked its usual venom. Deku, you're an idiot. You always have been. But you're our idiot. And idiots don't get to break alone. Izuku stared at them. At the faces of his family. At the warmth in his chest. 21 points of light, burning steady and strong. Okay, he whispered. Okay. The dreams didn't stop. But they changed. Now, when the faces came, when the desperate hands reached for him, other presences appeared. His classmates, standing beside him, reaching with him, sharing the weight. In one dream, Kirishima's hardened form blocked a falling building while Izuku pulled people free. In another, Uraraka floated an entire crowd to safety while Izuku shielded them from debris. In a third, even Bakugo appeared, explosions carefully controlled, clearing paths through fire while Izuku's barriers protected the fleeing. The nightmares became something else. Not fear, purpose, not isolation, together. 3 weeks passed. Izuku's radius stabilized. The constant input became manageable. Not easy, never easy, but bearable. He learned to filter, to prioritize, to trust that not every flicker of fear required his immediate response. His classmates helped. They took turns sitting with him during bad nights. Reminded him to eat when he forgot. Pulled him from training when he pushed too hard. You're getting better, Aizawa observed during one debrief. Your control is improving. I have good teachers. Izuku smiled tiredly. And good friends. Aizawa almost smiled. Don't let it go to your head. The breaking point came on a Tuesday. A villain attack. Massive, coordinated, targeting multiple locations simultaneously. Izuku felt it. Through his expanded radius, hundreds of points of light flickering with fear, dozens already fading toward darkness. He moved without thinking. His quirk exploded outward, barriers forming across the city, connecting to every protector he could reach. Kirishima, Todoroki, even pro-heroes he'd never met. His quirk recognized the protective intent and linked to them, amplifying the defenses. For a while, it worked. Villains were contained. Civilians were saved. The coordinated attack crumbled against coordinated defense. But then, a light flickered, faint, distant, but familiar. His mother. Izuku's world stopped. No. He ran, not toward the main battle, toward her. Toward the small apartment where she should have been safe, should have been protected, should have been untouchable. His quirk screamed with him. He found her on the ground outside their building. A villain stood over her. Someone who'd broken through the chaos, who'd targeted her specifically, who'd known. The symbol of safety, the villain mocked. So easy to break. Just threaten the people he loves. Izuku didn't hear the words. He saw only his mother. Bleeding. Unmoving. Gone. No. Asterisk. The world went white. When awareness returned, the villain was gone. Not defeated. Erased. Nothing remained where they'd stood. Not ash. Not remains. Not even a scorch mark. Just. Nothing. Izuku knelt beside his mother, hands shaking, quirk raging. Please asterisk, he begged. Please be alive. Please. She stirred. A groan. A flutter of eyelids. Life. Injury. Recovery girl's voice cut through the chaos. She'd appeared somehow, drawn by the emergency. Midoriya, let me see. Izuku couldn't move, couldn't speak, could only stare at his MOT. Hers face while his quirk screamed and screamed and screamed. Later. Minutes. Hours. He sat in a hospital hallway. His mother was alive, bruised, concussed, but alive. Recovery girl had stabilized her. She'd be okay. Izuku should have felt relief. Instead, he felt nothing. His quirk was quiet, not the warm hum of normal operation. Silent. Empty. Like something inside him had died. Midoriya. Aizawa sat beside him. The teacher's face was grim. The villain who attacked your mother. The gone. Completely. No remains. No traces, nothing. He paused. Your quirk did that. Izuku stared at his hands. I didn't know it could. He whispered. I didn't mean to. I know. Aizawa's voice was gentle. Your quirk reacted to extreme emotional stimulus. It protected the way it knows how. By removing the threat. Permanently. Removing the threat. Asterisk. Killing. Asterisk. Izuku's stomach lurched. I'm a murderer, he breathed. You're a protector whose quirk found no other way. Aizawa's hand on his shoulder was firm. That's not the same thing. It feels the same. The next days were darkness. Izuku went through motions. Visiting his mother, attending classes, talking to friends. But inside. He was hollow. His quirk remained silent. The warm constellation in his chest felt like cold, dead stars. His classmates noticed. Midoriya, you need to eat. Midoriya, you should sleep. Midoriya, please talk to us. He couldn't. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the villain. The moment of impact. The erasure. The proof that his protection could become destruction. What if it happens again? He thought constantly. What if I lose control and hurt someone I love? What if my quirk decides protecting means killing and I can't stop it? Asterisk. His quirk had no answers. It just waited. His mother was released from the hospital on the 4th day. Izuku brought her home. The apartment where they'd lived his whole life, now feeling foreign and wrong. She moved slowly, carefully, still healing, but her eyes, when they looked at him, held only love. Izuku. She sat him down at the kitchen table. Tell me. And he did. Everything. The expanding radius. The constant awareness. The nightmares. The villain. The erasure. The terror that his quirk was becoming something dangerous. His mother listened without interrupting. When he finished, she reached across the table and took his hands. My son, she said softly, you are not a monster. You are not a murderer. You are a boy with a quirk that loves too much, that protects too fiercely, and sometimes. That fierceness has terrible consequences. Tears streamed down Izuku's face. But those consequences don't define you, she continued. What defines you is what you do now. How you respond. Whether you let this break you or make you stronger. How? His voice cracked. How do I come back from this? One step at a time. She squeezed his hands. With help, with love, with the knowledge that you're not alone. That night, Izuku's classmates came to the apartment. All of them. 20 teenagers crammed into his small home, bearing food and games and stubborn determination. They didn't ask questions, didn't demand explanations, just were there. Eri climbed into his lap and fell asleep. Kirishima challenged him to video games and lost spectacularly. Uraraka made tea and sat beside him in comfortable silence. Even Bakugo stayed, lurking in a corner, pretending not to care, but present. And slowly, Izuku's quirk stirred. Not the raging demand of before. Not the cold silence of the past days. Something gentler. Something that felt like warmth returning to frozen ground. They're here asterisk, it whispered. Family. Safe. Together. Asterisk. I know asterisk. Izuku thought back. I know. Asterisk. The next morning, he woke to find Eri still curled against him. His quirk pulsed softly. Not silent, not screaming, just there. Present. Connected. Alive. He looked at his arms. The scars were darker now. New patterns etched into his skin, marking what had happened. But beneath them, gold light shimmered faintly. We're still here asterisk, his quirk seemed to say. Still protecting. Still loving. Still trying. Asterisk. Even after what we did. Asterisk. A pause. Then, softly, especially after. Because now we know the cost. Now we choose anyway. Asterisk. Izuku closed his eyes. I don't know if I can. Asterisk. You don't have to know. Just try. Together. Asterisk. He looked at Eri's sleeping face. At the warmth of her small body against his. Together asterisk. He agreed. Always together. Asterisk. Recovery girl's examination that afternoon was thorough. Your quirk went dormant after the incident, she explained. That's common after extreme emotional trauma. But it's coming back now. Slowly, carefully. That's good. Izuku nodded. Will it happen again? The losing control. Probably. Your quirk's entire purpose is protection. When someone you love is in mortal danger, it will do anything to save them. She met his eyes. The question isn't whether it will happen again. It's whether you'll be ready when it does. How do I prepare for something like that? You learn to recognize the signs. You build support systems. You trust your family to pull you back when you go too far. She paused. And you forgive yourself. For what happened. For what might happen. Because guilt without growth is just self-destruction. Izuku thought about her words. About his mother's forgiveness. His classmates' presence. His quirk's tentative return. Forgive myself asterisk, he thought. Can I do that? Asterisk. His quirk pulsed gently. Together asterisk, it whispered. We'll learn together. Asterisk. That night, Izuku stood on the dorm roof alone. The city sparkled below him. Millions of lives. Millions of points of light. His quirk reached toward them, feeling each one, but gently now. Without demand. Without desperation. So many asterisk, he thought. So many to protect. Asterisk. Yes asterisk, his quirk agreed. But not alone. Never alone. Asterisk. He thought about the villain he'd erased. About the darkness that had consumed him. About the terror of losing control. Then he thought about his mother's face when she woke in the hospital. Alive. Alive. Because he'd been there. Because his quirk had protected her. Because even in its most terrifying form, his power had done what it was meant to do. Keep her safe. Asterisk. Keep them all safe. Asterisk. I don't know if I'm ready, he whispered to the night. I don't know if I'll ever be ready. The stars didn't answer, but the warmth in his chest, 21 points of light. Burning steady and strong, that was answer enough. Together asterisk, it whispered. Always together. Asterisk. Izuku smiled, and for the first time in days, the smile felt real. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 True Strength Defined. The weeks after the incident were quiet. Izuku moved through them carefully, deliberately, like someone learning to walk after a long illness. His quirk had returned, not with the desperate urgency of before, but with something gentler. Something that felt almost like patience. His classmates noticed the change. You're different, Uraraka observed during training. Calmer, more present. I'm trying to be. Izuku watched his barriers form. Steady gold, no flicker, no strain. My quirk and I had a long talk. About limits, about trust, about what protection really means. Your quirk talks to you. Not in words, in feelings, impulses. Like, he struggled to explain. Like it's always asking, are they safe? Are we helping? And I have to answer honestly. Not just for them, for us. Uraraka nodded slowly. So you're learning to communicate with it. Like a partner instead of just a power. Exactly. Recovery girl cleared him for full activity a month after the incident. His physical recovery was complete. His mental recovery, that would take longer. The scars on his arms had darkened permanently. A map of every life he'd saved and every limit he'd pushed. But beneath them, his quirk pulsed with steady warmth. You've been through something few heroes experience, Recovery girl said during his final checkup. Most never face the consequences of their power's darkest potential. You have, and you're still standing. Izuku looked at his scarred arms. I don't feel like I'm standing. I feel like I'm barely holding on. That is standing. Her voice was gentle. Heroism isn't about being unbreakable. It's about breaking and choosing to keep going anyway. Aizawa called him to the office that afternoon. Your performance metrics are back to pre-incident levels, the teacher said, reviewing data on his tablet. In some areas, you've actually improved. Your control is finer. Your awareness is more selective. Izuku nodded. I've been working on filtering. On not reacting to every flicker of fear. And it's helping. My quirk understands now that not every threat needs an immediate response. That sometimes, feeling is enough. I don't have to act. Aizawa's expression flickered. Something almost like approval. That's the hardest lesson for empathetic quirks. Learning to distinguish between awareness and obligation. He set the tablet aside. You're ready for the next phase of training. What phase? Aizawa almost smiled. Teaching others. The training sessions started small. First years from other classes, struggling with defensive quirks, referred to Midoriya for guidance. Izuku worked with each one patiently, sharing techniques he'd developed, helping them understand their own powers. A girl with a bubble quirk learned to shape it into barriers. A boy with a hardening quirk learned to layer it for better impact absorption. A quiet student with a telekinetic quirk learned to create protective fields around others. Each session taught Izuku something new. Not about quirks, about people, about the universal need to feel safe, about the different ways protection manifested, about the strength that came from sharing knowledge instead of hoarding it. You're good at this, Kirishima observed, watching him work with a particularly difficult student. Like, really good. You actually listened to them. I remember what it was like, Izuku said quietly. Not understanding my quirk, being afraid of it, thinking I was alone. He smiled at the student, who was finally managing a stable barrier. No one should have to go through that alone. The request came from an unexpected source. Endeavor. Todoroki's father. Requested a meeting. Not with Izuku directly, but through proper channels. Something about defensive strategy consultation. Something about understanding the emotional component of protection. Izuku was terrified. He's the number 2 hero, he whispered to Uraraka. What could he possibly want from me? Maybe he wants to learn from the symbol of safety. She grinned. You're kind of a big deal now, Midoriya. That doesn't make this less terrifying. Good terror or bad terror? He thought about it. Good, I think. Like maybe I can actually help him. Help them. Todoroki's family. Uraraka squeezed his arm. Then go help. The meeting took place at Endeavor's agency. Izuku stood in the lobby, sweating through his hero costume, while Todoroki, Shoto, Ed beside him with his usual unreadable expression. Father can be intense, Shoto said quietly. But he's changed since our fight. Since you helped me see. He paused. He's trying. That doesn't excuse what he did. But he's trying. Izuku nodded. I'll do my best. Endeavor's office was massive. All flames and trophies and overwhelming presents. The number 2 hero sat behind his desk like a king on a throne. Fire flickering around his shoulders. Midoriya. His voice boomed. Thank you for coming. Thank you for inviting me, Endeavor-san. Izuku bowed automatically. I'm honored. Save the pleasantries. Endeavor gestured to a chair. Sit. We have work to do. The work, it turned out, was deeply personal. Endeavor wanted to understand protection. Not as a concept, as emotion. As something his fire quirk had never been able to express. I've spent my entire career attacking, he admitted, staring at his flames. Defeating villains, climbing rankings, winning, but protecting, truly protecting, that requires something I don't have. Izuku hesitated. What's that? Connection. The word seemed to cost Endeavor something. You protect people because you care about them. Because their safety matters to you on a level deeper than strategy. I've never. I don't know how. Izuku looked at the number 2 hero. At the flames that had caused so much pain. At the man trying, desperately, to become something better. I think, Izuku said slowly, that protection isn't something you do. It's something you feel, and feeling starts with vulnerability. With admitting you need people. With letting them matter enough that losing them would destroy you. Endeavor's flames flickered. That sounds terrifying. It is. Izuku met his eyes. But it's also the only way. They talked for hours. Endeavor asked questions. Real questions, not tactical ones. About Izuku's mother. About his classmates. About Eri. About what it felt like to love someone so much that protecting them became instinct. Izuku answered honestly. About the fear. The weight. The moments when protecting felt like drowning. The moments when love itself seemed like a weakness. But it's not weakness, he finished. It's the opposite. Loving people, really loving them, with everything you have, that's the strongest thing anyone can do. Because it means you have something to fight for. Something worth protecting. Something that makes the pain worth bearing. Endeavor was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, his flames shifted. Not attacking, warming, spreading gently, like a hearth fire instead of a battlefield. I think I understand, he said quietly. Not completely, but enough to start. Izuku smiled. That's all any of us can do. Start, and keep going. The next day, Shoto found him after class. My father thanked me. His voice held wonder. Actually thanked me. For bringing you. For helping him see. He looked at Izuku with something like awe. I've never heard him thank anyone. Izuku's face warmed. I didn't do much. Just talked. You do that. Shoto's expression softened fractionally. Talk, listen, care. It's your greatest strength, Midoriya. Not the barriers. The heart behind them. Eri asked the question that night. They sat together on the common room couch, watching cartoons, when she turned to him with serious eyes. Izuku, what makes you strong? He thought about it. The easy answer. His quirk. His training. His scars. But those weren't really him. They were just expressions of something deeper. You know what, Eri? He pulled her close. I used to think strength was about power. About being able to defeat anyone. Protect everyone, never fail. What do you think now? Now I think strength is about choosing. Every day, choosing to care even when it hurts. Choosing to trust even when you've been betrayed. Choosing to protect even when protecting costs everything. He looked at her small face. And sometimes, strength is knowing when you can't do it alone. When you need to ask for help. When you need to let others protect you. Eri considered this. Like when you had the bad dreams and everyone came to help. Exactly like that. She nodded solemnly. I think you're very strong, Izuku. The strongest person I know. His eyes burned. Thanks, Eri. That means more than you know. The next training exercise tested everything. A simulated crisis. Massive scale, multiple threats, civilians everywhere. Izuku's class was split into teams, each responsible for a different zone. Coordination was essential. Communication was key. But something went wrong. A communication failure. Teams scattered. Threats converging. Civilians in danger across all zones simultaneously. Izuku felt it through his expanded radius. Every flickering light, every desperate need. His quirk screamed at him to act, to protect, to do something. But he couldn't be everywhere. Couldn't save everyone alone. Trust asterisk, he reminded himself. Trust your family, asterisk. He closed his eyes, and reached, not with barriers, with awareness. His quirk expanded, connected, linked to every protector in the simulation. Kirishima, Todoroki, Bakugo, Uraraka, Ida, Tokiyami, all of them, suddenly present * in his awareness. They're in danger *, he thought at them. Civilians in Sector 3, villains converging on Sector 7. We need, got it. Kirishima's mental voice was surprised but steady. I'm on Sector 3, *. Sector 7 handled. Todoroki's eyes flared in Izuku's awareness. Stop thinking so loud, Deku. But Bakugo was already moving, explosions guiding him toward the hottest threat. The coordination was instant, perfect, effortless. By the time the simulation ended, every civilian was safe, every threat was neutralized, every team had worked together like a single organism. Izuku stood in the center of the chaos, breathing hard, but smiling. That, Aizawa said from the observation deck, was unprecedented. Explain. Izuku tried. My quirk, it connected to them. Not just sensing, communicating. They could feel what I felt, know what I knew, and they responded instantly, without hesitation. Aizawa's voice held something like wonder. You've become a nexus, Midoriya. A center point for your entire class's protective instincts. Is that good? That's revolutionary. That night, Izuku updated his notebook. True strength defined. Not power, not control, not even love alone. * Connection, trust, the willingness to share weight instead of carrying it alone. * My quirk isn't just mine anymore. It's ours. My classmates' protective instincts link to mine. Their strength becomes mine. Mine becomes theirs. * This is what we've been building toward. This is what protection really means. * He closed the notebook and looked out the window. The city sparkled below him. Millions of lives. Millions of points of light. But in his chest, 21 burned brightest. Family *. His quirk whispered. Our family. * Yeah. Izuku smiled. Our family. * And we protect each other. * Always. *. The next morning, Eri presented him with a drawing. Him, at the center. Gold light radiating outward, and all around him, smaller figures holding hands, his classmates, his teachers, his mother. Even Bakugo, though she'd drawn him with an explosion for a head. This is us, she said proudly. Your protection family. Izuku's eyes burned. It's perfect, he whispered. Absolutely perfect. She beamed, and somewhere in his chest, his quirk pulsed with quiet joy. This *, it seemed to say. This is what we've been fighting for. Not safety, not even protection. * Connection. * Love. * Family. * This is true strength. *. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 The Guardian Hero. The day Izuku graduated from UA, the entire stadium stood for him. Not just his class, everyone. Families, heroes, civilians who'd traveled from across the country. They rose as one when his name was called, applause thundering like waves against a shore. Izuku walked across the stage in a daze. His scars were visible beneath his graduation robe, dark lines winding up his arms, disappearing into sleeves. Evidence of every life he'd saved, every limit he'd pushed, every cost he'd paid. The gold sheen of his skin caught the light, marking him as something beyond ordinary. But when he reached for his diploma, his hands shook. Just like they had on that first day at UA. Just like they had in that alley behind Dagobah Beach. Look how far we've come *, his quirk whispered. Look how much we've grown. *. I know *, he thought back. I can barely believe it. *. Principia. El Nezu shook his hand with a smile that held decades of secrets. Extraordinary work, Midoriya. You've redefined what it means to be a protector. Izuku bowed, accepted his diploma, and turned to face the crowd. 21 points of light burned in his chest. His mother, front row, tears streaming down her face. All Might, Toshinori, standing despite his injuries, pride radiating from his sunken eyes. Eri, waving frantically, a new drawing clutched in her small hands. And his classmates, his family, Kirishima cheering loudest, Uraraka crying openly, Todoroki's rare smile, Bakugo's sharp nod of acknowledgement. 21 lights, 21 reasons, 21 people who'd helped him become who he was. The ceremony ended with the traditional hero pledge. Izuku stood with his class, hand over heart, reciting words he'd dreamed of since childhood. I swear to use my quirk in service of others, to protect the innocent, to stand against evil, to be a hero for all people. Asterisk. His voice didn't waver, his quirk pulsed in steady rhythm with his heartbeat. When the pledge ended, the stadium erupted again, but Izuku barely heard it. He was too focused on the feeling in his chest, the warm, certain knowledge that he'd found his purpose, not just as a hero, as the guardian hero. The party that night was chaos. Class 1A had taken over a banquet hall, fill-in. It with food and music and the kind of joyful noise that only comes from people who've survived hell together. Eri ran between tables, showing off her new dress. Parents mingled awkwardly with heroes. Teachers actually smiled asterisk for once. Izuku sat at the center of it all, surrounded by warmth. You did it. Uraraka appeared beside him, 2 drinks in hand. She offered one. We did it. He took it, though he barely drank. We really did. Remember the entrance exam, when you looked like you were going to pass out from just being asterisk in the same room as everyone? I remember. And look at you now. She gestured at the room. Connected to all of us. Leading us. Protecting asterisk us. Her eyes were bright. You're amazing, Midoriya. Don't ever forget that. His face warmed. I'm not amazing. I just cared too much. She grinned. Yeah, that's exactly what makes you amazing. Later, when the party had quieted to comfortable murmur, Izuku found himself on a balcony with Toshinori. The retired hero looked older now. The years had caught up, accelerated by his injuries. But his eyes still held that spark, that belief. Young Midoriya. His voice was soft. Do you remember what I told you, all those years ago? About power without heart being worthless. I remember everything you've ever told me. Toshinori smiled. Then you know what comes next. The real work. The daily choice to be the symbol people need. He paused. Are you ready? Izuku thought about it. About the scars on his arms. The lights in his chest. The family surrounding him. The millions of people who trusted him without ever meeting him. I don't know if anyone's ever really ready, he said slowly. But I know I'm not alone. And that makes all the difference. Toshinori's smile widened. That, he said, is the right answer. The next morning, Izuku reported for his first day as a pro hero. His agency was small, just an office in a modest building, shared with Uraraka and Kirishima. They'd chosen to work together, to stay together, to protect together. The sign above the door read, Guardian Hero Agency, Midoriya, Uraraka, Kirishima. Your safety is our purpose. Izuku stared at it for a long moment. Your safety is our purpose. Asterisk. That's us, Uraraka said from beside him. That's who we are. We're going to do great things, Kirishima added, voice thick with emotion. Together. Izuku nodded. His quirk pulsed warmly. Together asterisk. It whispered. Always together. Asterisk. They walked inside. The first call came within hours. A villain attack downtown. Not major, but dangerous enough. Civilians trapped. Chaos spreading. Standard hero response. But when Izuku arrived, something felt different. His quirk expanded automatically, mapping the scene, identifying threats, locating every person in danger. The information flowed through him like breath, natural, effortless, right. 12 civilians on the 3rd floor. 4 in the basement. 2 trapped under rubble on the street. Asterisk. He moved. Barriers formed without conscious thought. Shielding civilians, containing villains, creating safe paths. Uraraka floated debris clear. Kirishima hardened to block attacks. They worked together like they'd been doing this for decades, not hours. By the time backup arrived, the situation was under control. A reporter shoved a microphone in Izuku's face. Guardian Hero, how did you coordinate so effectively? What's your secret? Izuku looked at his partners. At the civilians they'd saved. At the city stretching before him, full of people who needed protection. No secret, he said. We just care. The weeks that followed built something new. Word spread about the Guardian Hero Agency. About the team that protected first and asked questions later. Cases came in faster than they could handle. Requests for collaboration poured from other agencies. The public started trusting them in ways that went beyond normal hero worship. Izuku felt it through his quirk. The constellation in his chest had grown beyond counting. Thousands of lights now, maybe tens of thousands, each one a person who'd felt his protection, who'd trusted him with their safety, who'd added their belief to his power. His quirk handled it easily now, not because it had grown stronger, though it had, but because he'd learned to share the weight. His partners, his friends, his family, they carried it with him, their own protective instincts linking to his, creating a network of safety that spanned the city. This is what we were meant for, his quirk whispered during quiet moments. Not just protecting, connecting. I know, Izuku thought back. I finally understand. Eri started hero training that year. She'd grown taller, stronger, more confident. The terror in her eyes had faded to memory, replaced by determination and hope. Her quirk, once a source of such pain, was being shaped into something beautiful. Izuku watched her RST practice session with tears in his eyes. She was learning to rewind selectively, to heal instead of erase, to use her power the way he used his, for protection, for safety, for love. Afterward, she ran to him. Izuku, did you see what I did? I saw. He lifted her easily, hugging her tight. You were amazing. I want to be like you when I grow up. She pulled back to look at him. A guardian hero, someone who makes people safe. His heart clenched. You'll be better than me, he promised. I know it, she beamed, and somewhere in his chest, a new light joined the constellation. Brighter than most, marking someone who'd become more than family. Legacy *, his quirk whispered. We're building something that lasts. The crisis came without warning. A clan with a grudge, someone from the old days, someone who remembered the symbol of safety's rise and hated it. They'd planned for years, studied his weaknesses, waited for the perfect moment. They attacked during a citywide festival. Hundreds of thousands of civilians. Dozens of heroes on scene. Chaos beyond anything Izuku had faced before. His quirk screamed. The constellation in his chest blazed with terror. So many lights flickering, fading, dying. The weight of it almost crushed him. Almost. But he didn't fall. Because he wasn't alone. Midoriya, Uraraka's voice cut through the chaos. We're with you, all of us. Kirishima's hardening flared. Always. Around them, other heroes arrived. Todoroki's ice. Bakugo's explosions. Iida's speed. Tokiyami's darkness. Dozens of them, answering the call. Linking to Izuku's awareness through the network he'd spent years building. Together his quirk realized. We can do this together. Izuku closed his eyes. And expanded. His awareness spread across the festival grounds, across the city, across everyone who needed protection. Not alone, through his network. Through every hero connected to him. Through every person who'd ever trusted him with their safety. The barriers that formed weren't gold. They were rainbow, light of every color, woven together, protecting everyone at once. Not his power alone, everyone's power. Every protective instinct in the city, linked and amplified and focused through a single point. Through him, the villains' attack shattered against it. Their schemes collapsed. Their plans failed. They stood alone in the center of a city that refused to be broken, surrounded by heroes who refused to give up, facing a symbol that refused to fall. It's over, Izuku said quietly. You can't hurt them. Not while we're here. Not while we're together. The villain surrendered. The crowd erupted. And Izuku Midoriya, the guardian hero, stood in the center of it all and wept. That night, the city held a spontaneous celebration. Not organized, organic. People pouring into streets, cheering, crying, thanking. At the center of it all, Izuku sat on a bench with his family. Too exhausted to move but too full to sleep. You did it, Uraraka whispered. You saved everyone. We did it. He looked at her. All of us. Together. Eri climbed into his lap, already half asleep. You're my hero, she murmured. My guardian hero. Izuku held her close. His quirk pulsed gently. Content, peaceful, complete. The constellation in his chest stretched beyond counting now. Millions of lights. Each one a person who trusted him. Each one a reason to keep protecting. But the brightest lights were here. Right here. His mother, holding his hand. Toshinori, watching with pride. Uraraka, Kirishima, Todoroki, Bakugo, all of them, surrounding him. And Eri, safe in his arms. This asterisk, his quirk whispered. This is what we've been fighting for. Asterisk. Yeah asterisk. Izuku thought back. This is everything. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. Years passed. The Guardian Hero Agency grew, not in size, but in reach. Izuku trained new heroes, taught new techniques, spread the philosophy of protection through connection. His methods became standard curriculum at UA. His name became synonymous with safety itself. But he never forgot where he started. The alley behind Dagobah Beach still existed, though the trash was long gone. Sometimes, on quiet nights, Izuku would sit there and remember. The quirkless boy who'd dreamed of being a hero. The desperate moment when his power first awakened. The terrified mother and child he'd protected without knowing how. Look how far we've come asterisk, he thought each time. And his quirk would pulse gently, warm and steady. Together asterisk, it always whispered. We came together, asterisk, dash dash dash. The final scene took place at the UA Sports Festival. Years after his own graduation, Izuku sat in the stands as a guest of honor. Below him, new students competed. Children who'd grown up hearing his name, dreaming of being like him. One of them caught his eye. A girl with green hair and freckles, wearing a determined expression that looked hauntingly familiar. She stood at the starting line of the obstacle race, small among her peers, but ready. Who's that? Uraraka asked beside him. Izuku smiled. That's Midoriya Haruka, Eri's daughter. Uraraka's eyes widened. She's old enough for UA already. Time flies. He watched Haruka take her mark. She's got her mother's determination. And her grandmother's heart. He paused. And maybe a bit of my quirk too. What do you mean? He didn't answer directly, just watched as the race began, as Haruka launched forward, as a faint gold shimmer appeared around her when another competitor stumbled nearby. She's got the instinct asterisk. His quirk whispered. The need to protect. Asterisk. Yeah asterisk. Izuku thought back. The family tradition continues. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. Haruka won her heat. Not first place, but she didn't need to win. What mattered was what Izuku saw, the way she checked on fallen competitors. The way her barriers flickered instinctively when others were in danger. The way she cared. Afterward, she found him in the stands. Grandpa Izuku. She hugged him fiercely. Did you see my barriers? I saw. He hugged her back, tears in his eyes. You were amazing. Mom said you'd be watching. She said you'd be proud. Haruka pulled back, eyes shining. I want to be like you. A guardian hero. Someone who makes everyone feel safe. Izuku looked at her, at the spark in her eyes. The gold shimmer on her skin. The legacy of protection flowing through her veins. You'll be better, he said, just as he'd told her mother years ago. I know it, she beamed. And somewhere in his chest, the constellation added one more light. Dash dash dash. That night, Izuku sat alone on the roof of the Guardian Hero Agency. The city spread below him, full of lights and lives and people he'd promised to protect. His quirk pulsed gently, aware of them all, connected to them all, loving them all. He thought about his journey. The quirkless boy in the alley. The desperate mother and child. The first flicker of gold. All Might's belief. His mother's tears. His classmates' trust. Eri's smile. Haruka's determination. So many asterisk, he thought. So many moments. So many people. So much love. Asterisk. His quirk pulsed warmly. Worth it asterisk. It whispered. Every scar. Every cost. Worth it. Asterisk. Yeah. Izuku smiled at the stars. It was. Asterisk. The night was quiet. The city was safe. And the guardian hero sat at the center of it all. Not alone. Never alone. Surrounded by the constellation of everyone he'd ever protected. This is who I am asterisk, he thought. This is who we are. Asterisk. The guardian hero. Asterisk. The symbol of safety. Asterisk. The boy who cared too much and became everything because of it. Asterisk. His quirk pulsed one last time. Together asterisk, it whispered. Always together. Asterisk. And Izuku Midoriya, the hero who protected with his whole heart, closed his eyes and let the warmth carry him home. The end.